This is why this stage is so important. 10 teams, 50 players. But let me tell you something. Best player is going to be...
Hey, Anne, it's Doki. D-O-K-I.
Doki?
Write it down. King of the chicken burgers. No debate.
Come on, please, and 4 times MVP in kickoff. The best Dutch player you know.
Okay.
You already know the name.
Well...
No, trust the history. I'm best here.
History? Did you guys not watch kickoff?
Seriously,
I was the best
what?
rated. And surely I get a little bit of a style bonus.
Guys.
How am I not even considered here? Everyone knows I've got the best stats.
Tune in on June 8th for EML Stage 1.
And welcome to the first episode, live that in. No live studio audience, that is, but you at home are watching Prep Phase, our first episode, every single Tuesday. And as you heard Anne in our EML welcome video, that was June 8th. Yesterday, that's when EML kicked off. Today, EML starting off, 45 minutes or so from now, but we said we wanted to have a bit of fun. Every single Tuesday, you'll find us here at 5 p.m. local time here for us in Europe. I'll be joined by these guys. Of course, Fresh, Laxing, and Alfama. Gentlemen, it seems like you're already having fun, which is great. How are we doing?
These guys. I love how we're just, shouldering these guys,
why am I being sandwiched?
It's a
Laxing
sandwich. Either you're in jail, either we're your bodyguards.
Is this your EML debut, technically?
I think I do got to have you guys as bodyguards because email kind of sucks right now. NA's not tight, so like you guys, gotta protect me. Gotta protect NA's hope.
He's not wrong. He's out of line.
That's what I mean. We can't argue with him because he's kind of right.
Yeah,
well, unfortunately.
So,
whether
actually,
Munich, whether it was SLC, you guys couldn't do anything at SIs, neither could we, but at least we got majors.
Just let him take over.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank God that we can move on because this is a bit of a shorter show that we have every week, around half an hour, where we get to discuss the happenings of Siege Esports, but not just that, so have a bit of fun. We have a couple of games lined up for all of you to... What?
He keeps on doing the same things that I'm doing. Every time I cross my arms, he's crossing his arms. I just take them down.
I'm just following your lead. I felt like that's what I should do.
He's been spending more and more time in
natural.
Europe. He's going to spend the next 6 weeks here in Copenhagen. He might as well start learning from some of the best that have been doing it for quite a while. That's going to be my ringtone for the next bit. Thank you very much. I think we're going to get a lot of those over the duration of the show. And it's funny that you mentioned Salt Lake City and how sucky EML was at the major. This kind of leads us into our first segment for today, which is called Unbiased. Clearly very unbiased as we will be. Of course, I have two EML analysts and NAL analyst,
What
right?
got you so long to say that?
Because
Well,
it's thinking like
analyst is a kind word for someone
But
that
also-
vowels a lot. But yeah,
the word NAL being said in the studio is
yeah, it's like you're casting a
On
bad
an
spell.
EML day as well.
Yeah.
we used to say like, oh, if you want to
Not very
watch Tier
fun
2
day.
Siege,
Next
you
day's
got
a good
NAL.
day.
Look, anyways, regardless, we're going to talk about all of that because since I have you experts in here, I want you to talk about not your regions, actually. It's a game that we're going to play, our first one. I'm going to give each one of you a different region, and I'm going to give you 60 seconds to monologue to this camera right ahead. And you're going to have to explain to me why this region, whichever you're going to get, did well in Salt Lake City, why you should be rooting for them, and what to look forward to in the future, which is clearly very expected. Laxing, you're on EML.
Nice.
So put your thoughts together. I want you to look deep into our camera right here in front of you. You can see it, right? Look at this handsome fella. The Brokeback Mountain fit that we had in Salt Lake City. Well, we're not gonna get it here. Right in front, you see you got 60 seconds of a timer. And go.
All right. Well, as much as I really do love the EML, we do have to look at the perspective of when we look at the last major. Well, not the last major, but you look at Munich. Who was the runner-up at that major? It was an EML team. When you look at the most recent SI, when you look at the most recent SI, who was the runner-up there? It was Team Secret, another EML team. So obviously, EML doesn't suck. But even when you look past that and we're looking into the current stage, what are they all qualifying for? EWC. Who won EWC? Team Secret. And who was the runner-up even there? G2 Esports. So obviously, when we look at the history and where EML has placed and how close they've gotten to or have won something, they are actually very competitive and slightly better than the NAL.
You've got.
Did he really have to say that?
You've got 10 seconds left.
Did he just say
We
that?
also have the king.
He just said that
Well, the
EML
king's
was
from
slightly
NA.
better than
You know what I
NA.
mean?
Yeah, but he resides in Scotland, mate.
Sure.
I'm not the only one that's speaking about what he put down. He said that EML is slightly better than NAL.
I think that's as best as gonna get from Gabe. Honestly,
It needs to be clipped,
I'll give it
archived.
5 or 6 out of 10. I think you could have done better.
What?
Because EML.
I did it in
No,
less time than the 60 seconds.
It's not about
And
the
I made
time.
a solid point.
It's not about how long you go. It's about how well you do it. And in this case, I think you could have done it a bit better because EML, all we're relying on is the history of EML that just reads old Unk. And Unk
I
is-
mean, I am 29, but we were in Discord, or not Discord, WhatsApp the other day, and I saw you put 1995.
Yeah, no, I realized I'm really
Holy.
old compared to everybody else.
Yeah, you're 2000.
2000.
I kind of
There was
really
lots
play.
of
You know,
2000.
I've got pro players that are older than me. You guys are all retired and done for.
Look, Ace
Didn't you
was
retire
born in,
before me?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Ace of Pyra is born in 1956. I'll leave you with that information. Do
Is
with
that
it what
true?
you will. Absolutely is. So our next region.
He's 70 years old.
He looks pretty good for 70.
That's what I'm saying.
Not a single
Bloody
ring
well.
on.
I don't know why he's not retired yet. Yep.
You're laughing.
Yep.
You've been retired from coaching.
True.
Forcefully retired, if I remember very well, back in the day.
Oops.
You're on SAL. Look into the camera.
You couldn't have given me a nail, Milosh.
No. Look into the camera.
What am I? So, okay.
You're going to defend them despite everything.
Despite everything.
You are going to glaze SAL. It's
All right.
glizzy time. Let's
Okay.
go. Look and go.
Okay, so SAL at the Salt Lake City Major, I think it's fair to say that is Brazil's worst performance ever. They were pretty shit, let's be honest. But
Not starting out strong.
But here's where it gets good. There have been 3 potential Dynasty rosters.
Free.
In the whole of Rainbow Six Siege. G2 Penta, yeah, sure. W7M Furia come from SAL and then FaZe. SAL currently holds the back-to-back world champions, the best roster to have ever done it. Therefore, it is still the best region. People still set the meta inside of SAL, and they keep expanding their teams. NIP, Furia, brand new teams going to events, they're only going to get stronger. Salt Lake City, for me, for SAL, was just a blip on the radar in an era that is absolutely dominant by them. They've got the best players, they've got the best coaches, especially their coaches. Coaches are going to every single region to coach. We've got them in EU, we have them, you know, in MENA, we have them in China as well. Everywhere. That's how strong SAL is.
Right on time. Very good. Jack, honestly, you weren't winning me over until you mentioned the coaches part.
That was such a good argument.
I think that's a very, very good one. I'll give you a 7.5 out of 10 on that.
You know that Brazil
Solid.
is coaching more than 12 teams at ENC?
They coach everything.
All the
You know-
Europeans here glazing each
You know-
other, and I get told like, "Oh, that was okay."
SI, when we did the whole coaches dinner, all the coaches were Brazilians.
I mean,
Those were the
that's
teams that
reality.
made it to the main stage.
Exactly,
It's
that's what
crazy.
I'm saying.
So, with that said, so
Oh.
far we have one person ahead. I think you could have done a bit better game, but
EML has been done.
Yeah,
SAL
you
has been
already
done.
said that. Let's just.
you are
Could've done a
left
bit
with your former region,
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
NAL.
All
So that should be easy for you.
Your former region could have been any region in the world.
I didn't
didn't
see you
play
playing
in
in
Siena.
China, buddy.
Yeah,
You were Mr. Worldwide before Pitbull.
You never played in Brazil, buddy.
that's true.
All right, so I have to defend NAL.
Right in the, right in the
How many
camera.
How many of those
Alright.
regions do you get dropped from?
That's
All of them. All of them. Is that true?
Gotta get you in CNL real quick.
So, Leo, 60 seconds, camera, go.
Give me some time. I need to recover from what you just said. I will say this. If I think of North America, I don't think of success. Because of Six Invitational, because of EWC, they're never there. Yet, there is one pivotal moment, one important thing, and it is the consistency in the results in the majors. Beast Coast at the Manchester Major, Munich Major, MAT, once again. And the last major, who was in the grand final? Two North American teams on home soil in front of an NA crowd. It was not even close. Dark Zero, having rebuilt entirely their roster, deliver another blow to International Siege, winning a third major. That is the beauty of North America. They're able to be so consistent when it comes to the 7 best tournaments internationally.
20 seconds left, and you didn't use all of it.
Was you defending them or shitting on
That's what I was trying to figure out.
I
And
was just
why aren't you the first to go on? Like you instantly go to me. Could have been better.
I'm waiting on you two because I'm sure
I
you
mean,
were.
I was the same way with Derek. I was like, are you shitting on them? Or are you giving them a
No,
compliment?
I think me and
brought
you. I started badly
Look, you started
deliberately
bad.
to bring
I
it
started
round.
out strong. I
Leo
started
just
out
shat
strong.
on them
You just
non-stop.
went back and forth.
I will give a fair 3 out of 10.
Great. Thank you
That
so
was
much.
awful.
It was just, I could not bring myself
That's
to really
the
hype
French
that
in him, though.
region.
I feel like he just can't give a proper compliment without having to
I'm
roast.
so sorry,
as
your
well.
region has not won a Six Invitational since 2020.
Hey,
And they didn't even win that one. They drew
why are
it.
you jumping in on
Because
this?
they
Yeah.
drew it.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
That team on
Let's
your
just-
hat.
Can we just talk
you
about
guys
that?
choked 2 Six Invitationals.
Yeah, but SI 2020, they didn't win it. They drew it.
You choked a major.
I left
couldn't
that
even
thinking,
get
this
into
was
the
a great
finals
best
of the
of
most
five,
recent
apart from
major.
I only saw
Listen,
4 maps of it.
if you're talking about
And if
2020,
we went to map 5,
if you're
they'd have lost.
talking about 2020, then let's look at just most recently with SLC. Where was any EML team in the semifinals? Not to
Twisted
be found.
Minds.
And then
Twisted
even
Minds.
Hello?
I mean, sorry, not semifinals, finals. Sorry, my fault. Grand final.
Well, there
Where
could
was
only
the-
be
where
2
was-
teams
where was
in
the
there.
EML
You wanna look
team
at any
in the
final
grand
that's gone on
final?
for the last 2
And
years
then-
before that?
And then the major before that in Munich, they couldn't get over that hurdle once again.
I'm gonna
So
be
I mean,
deaf.
it's just chokers.
I'm gonna be
Anyways,
deaf at
anyways,
the end
we
of
can
this
cross
show.
the finish
Anyways,
line.
He's
I think
speaking so loud.
this is a great setup for our final piece of this.
I'm
because
heated.
We talked about 3 regions, but we still have APL and CNL. So here's some group work, which is our favorite thing in school.
Oh, yes.
Gentlemen,
Go on.
I'm going to give you 60 seconds between you to talk
Seeing as though you're the loudest, your start.
to find. No. You can chat between you for 60 seconds, and then you're going to get 60 seconds
Okay.
to defend the region. You're going to choose who's going to speak it out of the 3 of you and what to talk about. So huddle up between you. Teamwork, countdown 60 seconds on their group work. Let's see if they
Yeah,
can
he's
do it.
already on fire. He loves to speak a lot. Let's just put it on him.
Main stage.
Yeah.
Just recently. Yeah, you're saying it.
Enterprise.
Enterprise.
No, I
proud.
think because you guys didn't get to work SLC and didn't get a cover.
Hey,
a lot
I
of
was
these-
there. He wasn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's definitely you.
actually. I think
I was the worst rated, so I should probably
No,
just leave
I
this.
think. Well, it's redemption. That's what
All
we're
right.
all about here. In
Sounds
Season
good.
Redemption.
Give me
So
ammunition.
we talk about Enterprise.
Enterprise. Main
Weibo
stage.
are kind of good, even though they shit the bed making main stage every time.
I think that CNL did show
CNL
some promises. They,
4 Angry Men won.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
won against an APAC team, right?
yeah, I think there was an upset from one of the CNL teams
Yeah,
in the phase
it was
one.
4 Angry Men
You would know because
against-
you worked it.
I didn't work
Daystar. They
too.
beat Daystar. They beat Daystar.
They beat Daystar.
Yeah, they
They
did.
beat
Okay,
Daystar.
so it
And then
was
they
still
shit the
an
bed
epic.
against Lost, which
Yeah.
was very annoying.
I think overall.
And they have
growing
one of the
region.
best names of one of
Yeah.
the players.
So, we're set.
Yeah, it's all right.
Who's gonna do it?
I will do it.
All right, Leo, you got 3 out of 10.
So what's my goal? Because am I supposed to defend their stint at the major? Or am I
You're supposed to glaze the
them.
region
All
no
right.
matter what.
Not like
Okay.
how you did NAL.
Please no.
I just needed to be fair to NAL.
Okay.
That's not.
Well, let's be fair.
You should have been fair then, mate.
You failed the brief, Leo. You don't
failed the
usually
brief.
fail the brief.
Can I
This
use
time
that
you
button
did.
when I know he's not being fair?
All right. I'm gonna have that
Already started.
I'm gonna have that button. All right, so I've got 60 seconds. Let's glaze APL. 3, 2, 1. APL is a growing region, including CNL, because we have a huge amount of players that just joined International Siege, and they've started to give us a glimpse at their level at the Salt Lake City Major, because they managed to complete an upset, and because we have seen players coming from China that are actually incredible. A player like Rips, for example, that is, in my opinion, the best-rated player across all of APL, and a player that has managed to destroy some of the best teams in the world. If that is only a single player and he's developed in the last, 2 to 3 years, can you imagine what CNL will be able to do down the road in 2 to 3 years? And even if you go outside of that, if you think of APL, we have now an Australian super team in Enterprise that is growing, that's playing so well, and had managed to reach the main stage for the first time in a very long time for Australia. I think between them and between CNL and between Weibo, who's been consistently the best APL team in the world, who are able to upset big teams and have a deep run and a main stage at EWC, we will have a great region.
And the CNL studio's sick.
That's right.
You know what? That won me over.
That was
9 out
pretty
of
good.
10.
That was the best one.
Oh
that
my
was the best
God.
one by far.
There you go. Group work does make the dream work. Gentlemen, that's
What's
kind of
my grade?
Yeah.
Said 9 out of 10.
No, it's 10.
9 out of 10. Oh, sorry. My understanding in English is pretty poor.
Numbers are not your strong suit. You're not a numbers guy, as they say. This was unbiased. Of course, our first segment for today. Very good. However, we have more to do. And this man right here was shitting on EML from the very beginning. I'm going to show you a replay to tell you why you should be catching EML and all the regions through stage 1. Roll the clip. Go! It was so good, that clutch from Marteau, that you had French people not speaking French.
Was it so
No,
good
hold
or
on,
was it
hold on,
so
hold on.
bad?
He was saying, oh my God, Mato.
Now, I want you guys to explain to me, 50 seconds on the clock, Scope host 3v1, how Falcons managed to let that happen.
There was a red
Just-
ping. There was a
That
red
was
ping
red
as
ping.
well.
Yeah, I mean,
Do you know
it was
what?
everything.
Adding
on to
It's
it.
not even explainable.
So to
is
my
it? It's
point,
not.
No, it's fine.
not defendable.
But you know what? I don't care about it. I'd rather not be the best league, but at least the most entertaining one.
No, that's not.
Oh.
Okay, that's a loser's. That's a
That is
loser's
us,
argument.
yeah.
But
That is
still-
absolutely what all of the APAC talent have said to us for years. That's,
Yeah, that's true.
no.
I thought I
Gentlemen,
was watching an
That
APAC
was just
game, to be fair.
let's be honest, that was either generational clutch or a generational blunder.
Oh, both.
Both.
Yeah.
But it was sick to see, is the end of it. Gentlemen, I'm going to move you on to our next segment, our second one of the day. Numbers guy, you're not, unfortunately, Leo, but we're
Right.
going to have a little chat about Siege Economics 101. Here's a little bit of a challenge. I want you, each one of you, to build me a major winning roster with a budget.
Dark Zero.
Okay.
Budget? No. You have to take players from all around the world from a list that I, unfortunately, have had the pleasure to curate. So first, we're going to talk about our budget for the event, because actually the word budget circles around more than you think it does. This was my budget for the show. Here you go.
That's
Let's
an
see.
insider.
There's like 3 pieces of paper in that stuff.
Yeah. Jeez.
Can I have the biggest budget?
No.
Oh.
Well, I mean, it's all relative, Jack. All right.
Okay.
Gentlemen, show me the numbers. What do you got?
Shit, you're kidding.
How much you got?
$15.
The max is 20.
Okay, not bad.
205.
20 bucks!
I've got $12.
Actually, you're all saved because it could have gone down to 7. Unfortunately, my boss told me that that would be too harsh.
7.
Okay.
Well, not 6.
So I
Gentlemen,
failed the last game, and then you're giving me the worst budget.
You gave
just
yourself the
means-
worst budget, buddy.
that
You had to
just
pick of all of them.
You literally could only pick through 5.
that just means that you get to be more creative than everybody else.
Oh, that's such a
No
good way to
player
put it.
can be. management.
It's a creative solution. That,
No
yeah.
same player can be picked twice. Let's put up the list for everybody to see. There's our $5. $4, $3, $2, and one Shaiko NJR Cyber. Shaiko is even peeking around.
What? No.
No, speaking. KDS Hot and Cold, Alamaus, PTZ, Woogieman, Bridekino, Fellopucks, Pick on Jigsaw, Nave, JJ Blast, Daffo, Anatun Souffle, Wizard, Yaga Packer, Bottom Love,
Hold.
and Jackie Wu.
I've got a question. Did you create this?
Yes.
What the hell are you doing putting Turd in $5?
Why is
Well, I love him to bits, but come on.
why is Alimao more expensive than Philippe?
Why is Fellypox in 3?
Why is
One of the best
Philippe cheaper?
IGLs.
Why is Philippe in the same category as Pecan? No offense to Pecan.
Let's just say,
Even Wizard in one. Wow.
let's just say, I wanted to have some fun.
That was a steal. Don't tell him.
I know.
I wanted to have some
that's fine.
fun, and I wanted you to leave the roast until a potential future episode where
Okay.
I will be unfortunately on the receiving end of all of this. So, gentlemen, first, I want you to pick a number between 0 and 10.
8.
2.
So you didn't even pick a number in your head. I could just tell by
4.
my first answer.
Well, you're going first, you're going second, you're going third.
So I'm going third, and I've got the worst bet.
Yeah, however,
All right.
the thing that's going to help you here is that the same player cannot be picked for the same roster for in general twice. So if somebody takes a player out, that's it. Nobody else can pick
So
them.
it's not gonna help me because they get 2 picks.
It will. He can't get more $5 players. Anyway,
Hey, shut up, Roki. So for my first pick.
yes.
Wait, can you smell it? I can smell the pour over there.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god! Leave me alone.
there. I'm gonna pick Cyber. So
right.
I got $15 left in the bank.
Cyber is up first. That's for Laxing. What do you got, Fresh?
I'm gonna go for.
You can pick anybody.
I'm gonna go for NJR.
NJR.
Best rated player, highest KPR at the Salt Lake City Major. I know Shaiko was there, but you know I'm gonna take him.
Very good. So that's NJR for
much
our
money do
Fresh
you have?
team.
I have $12. I will go for a different strategy. These guys focus on a $5 player. I will go for the $3 player, the best one, Philippe. I will build my team around one of the best, if not the best IGL of the world. I think
And
it's the best
that's
IGL in the world in 2024.
Fair.
And
I'll give you
that's
that. I'll
why
give
the
you that.
budget is built as it is with these numbers to give everybody a fair chance. Thank you very much. Anyways, our second player then, Gabe.
I'm going to go with Hot and Cold for my IGLs.
Very good. Hot and cold for Laxing.
$11.
Wait, so which IGLs have gone? Hotton and Philippe?
Yeah.
Yes.
Shit. I will go with. Do you know what? Give me JJ Blast, NAL champion. I will take
that's
JJ
fair.
Blast.
All right.
Get him in my team.
Keep in mind how much cash you have
like
because
that. I
I
like
have
that from you.
That's
I
fine.
like
I'll
that.
take
bad
it.
short-term memory. so-
There's a lack of IGLs on that board there, so I'll take
I
it.
will.
Got $9.
I will get Shaiko. I'm spending my $5 on him.
Okay.
Because I've got one of the best IGL in the world and one, if not the best fragger in the world.
Very good.
Well, you definitely aren't the best financial advisor. Cyber,
You've used
Hot and
8 of
Cold,
your
I have
$12.
$11.
Don't worry about
I
it.
need a really good shield player, so I'm going to go with Kino.
Kino. What? Oh, yeah. Well, he had a redemption after
The
Munich.
fact you just say, hey, what? And like,
No,
he
no.
just won. Like,
There's-
I hope Kino's
there's-
watching
I-
this. Like,
there's-
that was
there's-
disrespectful.
There's PTSD when you say Kino shields and then you go to Munich and world changes from that point. Yes, Jack.
I got a pretty solid roster right now.
There you go.
Yeah, you do. You actually do. I'm going to take KDS.
Oh, very solid.
I'm going to take KDS, one of the best players to have ever touched this game. Also, just the aura on him, you know? Wins 6 Invitational, second time in a row. Doesn't even want to be on the stage. Just get him off.
Doesn't
Love
matter
it.
that none of these guys can speak to each other. That's fine.
That doesn't matter. Assume that they all can speak together.
I will pick Wizard with $1.
Oh, you just...
It's a very good deal.
Was you eyeing Wizard
Okay.
up as well?
Very good
I
deal.
was debating
I
the
was
Wizard
thinking about,
pick
but
there.
honestly,
No.
I got the second best.
Do you know what, Leo? $1 because he won 1 round yesterday.
I have $8 left. I have $8. Listen, I have $8 left. I got Cyber. I got Hot and Cold. I got Kino. I need a good support player, someone that's able to hold it down.
You've got-
I'm going with Brede.
You've got Hot and Cold,
Wow.
What do you mean?
and you've got Kino. And you need another support player?
Yeah, absolutely. Brede is going to be clutch.
He's hitting
He's stuck
30.
he's stuck in NA. He's stuck 10 years ago. He's got 3.
and they just won.
He's got 3 support players,
and they
man.
just won. We're chilling.
He's hitting 30 in not long from now.
Yeah, it's
So,
It works.
who have I got? I've got
Yeah.
NJR, JJ, and who did I just go for? KDS. Oh, this is getting rough.
Yeah. Enterprise. Sorry.
It's got to be. That's the obvious one, isn't it? Yeah, I'm going to take Jigsaw. I'll take Jigsaw as my $3 player.
There you go.
I'm gonna get Anitun at $2, which means I have $1 left. But I will get a really good Shields player. And then in that lineup, that means that I have one of the best IGLs on this list, probably one of the best, if not the best IGL on this list. I've got the best fragger on this list. I've got one of the best shields player in the world. And I've got Wizard as a young rookie, really promising.
So I'm gonna make it even worse for you now. You can't pick anything. Pick somebody else.
No.
This is an additional rule that I just made up.
You're not making up rules. I was
like
given the
this
worst.
idea.
I was given the worst budget.
I like it.
I was given the worst budget. I was given
It's
the
my
last
show.
You
choice.
chose your budget.
It's my show.
You weren't given
Pick
it.
someone
And
out
I'm
of it.
making the better team
No.
despite all of this, and
No.
you're still injuring
Time.
me. So what? I need to pick someone else.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll pick up Yoga.
Yaga. There you go.
So
It's crazy that Yaga is playing on GK, by the way.
so it's Shaiko,
Crazy they chose.
Shaiko, Felipox, Yoga, and Wizard. Okay, it's really decent
all
to
right.
be honest.
Last pick.
No,
we
it's
got a
not-
couple minutes
well,
left.
Your team is like the
Okay.
horse that starts off as well.
I'm gonna pick Woogie Man. So I have 2 fraggers in Woogie Man and Cyber. I have a great
You've
IGL
surely gone over
in
with-
Hot and Cold. No, that's
Got $20.
at $20.
Brokey?
So,
That's
Woogie-
the worst spending I've
So
ever seen.
Woogie Man, Cyber as my fraggers. I have Hot and Cold as
He's
the
got
IGL.
4
I have
support
Kino
players.
as the shield player, and I got Bride as my clutch support player.
Do you realize
Jack.
Woogieman is an IGL and a support player? You've got 4
that's
support
okay.
players.
Have you played against Woogie Man? I don't think you have.
I played in APAC.
I don't think you
played
played
this
against
guy
him.
every day.
You got dropped after the first game. You didn't have the chance to play against him.
That's true, though. Jack.
I'm going to take Bottom Love just because I only have $1 left. I would have taken Daffo because I think he's criminally underrated. But I'm going to take Bottom Love just because his name's incredible.
I just made up another rule.
What?
You can't pick up bottom left.
Okay, then I take Daffo.
I
And
was about
I'll
to
owe you a
pick Daffo.
dollar. I'll owe you a dollar.
You know what, brother? I got you.
Okay, fine. I've taken Daffo.
Leo.
So I was about to take
Get
that. So you
in.
just ruined me
Come
twice.
on.
Twice, so I can't
What
take
a
any.
team.
I'll give you an
team.
extra $1.
Do you know
All right.
what? You've got all supports.
So
but
I've got $3.
fragging power. That's a decent team, though.
And Bride, Kino, and Felipox are all taken.
Jigsaw
Jigsaw's
also.
taken. Pick
You know
and-
what? Here's $2 on me also.
All right. So that means that what? I'm on 5.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
on 4.
4.
I'm on 4.
Enjoy Speakeasy, buddy.
I'll
Alamo?
take Alamo.
Alamo.
Yeah.
That's our last player. Good. Hey, the rules at the end ended up being very fair. So here's our rosters. Alpha's $12 team is Felipox, Shaiko, Wizard,
like the bank of
Yaga,
Milosh.
and Alamo. Freshest team. Let's talk about that for a moment.
Can I defend my team?
No.
All right.
And JR, JJ Blast, KDS.
My team would go
Jigsaw, and
pound for
I
pound
said
with
no.
a lot of teams in the world. I don't care.
Sadly for you, it's in dollars. Doesn't work that way.
They've got
Lastly,
dollar.
Laxing, your team at $20.
I know
Old
Leo
people.
was giving me shit, but this is when you look at that entire board.
It's a retirement
this is
home.
reliable.
It's
this
the
is
bench. You know what?
Is that a retirement home? Are you
Yeah.
kidding me? There's an SI World back-to-back champion. You're saying a retirement home?
Retirement.
Do you know
What are
what?
we talking
They would be
about?
playing
We're talking
Blitz,
about a major winner,
Blackbeard,
major
Monty,
winner.
and Fusion.
We're talking about major
And then
winner,
Cyber would be
major
somewhere
winner.
else.
We're talking about major SI choker.
That's the worst rules possible. You
Alright,
have 4 support players.
Look, all I'm
Cyber's
gonna
not
say-
even the main
You're
fragger
like,
for
guys,
phase.
we need a
Okay,
shield
you
on
wanna
this
talk
strat,
about
and they're
more
all just like,
support
hi.
Look what happened on Unwanted. That was all support players. They made what, top 6
Yeah,
at SI?
not a major winning team.
But crucially, they were also
Your
unwanted
team is not
by
a
lot.
major winning team.
I think it has a much better chance. than
Absolutely
yours.
not.
You've got 4 support
Absolutely
players.
not.
You are a typical American with a lot of money. You spent it really badly.
I spent
Yeah.
it very well.
Really
You
poor,
spent it
really poor
really
judgment.
badly.
Well, I'm glad we got to get a taste of real life where all the rules are made up and I can just declare it what it is whenever I want. That was your lesson in life for today in Prep Phase, your weekly show every Tuesday before EML with our wonderful guests, Alfama, Laxing, and Fresh. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me today. For all of you watching at home, I hope you had fun. I hope you clipped Laxing saying good things about EML because it's probably never going to happen ever again.
I'll be hate
We'll see
watching
you
tonight.
in EML in 15 minutes.
This is why this stage is so important. 10 teams, 50 players. But let me tell you something. Best player is going to be...
Hey, Anne. Anne, it's Doki. D-O-K-I.
Doki?
Write it down. King of the chicken burgers. No debate.
Come on, please, and 4 times MVP in kickoff. The best Dutch player you know.
Okay.
You already know the name.
Well...
No, trust the history. I'm best here.
History? Did you guys not watch kickoff?
Seriously,
I was the best
what?
rated. And surely I get a little bit of a style bonus.
Guys.
How am I not even considered here? Everyone knows I've got the best stats.
Tune in on June 8th for EML Stage 1. It is EML Stage 1, Day 2. We just finished the prep phase with you guys as well, and now we're ready to dive into some action for the EML. My name is Anne, I'll be your host on the show, and joining me in the studio we have Alfama and Fresh. Guys, you just finished the prep phase. It seemed like a lot of fun. How did you guys find it?
Well, it was weird being yelled at by a random American guy that just managed to stumble his way into the
How
studio.
did he get involved?
I don't know, and I don't know who opened the door. We need to get to the bottom of it.
No, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. We didn't really do a good job of defending EML, to be honest. Our reputation is in turmoil.
The
It's in
facts started with
tatters.
us, let's be honest.
Yeah. But you did a really good job of not promoting NAL. That was great.
I tried my best to promote them without promoting them, which was a tough one.
I respect it. There's
Very
about
fun.
5-6 hours left now to promote EML again and to have a good time here with our matches. Before we do that, we're going to dive back into what happened yesterday, our first day of Stage 1, and we jump into the panorama to kind of review everything that happened in 3 categories, starting with the Monster. The player that stood out to us the most yesterday, one that really had an awakening, I guess we could say, moving from kickoff into Stage 1.
Would you have ever believed that Riaz would be our monster coming into play day 1 after his kickoff? Let's just remind you in kickoff, by the way, he was the 3rd worst rated player in the whole of kickoff. He had a terrible kickoff, and he comes out play day 1, going up against Team Secret, and he was an absolute monster yesterday, making the plays, you know, being aggressive, round-winning plays, as you'll see here, forcing the way through to go and kill the Echo and forcing that kill, making things happen. That's exactly what you want to see from this player who came into this league with such a hyped reputation.
Yeah, looking at him playing yesterday, I felt like, that's the guy from TikTok. That's the guy from the M method. Finally, it seems to be working, dropping double digits, and it just reminds me of the story of someone that we know and love. That's Noah, who started off his first stage of EML struggling all the way deep, one of the worst rated players, and ended up being the best rated player in kickoff. Maybe there is a path to follow for Riaz.
And then we'll have a look at the moments from yesterday, rather. If you stick with us all the way until the end yesterday, the very final round, we had the craziest clutch we saw yesterday. Round 14, Skopos, what a way to win a game.
How did that happen? Look at this. Skopos waiting for it, the fake here, no reaction from the Twitch covering. Marto sticks it, kills the Twitch, flicks to the diffuser, and in that point, he's in a 1v1 Jack, and he's gonna win that with a sliver of HP. Oh my god, Marto, oh my god. And I just love it when the French turns to English, when there's just so much emotion.
It's just like you.
Yeah.
Every Tuesday. No, that was crazy. What a crazy play, but like, I still can't fathom it. I don't know if it's a generational clutch or a generational blunder, but it was the best moment of yesterday by far. The fact that his teammates were red pinging both of the Falcons players on the Skopos. Solotov even turned and looked at it and then didn't. I don't know. brain explosion from him, but still one hell of a play.
I assume he didn't expect that to happen, to get the Scopus ball back up behind him in that situation there. But we'll pull up the schedule to transfer into the must-see for the day. The match that you need to keep your eyes peeled onto the screen for. There's a lot of good matches that we're going to pick on, but we picked one in particular.
Yeah, the one in particular that I really, really am looking forward to today, and we've just shown them in the very last game. Rebels beat Falcons. It's Rebels up against Virtus Pro. The fact of the matter is, Rebels came out of the blocks yesterday with a massive, massive victory. They looked so good, so confident, so aggressive, a new mentality, a new Rebels. And then they're playing up against VP, who probably put in the best performance out of anybody yesterday. I think this game has banger potential.
I think the reality is that Rebels were waiting to see if it was a fluke. Were they able to take down Falcons in a BO1 because they had many weeks of preparations to take them down? Or is there really a new Rebels coming up? And can they take down 2 of EML's
That
favorites?
would be 2 big scalps.
In the first week. That would be incredible.
And yesterday was also the first day that we saw all of the changes that happened in Year 11 Season 2 in action inside the EML. There's a lot for us to review, particularly when we think about Dokkaebi, right? An operator that's received a bit of a rework, very strong. We even hear the players echo that opinion as well. But we saw lots of good things with Dokkaebi yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. I think we started to see how could professional players really abuse it. And you can see here Denari being chased. You can hear the phone buzzing and him exploding. And it's been a consistent issue for these roamers, trying to face Dokkaebi, paired especially with a shield, with a solid snake, sometimes with a lion. And look at this, some ringing and boom, one tap. That's the beauty of it. If you put Dokkaebi in the hands of some of the best EML players, you're going to get some incredible stuff.
Well, you think about it, the kit still has a DMR, plus a new gun if you want it. You get the SMG-12, you get EMPs, you get the Dokkaebi calls. Those Dokkaebi calls now do fire. You can spam them as well. And the explosion of the phone, you can deny information. It's so good. And then when you synergize it with a lion, you know, with a solid snake, with a Deimos as well, it becomes so strong. Look at this here, by the way. Call the clash, EMP the clash, push the clash, and because she's being called, actually, the phone call will explode, do damage, and then the fire does damage to her as well. So strong. Dokkaebi is almost a one-man army that when you then synergize with other operators, creates such a difficult proposition.
Do you think, like, how many players can take a 1v1 on that clash upstairs? You know, like, that operator right now is so strong, and like we said, paired with a shield, paired with a solid snake, it is absolutely incredible.
And what's crazy, actually, is we saw a lot of players yesterday from EML allow the phone to ring out, and they would rather take a HP hit than stop and answer the call just to get called again in a spam call setup. We also didn't see any Doc, we didn't see any Thunderbird or any Rook, any additional health operators on the defensive side. So
barely any mute.
Yeah, and barely any mute. Obviously, mute is no longer a direct counter. You can't just run into the jammer. You have to be in the jammer when you get called. So it's not it is a counter, but it's not a direct counter as well.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes peeled for more Dokkaebi action today. There's also some tweaks done to Gridlock, rather. And whilst these changes might appear small at first glance, they had a lot of effect yesterday.
Yeah, they really did. So Gridlock track stingers, as you see, get thrown out now. If you're a defender and you have to shoot them, they are now 35 HP, which means you actually have to put a few bullets into them rather than just 1 HP. But the main effect is that when you walk over them as a defender, you now get that slowing effect that happens with a Frostmat, that happens with a Fawn as well. In this clip yesterday, you could see actually post-plant scenario, the 2 bros 1 versus 1 against the Monty, goes through the Fawn gadget, actually can't now push to the Monty because the Monty's got away because of the slowing effect, can't push back to the diffuser, easy kill.
And the slowing effect for me is the most important thing, because before you could just tank, you know, going through these tracks and
run through them.
In theory, you're not taking that much more damage now, but the big thing is you're limping. So if you're trying to flank quickly, you can't do it. If you're trying to clutch, you can't do it either. And that makes Gridlock really more interesting now for flank watch.
I think we should go sit on the couches and talk about our first game of the day. We have 5 of them in total, but our first match here at the second day of EML is Fnatic versus GK, 2 of your dark horses as you put them in the power ranking. We see that in their playstyle as well, but for Fnatic, yesterday was a bit of a bad day, right? Only one round 1. We kind of felt like they were playing too scared.
Yeah, like you said, I think we're looking at 2 dark horses, and only one so far is proved to be one, and that's GK, and that's not Fnatic. A single round 1. Jack, yesterday looking at them, I was just like, it seems that they're going back to the same mistakes that we saw from previous stages. A team that's frozen in the air and is not taking the right decisions.
Yeah, when you look at teams, you want them to be proactive. You want to see them taking the initiative. You actually want them to play to the strength of their strategies. I've got a clip from Fnatic on defense, and let's be fair, it's not going to be a great clip. They only won 1 round. It wasn't the round that they ended up winning. In the clip, what you'll see is that they actually set up on the gym bomb site. and they set up a big extension. They've got Skopos overplaying inside of Garage. They've got Fawn. They've got Mira. They've got Tubarão as well. They want to, as is standard on Clubhouse, they want to defend across from the gym side, the Garage side, all the way through over to gym. And they've got the perfect operators to do it. But what happens is when they played up against VP, one Dokkaebi call, and this was really smart by VP, another Dokkaebi section, stops the Skopos transferring to the other shell. Skopos is dealt with. That signals to Fnatic that this is going to be a full cross clear, and they go through their process. They Tubarão, they mirror trick the breach, but when the second Dokkaebi call comes out, honestly, they play really scared. They don't play to the strengths of the setup, which is to fight VP over in cash, over in top red, inside of construction, inside of CCTV. Look at them, they're just running away. And when you do that and then take swings on a solo basis later on into the round, you get punished, especially when you're against VP. That's what was going wrong from Fnatic, because it didn't feel like they actually played that strat properly at all yesterday.
What's impressive is from the round that you've just seen, at 1 minute left in the round, Jacuzzi Breach was open, the shield was in office, one player was on the windows. I mean, the entirety of the map was in the control of Virtus Pro. And that...
and you give VP that amount of time.
Exactly. If you give such a good team too much control, they will just take it. And that's the big thing Fnatic have to change for me today. It is not giving respect to the opposing team. It is trusting in themselves that they can beat them. And instead of trying to play the strat the right way, maybe sometimes just show a little bit of more confidence. Be more proud of yourself. And looking at this roster, I see the potential in Deepek, in Deadshot as well, in Citizen, to be this firepower that comes up with experience and with confidence. And I still don't see it in the game right now.
Wizard, a player that you picked for your team as well to potentially win a major. I mean, there is potential on this roster what we're looking at. The same goes for GK, right? The potential is definitely there yesterday when they played against G2. They had that the 6-3 match point, rather. And then they threw it away.
Yeah, they did throw it away. But the fact that they got there, I think, is really, really encouraging from GK. I think the fact that they changed so many players, we really didn't know what we were going to see. Being honest, 3 player changes, really hard to call it before it happened. But they played the meta really well. They got themselves to a 6-3 lead. Yes, they will be disappointed they didn't get it over the line from there, but I was very encouraged, Leo.
Yeah, I just felt like, the different imports was a big question in my head. You had a core of players that were brought on. You have a player from Brazil, a player from the US, and you're wondering, is it going to mesh well? And the big question for me was on Ask, because Ask was a player that, dropped the ball hard at kickoff. If you look at his statistic, Ask kickoff...
he got the same amount of kills yesterday as he got in kickoff.
Entirety of kickoff, 4 games, he gets 13 kills, and he just killed 30 players yesterday in his game. That just tells you of the impact of investing on a player with that experience. Yes, relocating to another region, and I know what it feels like. You're going to be disconnected from your parents, from your family, from your close ones. You're going to have to learn, sometimes a new language for Ask, who's been, speaking Portuguese the entire time when he was in Brazil. All of this stuff means that obviously kickoff, a couple of weeks, he didn't maybe have time to fully be integrated to the roster. Now, I think we are seeing the potential in that player, the investment in that player is paying off. All they need is a victory. Today, it's a weaker opponent, it's a direct rival, and it's important for them to take those points.
It really will be. It's the best of one between these two. Points are really going to matter, especially if you look at the end with both these teams being placed inside that dark horse. I want to look at the map veto as well, right? We saw maps yesterday. What are we kind of expecting or hoping to see maybe today?
Well, probably not this, to be honest. In terms of Bank, we've not seen GK play it in Tier 1. We've really not seen them play it that often inside of Tier 2 either. And obviously, with a team that has 3 new recruits, we don't really know what their map pool is or what it's forming to be. What I will say from a Fnatic point of view, though, is we saw Fnatic play it multiple times. In fact, Fnatic as an organization over the last couple of years in EML really haven't got many wins. In kickoff, they got 2 wins on Bank specifically against, I think it was Shifters and Rebels that they played and won. So it's a map that the core of this team likes, but as we said, they also made 2 changes as well. So we don't quite know how this map lines up in both of these teams' map preferences right now.
I like that they will benefit from having Smith, having added a player that is young, that has a good vision for the game, but most importantly, that can play the shields really well, which will be interesting to see on Bank. On their side, it's always a tricky one. They're picking completely blind because GK, like you said, we don't know where they're at. 3 new players, we don't know what their map pool is. And I'm just wondering, with all of this, surprise effect that they have, it's great at the beginning of the season, but throughout the matches, they're going to expose more and more of that play style, more and more of the strategies, and more of their maps. And so right now is a critical moment, I will say it again, for these guys to take 3 points, to beat Fnatic, because Fnatic is supposed to be one of the weakest opponents they will face in EML.
It's time to bring in our casters for today as well. For today's matches, we'll be joined by Ace and Des. We're welcoming guys to stage 1. I see you're doing a lot of stuff on social media, right? Talking about the games, talking about EML. Are we also excited and ready to cast over some EML games?
Definitely. Just don't get Tim started on that 1 versus 3 from yesterday. He's been having a meltdown the last 24 hours.
We're not doing it yet. Falcons play later, but it's coming. Don't you worry.
Exactly. It will definitely be coming. More hype moments expected today, but the first match is ready to go, so take it away.
Thank you very much, and the boys over on the desk. Indeed, Tim, it's our first play day. I can't wait to get into it. Our first play day is in as, yes, we had one yesterday as well, but it's our first time getting to cast. I'm really excited. GK, we spoke about on Sunday on our podcast as being this worldwide team. They're a player short of being literally the worldwide organization. I think it's fair to say they impressed a few people yesterday.
Yeah, I think they did. I'm still...
The jury's still out. It's early.
I'm having a little bit reserved with it. I'm not getting carried away. I'll say what I said in our conversation the other day, and that was GK have got G2 on the first day. There could be an upset there because who knows what to expect. Are we going to have Brazilian mentality? Are we going to have NA mentality? Are we going to have European? Who knows? And I think that's what we saw a little bit of. G2 were kind of like, oh, right, how do we deal with this? I think they played very well as well. Don't get me wrong. They were definitely worth the rounds that they won. I think Fnatic are going to struggle against them today, if I'm honest. My concern for GK, I'm not trying to sound negative already, it's game 2. I think they could have a very good stage, easily mid-table, fighting for that top 4, possibly. Who knows? We'll see. It's early days yet. But my concern would be for them, if it was like one thing to say be cautious about as a GK fan, that would be that they kind of get found out a little bit as the stage goes on. Like I said, we didn't really know what to expect, but every play day that goes by, teams are going to get more familiar with them. What are they doing? How are they playing? How's it working? And that's then when the question mark gets asked for GK. Maybe they stand up to that test and they still keep smashing through it. I don't know. We'll see. But a lot of fun to watch. A lot of fun to watch.
Who's your prediction of this game, Tim? I'm curious.
GK.
Right,
sorry, I tried to say it as fast as I could.
It only took you about 2 minutes to say it. It's all right.
GK. Well,
I'm with you. I'm with you as well.
I've been burnt too many times by Fnatic.
He said that the other day as well. Yeah. I was talking to Sathas, the coach of Fnatic yesterday. He was saying, look, we had all the right prep, everything was there. Just, I think they got a little bit... Stage fright sounds like a weird thing to say because they're playing online, but it's your first official. They came up against a very good Virtus Pro yesterday, and I think that's definitely going to rattle you a little bit. Paul Smith, I remember thinking, man, when he was playing Clash on main stairs, and I think it was Pasha who was vaulting over the main stairs balcony, I was like, bloody hell, the dude is getting drove by here. It was ridiculous, and it was just a very, very difficult first day. I do think they'll play better today, but I think GK might be the team to come away with it. And Tim, we've had that ban come on through. It was banned away twice yesterday. That Dockerby and the Snake, 2 of our Intel operators being taken away, but it does leave up some of the usual suspects that we used to see in banned away, namely on this map, I'd say, looking in towards Shields and in towards double hard reach being available.
Well, you know me, I want every team to do as well as possible, Fnatic included. Like I say, I've been burnt a few too many times, but I would love to see this org and this team do well. I don't know how much I buy into, yeah, everybody can get nervous in games, but you've got Deadshot, you've got Deepet, you've got Citizen, these people have played a lot of Tier 1 Siege, so... jury's out for me. Let's see how they do today. Hopefully, like you say, it is better, and hopefully it starts clicking for them. But we kick things off. We are on bank, going to be down in server, and we have got a clearance. Nerves? I don't know. Deadshot gets taken down. Yoga has closed him out. 5 versus 4. It was the point is, Des, he's given himself away far too easily there.
He has a little bit, yeah, just a little bit. But then equally, they were trying to hold aggressively on this roam upstairs, right? Fair play to GK. They've committed a lot of resource to get this top floor taken over. They've had 4 of the 5 players were up on this top floor looking to work their way over. Now, is it a good thing the Deadshot's dead? No. Is it a good thing we're halfway through the round and they've only just managed to get control of the top floor? Yeah. The next problem really comes in how fast they can get control of the ground floor, Tim. And that's certainly a good way to start things out, at least. And Fnatic, 2 kills coming their way. Citizen was starting out with the opener there. And now it feels like a fantastic time to drop back in towards site and play behind all of that utility.
Yeah, much better response coming out from Fnatic there, fighting their way back into the round. They do know that they've got one cornered here. They're going to see the shots come in. That was beautiful teamwork there. Yoga managing to pick up Smith's level things out at 3 versus 3, but time is going to become the big factor here for GK. They do still have Monte, which is a big bonus for them. They're going to be able to use him to go in and create a little bit of space inside a server, inside of that plant spot. For example, Wizard here, trying to play it aggressively. He's going to have to dip away. He has that shield. He's gone. No surprise. 30 seconds left to go, but it is doable for GK.
I don't think it is, because look at what Deepet's got. Timmy's got all 3 smokes available, and one comes straight into the face of the Monty. At about 26 seconds, it was pulled off. If he rotates through these, he should be absolutely fine. Maybe they can get a tiny little sliver of an angle here with which to make it work, but it feels a little bit difficult. My head turns towards that C4 that was in Smith's back pocket, the one who died in open. They're going to try and force it, though. Tim Ask going dangerously low here as one more smoke comes out. It will force the back outside of sight as we've got about 5 seconds to go. This one feels like it might be done, but Ask, he's going to try and Hail Mary it one last time. Yog goes down, and there is simply no time to find the place and for that diffuser to go down. Fnatic take round 1.
Yeah, good time wasting there. Good time wasting. Created a situation, like you say, where those smokes could come in. I'd like to have seen there. I think, you know, the answer for GK is they spent 30 seconds floating around that default plant spot. We've seen this so many times, especially when the Tachanka's on side. You've got to get in deeper. You've got to, you know, make a commitment and say we're going some, whether that be for kills, whether that be for planting bomb chassis. You've got to make a move. You've got to find alternative space, and GK didn't do that there. Fnatic able to take full advantage of that, so fair play. As you say, I was a little bit critical of that roam, giving themselves away, but like you said quite rightly, a lot of time had been wasted, and they have done a job there on the first round. So server goes to Fnatic, credit where it's due, a good defense in the end, and they move on to top floor for round 2.
This is probably more what I expected from Smith as well. For those who don't know, like, he's a shield player, a support player in this roster. Saw quite a bit of shield coming out yesterday. Played the Clash on the attack. We saw a couple of shields coming out too. Here, no surprise to me at all that he's now jumping over towards playing the Clash in this round. I, of course, don't want to point towards it immediately and going, that's getting banned away next round. But it feels like that may be the direction they go in. Not so much because they're looking at it and saying, well, it's all that Smith can play. Of course, he can play more than just shields. But I think knowing that it's such a strong operator for him and that that's his kind of go-to role on this team, it could be a good way to unsettle them at least a tiny little bit, but we'll see what happens when we get towards the end of round 3. Now, attacking side of things, Tim, as an operator we don't see very often, we've got Yog jumping over onto the Kali.
Yeah, not too often, as you say. You know, some valuable utility there. I think you know, you're looking towards Mirror's been banned out, but you top floor, you're looking towards that kind of distance utility. Your castle as well. That's going to be an important one. We see the double, as we like to call it. You know, that's castled off.
Do we like to call it that, Tim?
I've heard that called.
Do we call it?
Yeah, the double windows. There's 2 double windows.
And we call it double, do we, Tim? You decided that today?
I'm sure that. Nah, that's the thing. Anyway, so you're going to deal with that position pretty easily is what I'm talking about.
I think that's double down here.
Give me a break.
Oh, double, I love it so much. Oh, it's only a single kill though. No, it's a double, Tim. He's got 2. Stark's walking away with 2. That's 2 players off. Fnatic crumbling. Tim, it's a double for real this time though. Dead shot with a double afterwards. It's the round of doubles. Oh, you couldn't write a better script.
Such a baby. 3 versus 3. GK. I think the next kill counter determines this round. GK doing some good work here. If they can get this wall open, create themselves some access to the plant spot, and a bit of difficulty here for Fnatic to hold on because they've all been pushed back a little bit deeper and they're having to defend from long range. There we go. In goes that sense utility. Block off those long range lines of sight and you start creating a bit of space, a bit of an opportunity to get that diffuser down. Plenty of time on the clock as well. 1:10. Clash is never a bad thing, but in this situation, you don't have your gun in hand either. So, a bit of a problem for Fnatic at the minute.
But good, of course, in that he can give them a lot of information here, especially out to square like you were just seeing with the wall already being opened up. He's kind of impeding the ability for GK to be able to execute, which is a fantastic spot to be in. They're the ones who've got to figure their way around it. They're hoping at range to try and find someone here, occasionally getting a lick of a pixel, but no player to go down. They've got to figure this out in the next 30 seconds or so. You've seen one of those light screens go across from Uper. No one else yet making a move, more of a bait than anything else, Tim.
Still just holding this long angle, and again, GK not just being able to find any space. Same problem as they had back in round one. Sarks is going to be down. Ask is breath away from death. Just trying to fight that long angle at the minute, but Fnatic just holding them at bay absolutely brilliantly. Leaves us now in a 1v3, Deadshot at range, and that's more the performance that we're looking for out of Deadshot and out of these Fnatic players. Great stuff in round two. Again, GK kind of did the first 50%. They did a bit of work, got a couple of kills, started to create a bit of space, but they're never able to really use it.
What can I say, Tim? That double-double's always going to get you. Really not a lot they can do about that fight back in the middle of the round. And as you saw, a great way to start it out, but Deadshot with an ace there in our second round. At this point here, once they got the couple of kills, I thought, oh man, Sarks has really got on cooking. But then it's elsewhere when Deadshot really starts to fire enough on the Aruni at range. DMR with the ACOG, it's just terrifying to deal with. And on this top site where so much is open like it is here, you can see how he's punched constant holes throughout this top floor. Far too easy for him. Good break round for the Fnatic as well. They're up 2-0. And although points to him, I will say, back in round one, they lost that entry early on. We were a little bit like, oops, that's not looking too great. In that second round, they lost the early double kill. It was like, oops, that's not too great. They've done a really good job at recovering both rounds from, admittedly, often a temporary deficit, but a man or two deficit. They've managed to pull things back there through a good bit of grit. Good stuff.
I think Yogra on the Kali needed to do more work with the clash there as well. Obviously, one of the main counters there, being able to force that shield break, and we just had Smiths alive way too late into the round, and it was just too much of a stumbling block. So Deadshot will happily mop up his ace and move on to round 3, which leaves us with Fnatic 2-0. And look, I'll always say when I'm wrong, I was cautious about Fnatic today, but they're looking much better than they did yesterday.
Yeah, like I said, we're speaking to from Sathus, Tristan, whatever you want to call him. He was saying yesterday was just a weird day of nerves, and like they had the right game plan. He knows the boys are very, very capable. He just said, look, we'll put it to one side. We knew it was a tough day. We go again tomorrow. The best thing that he told me, actually, I hope he doesn't mind me saying all this. If he does, then, oh, well, it's on live now. It's 12,000 people, Tristan. I'm really sorry. But he was saying even after the game, they were laughing, they were smiling, they were having a joke. They hadn't taken that loss too hard. That was the important piece that I really want to see for teams that struggle this stage is can they keep the morale high? Can they keep on bouncing back? And at least from what we've seen in the first couple of rounds, the answer most certainly is yes. But there is still a hell of a lot of siege to play.
Deadshot's going to find himself taken out. There will be no more kills on the back of that ace. Scrooby manages to find him on the little upside down rappel coming in through the skylight. Great start again for GK. It's actually all 3 rounds have gone in their favour, and this is a problem for GK at the minute. They get in the entry kills, but they're not able to convert the rounds on the back of them, and that's going to be a big problem for them if they don't get that resolved. This is your attack. This is where you can go in and kind of set the pace a little bit. You can go in aggressively. You can find those entry kills, but you got to get something built on the back of it. Sarks just inside of ATMs there, thinking about pushing forward, but back onto the drones. We'll see. That defender forced away.
Absolutely. But Tim, as I said, they've lost that entry a few times. They still managed to fight back. I'm waiting for a first double to come rocking on through. Citizen at least asking questions to the Blackbeard. And dips himself away. Oh, no, tickling you still, is it?
You can't say the word double without laughing now. That's quite
no,
good.
I can't. You've ruined the day for me, mate. Cheers. Nice one.
I'm sure it was called that. If it wasn't, it is now.
I don't think it was. But we can take it that way if you want it, sure. We've got the Electro Bros. We'll take the double-double. Why not? We'll roll it. It's good. Citizen down in the basement. He'll be able to be a bit of a nightmare later on. So we've got to see GK being really careful. Once again, we're coming down to these final 30 seconds or so. There's still work to do. And my eyes naturally go towards Citizen coming up from blue here, at least making sure the backside of his team is cleared. The square is theirs. Whereas GK looking to hit, though, because there's still 5 alive.
Wizards getting aggressive here. I don't know if they're aware of his position. I would say not, but you gotta win that one, Wizard. Groovy manages to react, gets his man. There's gonna be a trade as Deepak picks up a double 3 versus 2, and this is just bouncing backwards and forwards. The round is on a rubber band at the minute. Deepak makes it 4 in the round. Surely we can't have back-to-back aces. No, Citizen's gonna prevent it. It was an ace last round for Deadshot, a 4K this time for Deepak. And Fnatic are cruising 3-0, a complete defensive rotation and looking electric right now.
Yeah, and it's going to be a bit of a stinger for GK because they're starting these rounds so well, Tim. They've got the entry in every single one. They've controlled the map really well. The only comment I would maybe give to it is their entries have always come in that about 5 or 10 seconds after we've hit the 2-minute mark. So it's taken them a good 60, 70 seconds to get in and get that first kill onto Aroma around the map. That then means you have to then re-drone again. You've got to re-clear your way forward, establish more control, then start thinking about your execute. That's led us down to the situation we've now seen quite a few times when there's only about 30 seconds left on the clock, and then you've got to face off against utility. You've got to get into that space where, as I often say, you're kind of forced to make errors. Like, you've got no time to course correct and jump back on drones and recheck things. I just feel they're being a little bit too slow here. So pace, I think, is what they need to introduce a little bit further here. And fair play to the side of Fnatic. They've had 2 massive clutch rounds there. Deadshot and Deepek, a 5k and a 4k, like you said, has dragged them through this. And I don't want to talk down on it. They are big hero moments. It has got them through what could have been otherwise a couple of messy rounds. But clearly it's enough that GK feel they've got to put a foot on the brake here, re-establish themselves, and get themselves going for the second quarter.
Oh, yeah, exactly. A round is what they need. A round is what they need at the minute. You can't focus on anything else. Just get this done. And then usually, look, we see teams have slow starts and they get one, round 4, and then all of a sudden it's a 4-2 half and it's not the end of the world and we kind of move on and we go with it. But GK, like I said, they kind of do in the beginning of the rounds well. The first 50% or so is good. They go in, they take a bit of map control, they get entry kills. They've had all 3 entry kills so far. They just haven't got that final product here. Against Fnatic is the top and bottom of it. And Fnatic, by contrast, playing a little bit deeper. We saw it on top floor, we saw it on server. Last 30 seconds, just smoked out the default plant spot. You know, they're happy to play a little bit deeper. They lose in the roam game, they lose in the entry game in the early round, but it doesn't matter because GK don't have the answers to sight, so they just play a little bit deeper. Okay, you can just waste your time now, no problem. And so, yeah, very smart from Fnatic. I like it.
Well, the bands that have come on through, as you can see at the top of your screen, is Monty. You can see a little bit earlier on, and his army on the other side. So not going to see that clash taken away. Other Fnatic, I imagine, would have been under too much bother up to that point as well. They've always had something else in mind. In this round, they're leaning hard into towards the Smoke and the Chanka and the Goyo, who goes down as the entry. Tim, I'd call for him to go a little bit quicker here. I didn't quite mean 15 seconds quick. Come on now. Ruby, calm down. Finds 2. Yeah, a nice double. And basically, you've got a full... It's only a double-double, too. It's got to be a double-double. Then I can lose my shit. It's fine. But it's a 5v3. It's 2.5 minutes to play. I don't want to say it's going to be an absolute crash out if they don't do this, Tim. But they've got to do this. You've got to do this.
The round... Any round is always losable. This one should be unlosable for GK now. And it's unlosable in the terms of they can't afford to lose it, is what I mean by unlosable. As they've shown over the last couple of rounds, it is still possible for them to lose when they've got the man advantage. Again, 4th round in a row, they get the entry. It's Deadshot, his 2nd, 3rd round. Actually, 3 out of those 4 rounds has been Deadshot as the entry death, by the way. He's had 1 ace in round 2. Other than that, he's been the entry death every time. So, look, GK have to close this out. A minute 40 left on the clock.
I think he's earned himself a few rounds, Tim, to be honest with you.
He's given himself a little bit of grace in round 2, but, you know, 3 entry deaths is not ideal. And, look, they've got the time. They've still got a minute 30 left on the clock. Yes, there's Tachanka still on the board, and yes, there is Smoke still on the board. So Fnatic can still play that same kind of style that they've been playing of dipping back deeper. I'm a little bit concerned about how aggressive Deepek's being on blue stairs here. He's the Smoke, and he's a big part of that delay in this game, but he's choosing to delay them at top blue rather than delay them down inside itself. He's going to leave that up to Smith.
Yeah, we're down to a minute, Tim, and they're not yet got anyone downstairs. I don't want to say I'm nervous, but I'm starting to feel a bit nervous. At least they're squaring themselves up to get the punish onto Deepek, who should be dead to rights here. Tim has used every single smoke. They've got 2 players on the hatch, waiting for him to cross, and sure enough, in goes Jupa. Nearly loses his life on that step through as well. Deepek is still here and looking for the fight. Finds 1, will get traded out. Not the end of the world, but Wizard finds 1 more. It's a 2v3. Surely, Tim, it doesn't fall apart now. It's Smith, the new boy, against 3 all by himself.
30 seconds left as well. It's just too long. They'll know it's the Chanka left. The Deimos track comes in. They would have known exactly where he was playing anyway. It's a matter of time. He has no choice here other than to win 3 gunfights. That's what it's going to take. If GK are smart here, they don't need to play too aggressively. Exactly what they've just done there. Just send one round the back towards Elevator and then just plant on the other side. And he can do nothing about it. He can either choose to go for the plant and get shot in the back, or he can choose to go for the fight and the plant goes down. So tough situation for Smith. GK close out a round on the back of a tactical timeout. Great stuff from them. And that level gives us at least a hope for GK. It's 1-3 now.
Yeah. I was a bit nervous come the very end of it then. I was like, surely Deepet doesn't get away with a couple of kills here. But probably also a little bit criminal how you repeat the angle that you've just seen a player on your team die from. You know there's a good chance that the player that's there will hold that angle for a second or so, see what's going on, and you give him a second bite at the cherry. Well played by Groovy. Very much opened up that round, and I would argue with those 2 kills, won it for his team. That is one on the board now for GK. Still a bit of work to do. Fnatic probably looking at this and thinking we surely cannot afford to let a 3-0 lead slip away here and end things at a 3-3.
Yeah, it'll be very problematic for them, especially given that they're attacking in that second half. Not going to be ideal. You know, when you're coming together, much like GK are here, new as a team, we often say the attacks can be the difficult bit because they're the ones where you've got to play a bit more reactively. You've got to have a bit of a deeper strat, if you will, because on your defense, you go in, you know what you're setting up to do, and then the attack have to react to it. So, you know, yeah, you can have 1 or 2 plans for each site. You can say, right, this is what that's the play we're going for, and everybody plays that role. And then there's some small adaptations along the way. But yeah, on attack, they're going to have to be much more flexible. And so I think Fnatic, with the way they played, I think they deserve a 5-1 half here, to be honest. But you know, if they don't get that, it could be a big knock to the confidence.
You know what I really loved about Sark's then? And it's as much of the thing that many would do is like as he's turning the camera around to run away from being shot by Smith, he's just dips his sights down to the ground like you would if you were running around with a gun to try and avoid being headshot. Like, oh man, bless him. I don't think it really saves the drone in quite the same way, but the drone's alive, so hey, we'll take it. This is a small thing as well that made me laugh. There's a lot of things tickling me today, Tim.
It's just that muscle memory. Just that muscle memory, Des. He's locked in.
Exactly. He's locked in. I hope he is, because they'll need it in this round. Let's see how things go.
Gonna be watching Yoga just holding this long angle on the glass. Got the wall opened up. Gonna hope to catch somebody out, but I don't think Fnatic are gonna give him anything there, to be honest. Oh, I say that just as they decide to give him a little tempter. Just gonna have a look around the corner. Doesn't manage to do any damage there. Ask is the only one so far to take any damage, and that's not ideal. The Blackbeard being down below 50% health, it's gonna make it a little bit tough for him to get aggressive and take that space in the way that you would want to shield player to do. At the minute, I would say much the same problem as the first round here. There's GK spending a lot of time doing not very much.
Yeah, it's almost like they're doubting themselves. So they're wanting to double, triple, quadruple, everything else drones before they're 100% sure. Here now they're going to start making their move, though. They've got a lot of utility cleared away. Once again, back on this hatch. You know they've got to deal with the challenge of Deepek on stairs. Down to the last 60 seconds. He's still got 1 more smoke with which he can play. This is going to start looking even more dicey than last time around as we see a blast come out from the Yokai. Deepek does go down as Jupa gets rid of him, and Yog also drops down immediately here inside a smoke on the glass, looking to find what he can, but no one giving him an inch.
Ask again, just trying to create that space, but the Tachanka, Smith doing his job, and look, 19, now 18 Shamika canisters left in pocket. He can deny the rest of the round here in this spot, so it comes back to what I said last time around when they were trying to push through the smoke. There's a decision needs to be made here from GK. Actually, we're going to have to go for an alternate plant spot. We're going to have to mix this up. We're going to have to do something different because you're not going to get access to it. No matter how many times you stand and look at it, you should not get access to this. Echo drone as well coming in to make things difficult, and we can see the kills start to come through. 3 versus 3. Plant is going down from Sarks. They have managed to find some space at least. Doesn't get time as they manage to find the rest, and Fnatic all of a sudden on the back foot a little bit in the last couple of rounds. GK have woken up after that tactical timeout.
You know what? Fair play as well for Smith. Great use of Chanka there. Like, we've seen a number of times, across many tournaments now, Tim. Chankas where they'll be sitting there with like 1 or 2 lineups, normally onto the default plant spot, but won't be able to completely drench out the entire site in fire. Whereas there, Smith has been able to reposition himself and flood the whole thing with fire. You saw the absolute chaos at the end. A smoke goes down for the Glads, admittedly, but I think the rest of his team probably look at that and think this is even more chaotic. I've got smoke in front of me. I've got fire at my feet. I'm being blasted by a sonic blast from the Yokai. Look, what the bloody hell are we meant to do here? And you saw the outcome, 3-4 kills in a flurry just go Fnatic's way. They were very ready for it, but I think a lot of that was down to the containing work that Smith did there. Yes, he only got 1 kill off the back of it, but I think he's really got them over the line there with some fantastic use of that operator.
Here then, final defense for Fnatic. And GK are going to be really kicking themselves after that last round, I think. You know, again, Fnatic just holding them at bay, just using that utility well and just denying them time. But GK, they've got to start finding the answers. There was an opportunity there for them to keep the pressure on. Fnatic get themselves that 4-1, one more, and it is definitely job done for them in this first half. And it sets them up with a really good foundation of just needing to win that third choice site on attack. Anything else is a bonus, and they can push on from there.
Absolutely. Always a big fan of the second half of Siege. You never know what Fnatic could be like on the attack. We'll see when we get there. Now, in terms of how things are set up for this round, no shields being brought along by either side. Of course, in the Blackbeard a couple of times now. We had the Monty earlier, had the Clash coming along as well. Of course, it's all now started to take a little bit of a backseat, and instead we're going to look towards a lot of top floor control for the side of GK. That's why you bring along the Ram that we've currently got Upert running around on. Of course, for those who haven't seen it before, drop down those little gadgets, the little drones that just roll on boards and rip up all the floorboards as they go along. Absolutely excellent for establishing top floor control, and that's why you've got a few players here focused on making sure they can get in on this top floor and get those drones down. Selma, would you call them drones, Tim?
Why not?
Why
not? You call them whatever you like.
Yeah, just non-controllable drones, I guess, works out pretty well. I'm not going to invent a name because you've already done double-double. That's enough for this map.
I haven't invented anything.
Mate, I don't know another person that calls them double-double.
I do. I don't. You worry, Des. I've got my ducks in a row. I've got my arguments lined up. Don't you worry about it. Starks looking through there.
I just thought you said you were going to ask Starks.
No, we've got Starks looking through in towards archives. He's going to take the space that is offered. Is he going to take the bodies?
Oh,
no,
man.
he's not. Fnatic absolutely get away with one there. Smith manages to take down Starks. That is a big, big miss there from GK. That could have been a double for Starks to open things up, but no. 4 versus 4. Grubby, however, does manage to mop up a little bit. Takes down Smith. 4 versus 3 in favor of GK.
All right. Once again, a man advantage. Down to 40 seconds on the clock. This is about the time I start feeling a little bit nervous for GK, Tim. They've got so many flashes to work with here. They could overwhelm the defenders if they know where they all are, and they can at least guarantee where one of them is. Citizen, as you just saw, had the Deimos track on him. They should know what's coming here and be able to deal with whatever Fnatic might throw back at them, but I still feel there's a twist in this tale to come, Tim.
Yeah, I think you're right. Fnatic are making me believe. I said at the beginning that I've been burnt one too many times by them, but here we are again, getting excited about Fnatic, and they really do believe that they can do the job. The defenses have been brilliant so far. Just exactly this, holding from deep, and they're doing it again. Deadshot gets a double. They're just walking into him.
Go on, Tim. Speak your truth, Queen.
No. No. They're just walking in. Deadshot didn't move his feet. He stood there with a DMR, and 3 of them have just walked into him. Like, come on, GK, you're better than that. You showed us that yesterday, and they've just handed that. And this is why Fnatic have been.
Stop. The destiny to speak, guys. Take it away.
I think we're just going to give Tim like a moment to cool down, right? Because he sounds
he was like a jack in the box. He got wound up. He was ready to go.
Yeah, he sounds a little bit upset with what just happened. But let's talk about this first half, because the one thing we talked about when we talked about Fnatic is they're playing scared. That's exactly not what they're doing. Big player moments.
At risk of tarnishing my reputation here, how good was that from Fnatic? They came out, we showed the clip where they played scared, and then they didn't inside of this bank. Maybe it's the map, but maybe it's a big talk that they had yesterday after yesterday's humiliation, because it was a humiliation, and they came out, they didn't play scared, and their big players came up with some big moments, Leo.
Yeah, it felt like a wake-up call where finally, the players are starting to play the right way. Looking at, some of the DMRs here, an ace from Deadshot all the way deep here, looking over the entirety of the bomb site. It's nothing too special. They're playing three-layer defenses. They're playing well into the late round, and that's the main thing for me. If you look at the same thing here, Deepek with a multi-kill again as an anchor. It's two guys that are anchor on site that get crazy multi-kills as GK are just executing very slowly. And so we're getting players punished by, basic anchors, basic things that they should be aware of.
Yeah.
The reality is, yes, Fnatic is playing it well, but also it's GK with a terrible late round composure. And that was the main weakness of Fnatic during kickoff that they seem able to fix, at least on that side.
Yeah, no, but that's impressive to see, right? Like, Fnatic in kickoff were snatching defeat from the jaws of victory every single round. How many 3v4s, 3v5s, like late rounds did they play out perfectly in their defense today? That was so encouraging to see from this Fnatic side in terms of the improvement that they made even just from yesterday. I'm not going to toot their horn too much. There's still a whole second half to go into, but that's what we wanted to see, right? Late round composure. We wanted to see them play to their strats. We wanted to see their big name players step up. We've seen all three of those things within that first half.
The important thing now is confirmation from Fnatic's side. On attack especially, they will get a map that is not definitely defender-sided heavily. One where maybe it's a little bit easier of them. At the same time, they have the momentum that they carried on from the defense, the confidence as well. A lot of things to put in motion for Fnatic to finally take a victory here.
And then just very quickly on bans. Fnatic yesterday, when they attacked, they really struggled by playing default. We saw them attack Clubhouse, they played default, they were slow. They weren't really playing a lot of the meta operators, the Snakes, the Dokkaebis, the Grims of this world. So what have GK done in response? They've banned away the Ace, they've banned away the Hibana, the ranged hard breach to make Fnatic's attacks slower.
We've seen some of the operators that you mentioned. Let's see on the second half, though, how the attacks of Fnatic unfold.
Thanks, guys. I just popped out to the shop, actually, and found this new toy that was really worth buying, and it's called Tim in a Box. So when you wind it up, eventually it goes off and just starts screaming about players running in towards a DMR of Deadshot. It's wonderful. It goes something like this.
I've calmed down now.
This one's broken. I'm taking it back. I'm taking it back.
I needed that 2 minutes just to set this thing out of it. Oh, God, that riled me up, did that? The thing is, it's happened in... I'm not getting wound up again, but it's happened in so many of them. I'd already said it before that round. It's happened in so many of those defences that GK have got themselves a good position. Fnatic have sat deep, and GK have just kept kind of feeding into the problem, whether that be we can't get through this smoke, but we're going to keep just trying to plant in the smoke, or whether that be the long range that we saw on top floor bank hold, where they didn't manage to get into sight and try and put the diffuser down, and it was held all the way from like elevators and meeting and all the way back there. Or in that round, Deadshot just stood still and killed 3 of them on the same angles. Like absolute madness. But look, GK, maybe they'll get better on the defense. We'll see. Fnatic at the minute certainly responded to yesterday's 7-1 loss. Could return it with a 7-1 win at this rate.
I take back what I said. I'm keeping this toy. Clearly, it works really well. They could, Tim. You're absolutely right, but it's going to take a little bit of work to get there. As I've always said, 2 halves to a game of Siege. Things could now be very different. To start things off, it's very similar. We've got quite a bit of focus, at least upstairs, to kick things off from Fnatic. But cast your eyes to the bottom right corner of your screen, and you will see the GK are nowhere to be found upstairs. The only player who could be argued to be upstairs right now is Ask. He's sat on blue stairs, but it's not really being upstairs. It is up a set of stairs, but not upstairs in the literal sense. I love how Jack's backed me up, by the way. Double is a comp from your staff, mate, no one else's.
Well, okay, you carry on, Des. You carry on. My DMs say otherwise. I will say that. My DMs say otherwise. Okay. Oh, where are we up to? Round 7. Drones are going in, having a look at what's going on down in that basement. 1 minute 10 left to go. Ask still in position on blue stairs. Is actually really good here for GK. Fnatic maybe going to struggle a little bit. That Thatcher misses. They were hoping to take down the warding glasses. What a
Oh, come
mistake
on.
from Fnatic. I think they've taken. I don't know if they've gone for something else. Electronics up at the top because they were so clearly off the target with the Warden himself. And Ask's series, but the way that they pushed in immediately afterwards suggests they were expecting Ask's classes not to be working, which they were, and he just puts 2 of them down, and that's probably the round for GK now.
Could you imagine if you were Warden, Tim? You'd forget your glasses all the time, be useless as an operator.
Very true.
The number of times you'll leave them in your bag or you'll leave them in your hotel room. Like, oh, I've got my glasses. I'm like, Tim, you need them. Good news is he didn't forget and now making use of the destructible, but no one's quite there ready to go for the swing just yet. So he's all, yeah, mind, yeah, there is citizens right there. Turns out we were blind and so was Ask.
4 versus 3, 10 seconds left to go. Deepak looking to get into position, taking fire damage, but he moves, manages to get into that off-plant spot. Can he secure it? No, he can't. Take it down by Groovy GK. Keep on fighting. The work that Ask had done, taking the opportunity. I've had some intel that the Thatcher was aiming for the Echo, so they took the drone down, but that left Ask alive. And I think in that case, Fnatic just getting a little bit ahead of themselves there. You've got to be aware it's the Warden. You've got to be aware that you're going to be going into a shotgun there. I think they were hoping for maybe a little bit more success from the shield. They were kind of just chucking the eggs in that basket, but it didn't work out for them. And GK hold on really well on the back of that. So first successful defense for GK.
Are we just to ignore what we saw from the Echo at the end there, though? First jump tries to stick it to the ceiling, misses. Second one tries to jump into the ceiling, goes up a whole floor. Thank God Groovy got a couple of kills in the close there. Otherwise, that plan could have been stuck and we could have been having a very different conversation right now. But yes, that's kind of what I expected. Second half, things change around. Look, like, what is this? I don't know what was going on. Thank God he had 3 kills on his team. That was all well and good. But again, like I say, second half, things change an awful lot when you switch sides here. Fnatic need to hold their nerve a little bit here. Pull off a really well constructed attack. Granted, winning downstairs ain't always the easiest of things. It is one of the best defender sites in the game, as most basement sites are. So let's see how they fare up on the top floor. They did drop away from the shield here. Smith's going over towards Glaz instead. So not going to jump behind the shields again that he's notably famed for.
Okay then, here we go. GK gonna be trying to. This is the really. Oh, that went wrong. That's gonna spark a little bit. Window does not quite get shot out, so we're gonna go for attempt number 2. Does get into the building this time, no problem for Deadshot. Look, this is the important round for me for GK here. 5-2. You get back to 5-3. You take 2 sites, and you start then thinking, right, we only need one of those third choice site wins. So 8 and 9, particularly important. If they can get these 2 back-to-back, 5-4, you're right back in it. If Fnatic can win this, now that it's not your primary choice site, now that you've got to hold on to this top floor, you can't rely on roamers, you can't really rely on extensions too much. It's very, very brute force directly onto the side. This is the one here for GK to hold on to send a message.
You'd hope so, Tim. You would hope so. Right then, 60 seconds in, and everything is probably as expected. One player focusing on towards getting inside of stock. And with everyone else getting themselves up on the windows for the most part, I'm looking at Wizard underneath, and I think from that you can very clearly see what his game plan is going to be. It's going to be about that vertical destruction. Get underneath key players, because most of this top floor is wooden flooring. Can destroy it from below, and this is really the main use case for Deimos that we see for most teams, is making use of him to be able to threaten in from below. Deadshot also got all 4 Roteros still in back pocket here. We're halfway in the round, hasn't used a single one. That does surprise me somewhat, Tim, and also somewhat concern me.
And we'll see whether maybe they'll look to clear a path as the round goes on. But for the time being, GK have been pushed back quite deep here. They've got 1 left in Janitor. Here's your Roteros going in. We'll see. This will give us a much better idea. They are going to start trying to challenge towards that Janitor corner and just make things a little bit more difficult for Ask here. He's in a tough spot, really, if he gets challenged from both sides at once. But it is going to take some coordination, and there it is. Beautiful stuff. It's Smith who manages to get the kill. Deepak is getting the diffuser down whilst all this chaos is going on. Lovely. 3-2-1 there. Gets the plant down inside of the smoke. And now Fnatic can fall back to those post-plant positions. They've got Citizen outside. This is now very difficult for GK to win.
Yeah. I mean, fair play. Wiz has done a really good job holding an Arcos. I thought he'd be joining up on square there to play the long angle on towards the bomb, but no. Looking to play the verticals. He's doing so wonderfully here. Yes, Groovy gets one, but I don't think it really matters. Yaga's got to rescue it against 2 players here. Citizen outside, Wizard playing underneath. This one feels like it should be pretty much cooked. He's got the right idea, but 1 player off towards his left, 1 towards his right. Citizen, yeah, he should be able to get this one for free, but I was going to say maybe let's not go sitting on the keyboard while someone is swinging your teammate. That would be advised to be avoided.
There we go. Nicely finished off. A good round from Fnatic. As I say, a really nice 3-2-1. They had that push. Smith's coming in through Stark. We had the push onto the corner from the Flores, and it just meant that Ass got taken out. But at the same time as all that's happening, and GK are having to react to that because they're thinking, we're going to get flooded in Janitor, we're going to get flooded Vending, top marble. So they have to react to that. And as they do, Deepek's inside of smoke, getting a diffuser down. Very little that GK could do about it. Really nice attack from Fnatic. Really polished. You know, really nicely timed, great teamwork. Like I say, looking very, very different to the performance that we saw yesterday. So fair play to Fnatic, a good recovery, and looking very much like they're going to take 3 points off GK. They've now got at least, I think, 4 match points. Yeah, 4 match points in a row to go. So I'm not sure I can see GK getting back into this one. It's going to take a mammoth effort.
I mean, it has taken one so far from Groovy, who's at 12-7, lobby leader overall, but the rest of the team leaving him a little bit too much to do, I'm afraid, here. It does feel this one might be over and done in the next couple of rounds at the very least. At the start of the day, I was looking at predictions and I was thinking, I'd love to say Fnatic based on the conversation I had with Sathas yesterday, but at the same time, I was like, I need to give them another day or 2 in the oven. I need to see if they can really step up or if those nerves just carry on. I'm glad that I was wrong here. And I was behind GK at the start. I just thought, you know what? Played pretty well yesterday. Thought they'd have a good showing today, even though I expected Fnatic to be better today than yesterday. But as a team overall, Fnatic have been just a little bit too hard to deal with, I think. And it's not any individual player that you can point at and say, yeah, they've shone. You might look at Deadshot and go, oh, well, Dez is on 9 kills. Clearly, he's played the best. I get it. But that was 5 kills in 1 round, and as you also alluded to, Tim, back in that first half, 3 rounds in a row where he was the entry death if you ignore that round where he got an ace. So it's been moments of brilliance rather than consistent brilliance throughout the map, if you get me. Citizen has been the opposite of that, very good throughout the entire map.
Yeah, I think I'm just looking at the upcoming matches for Fnatic as well. The next 2 play days, they've got Heretics and Shifters. So this is a perfect time it's a perfect time for a performance like this, isn't it? You know, 2 very winnable games coming up. Get your confidence up now. 3 wins for Fnatic would probably be enough to see them towards the mid-table, even come end of the season. Then when you're going against Falcons, G2, anything you get is a bonus against the top teams. It genuinely could set them up on a really good foundation for stage 1 here, could this win. So we're going to have a kill either way. Groovy is gone, which is not good for GK. Wizard has been taken down on Fnatic, a little bit quieter on the Ash as well. Not the end of the world, so I would say advantage Fnatic at the minute in the 4 versus 4.
Absolutely. If we had the conversation on Sunday, we were speaking about could they be a 5th or 6th place team playing like this? Very possible. But now Smith has got himself in underneath. I'll say underneath. It's underneath top floor, as of course we are attacking onto the same floor for the site itself. Archive's control is in his hands. Deadshot pushing in alongside him from his left-hand flank. He's being challenged by 1 inside his sight off towards his right. I believe that was Yog who was stepping out there for a second to see what he could try and find. So far, the answer is nothing. Now coming in towards our last 60, all the floor being opened up too. All the setup weren't being done by Fnatic. Simon is where if he gets towards his last 30 and they're still sniffing things out, it could come to bite them a little bit. But by the looks of it, they're almost ready to go.
At 45 seconds left to go, GK. Next couple of kills are going to be particularly important. They need to hold these positions. Fnatic just raining utility in at the minute. We see the bees continue to fly from Deepek. Smith, he's in position with that diffuser, just looking to cause a problem. Gives the intel. Deepek manages to get 1. He goes to the pistol and gets another. 3 versus 2 now for Fnatic and GK with 20 seconds left to go are just really trying to hold on. There's an opportunity to get the diffuser down, but everybody on Fnatic's low health, Des.
Oh, will he see him in time? As well, the backside here of the Monty. They must know that he's here, right? Needs to get this plant down at some point, but no. Deepek's there for the cover. Collects another as well. A great round from him and a great map from Fnatic. Get them their win on day 2.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Fnatic. What a better response could they have had? A tough day for them yesterday. 7-1 loss. They come through with a solid win to grab 3 points.
Well, I look forward to seeing the interview from them. I believe it's Smith we've got coming up after a break. So let's go to that now. When we come back, we'll go into that one. See you guys soon.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Let's go, boys. Come on. Good shit. Go on.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the goal, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Give me the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
A great victory for Fnatic. They get the full 3 points, and we get to speak to the winners. We have Smith on the line, joining us here as a rookie for Fnatic. Congratulations on your first victory in the EML. Tell us how you're feeling.
Hello. Yeah, feels great with the first T1 victory. Definitely played much better today. Yeah, feels good.
Smith, I'm not going to ask you what happened yesterday. What I'm going to ask you is, what did you guys talk about after the defeat yesterday that allowed you to play so much better today?
Yeah, I think key points for us after, that we talked about were the comps, to communicate better with each other, to make plans. We were kind of silent in the middle of the rounds yesterday, so we were we weren't playing together as a team, so we focused on that today, and also bring more aggression into the game. We were like really slow yesterday, so we tried to fix that today.
And Smith, I want to talk to you about your role within the team, because with Jack, we've been saying for years that Fnatic needed a leader. They needed an in-game leader that took direction, that took ownership of the team, that would bring the vision and the comms that you just spoke about. And from our understanding, from the position you've been playing, I think you will bring that to the team, or at least you will help them with that vision. Obviously, it's your Tier 1 debut, so it's a great story for you. Did you expect to be joining, pro play that quickly? Did you expect also to be filling in those big shoes of the role of someone that needs to lead a team like this?
Yeah, regarding my current role, in the future I'm probably going to take more of a voice in the team. Currently, I'm still adapting to the guys, to the team. We haven't played that long with each other for me to be comfortable with fully IGL. So currently we have a lot of voices, not just one. And with my expectations, no, I definitely didn't think I would play in T1 so soon. I didn't had any expectations from competitive play, to be honest. I started playing this game with my friends, just some T4 leagues just 1 year ago, and now I'm playing in T1 with Fnatic. It feels good.
Nice. How much are you enjoying playing the shields, by the way? Because you've been playing a lot of shields on attack. I think, was it one round today that you was allowed to play on the Grim, was it? And then, but every other round has been a shield of some sort.
Yeah, with the current meta, you kind of have to have a shield player. So, I mean, I enjoy shields. But yeah, you have to play them.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's insane how fast things can go sometimes with a Tier 1 debut. Just before we let you go, what's been your favorite thing about playing in Tier 1 so far?
Just the people, honestly. Like, everyone's been so nice in my team. Like, everyone's supporting me, like trying to help me to adapt, to not feel pressure. Like, the guys are honestly amazing.
That's great. I'm very glad to hear that. Thanks so much for your time, Smith, and best of luck with your next games.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from rookies, especially about like their own role and their expectations as well. It's crazy how things could, like how fast things can go in a year, right? Even for people finding themselves in the Tier 2 circuit right now, in a year, even next stage, you could be in EML.
Yeah, absolutely. It just goes to show that we do have teams, and I actually think I've seen this across a lot of leagues. We have teams that are willing to give rookies a chance. EML has done it, NAL has also done it, and when you're good enough, it doesn't matter how relatively inexperienced you are. And yeah, Smith was great today. I think he's provided a level to Fnatic in terms of that baseline of the shield gameplay that we spoke about. And he's proving so far to be a good pickup. Yesterday didn't go too well. Today obviously went very well.
Yeah, it's coming back to the game, I think a story of two teams that are still quite fresh with each other, who have made huge roster changes. In fact, out of the 10 players in this server, 5 are new to their team. You know, like half of the players here are just barely beginning their journey within their teams, and so I think it explains why we've seen a Geeky that was impressive against G2 yesterday and completely fumbled the bag here today, and at the same time Fnatic, who got 7-1 yesterday and 7-2 today. I see a matter of inconsistency here, Jack, between two teams that I think are still finding their identity or looking for that identity.
Got to say, just very quickly, I know we spoke a lot about Fnatic. A little bit disappointed by GK, if I'm being brutally honest. I think, does it maybe put yesterday's result into perspective that it was maybe a bit of a surprise that they maybe did well in the operator veto to play that Dokkaebi? Dokkaebi was banned away from them today. They struggled hard on attack. You know, Fnatic, as you said, Leo, just had to sit back. They just had to sit and wait against an attack. There was one round where Fnatic won it on time because the plant wasn't going down with 2 guys alive. There was another round where Fnatic won it on time because it was no open area defense and Yoga was underneath doing kind of nothing at 0 seconds. He was probably looking up a hatch and holding it or something like that. But like, without that Dokkaebi, they seemed a little bit lost today. And even though the performance yesterday from GK was good, after 2 play days, they've only got 1 point.
That's true. They're going to have to get some more if they want to find themselves in playoff contention later on in the stage. We'll move on to our second game of the day. We got Virtus Pro and Rebels lined up. Both these teams have won their games yesterday. I'd say Virtus Pro a little bit more comfortably. Rebels more impressively though, because when we look at that result against Falcons, and let's be honest, after that final round, I think my jaw is still on the floor by the way that how they won that game. It was good to see that kind of resilience though from the side of Rebels.
I think looking at Rebels, if we go back to the essence of that team, what we started to see at kickoff was LMs, the backbone of the team, the experienced player playing so well. And Asa, the second most experienced player on the roster, who had tier 1 experience, playing very well together. Yet, we were missing from the IGL Marto a real, I guess, vision, at the same time some presence on the scoreboard, and at the same time from the two fraggers, Feno and Linko, a little bit more of aggression. What did we see yesterday? We saw Feno doing incredible in the opening kills, LMs and Asa still playing amazing, and Marto delivering a crazy game, not afraid of taking risk, and all of the team coming together to upset a big team, which was Falcons. Their reactions were absolutely amazing. I'm just wondering, you know, looking at this team, look at this. I just finally picked it up for the fourth time that we're listening to it. He said, "Oh my God, Marto, il t'a pas entendu." He just said, "Oh my God, Marto, he didn't hear you."
Yeah.
He didn't hear you when you went off from the
That's
scope.
crazy.
I'm just wondering, Jack, is it a fluke or can they repeat the miracle against VP today?
Can they? I don't know. But what I can say from them is if we compare and contrast the final game of kickoff to the first game of EML Stage 1, it seems night and day different.
Yeah.
It's more aggressive, it's more coordinated, it's in team. And there also seems to be a brotherhood that was maybe a little bit missing inside the kickoff when it was maybe a little bit more stressed. And I think they've done a lot of work in the offseason that clearly came to show. Can they back it up against VP? If they do, that will be super, giga impressive, because that will be 2 massive scalps in 1 week.
Yeah, because let's be honest as well, Virtus Pro are just continuing that good trajectory that they were on in kickoff, in the major as well. Yesterday too, like a 7-1, clean, no bad remarks about that really.
Yeah, exactly. I think for Virtus Pro, they're clearly strong. They had a great kickoff. They had a very, very, I would say, positive experience at Salt Lake City, and then they've kicked on. And actually, it's not just the nature of them winning in a 7-1 fashion. We can talk about KD, we can talk about multi-kills, we can talk about clutches, all that type of stuff. But actually, some of the more, I would say, funky stats. Round recovery. So this is where they've lost the opening kill and still win the round. 3 times that happened against Fnatic, they won 2 of them. But not just that. In 71% of the rounds that they won in a decisive manner. Now, I've called that where they have 3 or more players alive. 71% of their rounds that they won. You know, most of their rounds yesterday, they won with 3 or more players alive. It was that clean. And even the rounds that weren't decisive, the clutch opportunities that they had, 3 of them, they won 2 of them as well. That just goes to show that they've got the right game plan all of the time. And even when it slightly goes wrong, they've got players capable of winning clutches.
Yeah, it feels like this bulldozer that's steamrolling through the EML with, you know, a team that came together and started being so well and qualified to Salt Lake City, and are just now after having setting up, you know, a really good base, and fundamentals, are just climbing and getting better and better and better. And I think that's where you see the real big gap between them and younger teams that have made a lot of roster changes. I think VP can really help themselves here, start to expand their map pool even bigger, and really use the experience that they've had in Salt Lake City to get better and make sure that when they reach EWC, that first and foremost they get that and they actually go deeper and make main stage.
So Virtus Pro can change their whole roster and we still talk about their map pool. I see how it is.
Yeah, but we
I
like
see
it.
how it is.
We
Yeah,
love it.
okay.
We
Well,
like
that's
it.
the
They play
positive
all of
thing.
them now.
Speaking of maps, I want to see the map as well. Well, here's the Fortress.
That's why we keep speaking about it, because they go to Fortress and because they're an amazing Fortress team. VP barely lost it to the major runner-ups, Shopify Rebellion. They beat Falcons on the map. They were one of the teams that I think came through during kickoff, playing super well on the map. It's not a surprise to see them play it. It's a question mark for Rebels, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. I really like VP on this map. Why do I like VP on this map? I think Nako on the shields particularly.
Yeah.
The fact that they can unify behind that, they can just sweep, they can clear. But also VP, new VP, they can do it at a really good pace as well to set themselves up for an execute. With Rebels, we've not really seen it.
It's a gamble.
It's a gamble. It might pay off for them, but we simply don't know. We've not got the footage on them.
I like it. They have a new coach. This seems like a counter strat. Exactly like yesterday, they took Falcons to Cafe. I think here they knew that by leaving Fortress open, they would land on it.
They also had a load of time in the offseason to work on it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And from my standpoint, when you're in a team that is not a favorite and you're playing a big team, the best way you want to beat them in a BO1, come up with a huge counter strat on a map that you know you're going to play.
All right, well, I'm curious to see if it is going to be much counter-stratting that we're going to see in this game. The good news is the game is ready, so Ace and Des, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Anne. Indeed it is. Fortress awaits us, Tim. And this is a game I've been very excited about today because on paper, it feels like an outcome that you can kind of say it's going one way and it's going towards Virtus Pro. But there's just something in Rebels that I just think in the back of my head, they could do it.
Well, they had a big surprise yesterday, you know, they had a big upset, so why not? But I would agree with you. I think I would say that for every play day at the minute, I look for VP's matchups because I really enjoy watching this Virtus Pro team at the minute. I think, you know, they've taken probably, I'm not saying that they got rid of the worst, but they've certainly taken the best from what they had previously. The additions, we've seen them grow through kickoff. It seems to have solved some of the problems that they had previously with things like timing and maybe kind of stubbornness around map pool and things like that. Seems to be a thing of the past, and they just look excellent. And I think they are going to be chasing one of those top 2 spots possibly this stage. We'll see how it pans out. But yeah, I think Rebels are up for a tough game here. Can they do it? I'm sure there's rounds that they can find, so who knows? Why not?
Like I say, on paper, this game should only go one way. However, we've seen crazier things in Siege, Tim, over the years, and I can only imagine it will continue long into the future. Bans have come through first and foremost, though. We're going to have Glaz and the Monty taken away from the attackers, and for the defenders, it's going to be Clash and the Goyo, which for me sounds like a statement of intent, Tim. Virtus Pro, they want to be like Sonic. They want to go fast.
They do indeed. They're not going to be messing about by the looks of things. Yeah, with the Blitz coming in as well. It's certainly a statement of intent, and I hope that Rebels are prepared because they are going to be coming under some serious pressure, I would expect. But look, like I say, Rebels did brilliantly yesterday against Falcons. I think, you know, there's a few issues there for Falcons themselves that maybe offered some opportunities to Rebels. But as I always say, a mistake is only a mistake if you're punished for it, and Rebels were able to do that consistently. So Virtus Pro need to make sure that they're on their game here and that they're not giving away those opportunities. But I certainly think, yeah, for Rebels, it's going to be a little bit of a leveling up in terms of difficulty.
10 seconds left
on what
before
they found first yesterday.
Well, here we are then. We are loading in. I can only imagine we're playing down on the bunk site, given I can't see any site around here. And sure enough, there we go. We are defending down towards the south side of this top floor. Now, I imagine a bunch of you have probably watched Fortress already in competitive level. These top 2 sites, they play out pretty similarly, to be honest with you. 2 points of focus, which is meeting or briefing, the sort of meeting room in the middle with the big projector inside of it, and the hallway that's off towards the west side. And then based on where the site is, you obviously then put some focus in towards Old Tower if you're going down towards the bottom, or in towards Blue Tower and Eagle if you're attacking the top. So I think you'll see those 2 sites first and foremost, and then we'll go down towards Med afterwards, assuming, of course, that we don't see one of those top 2 sites won by the defenders. On the attacking side, though, Tim, It's all things to go for shields. I'm seeing Blitz, I'm seeing the Blackbeard, and of course, seeing quite a bit of vertical play able to come out from Pasha at the same time, if so required. And Sense, of course, going to cut off a lot of lines to sight as well. Can't imagine Rebels want to make this one too easy for Virtus Pro, though. They cannot be letting them get straight towards sight here. I'm looking towards things like the Shanka, the C4. They want to try and disrupt them here as best they can.
Okay, just working on that external wall for the time being. A little bit of direct access into sight. This wall's always fairly important. We see it really central to Fortress, if maybe you're not too familiar, given that it's our newest map. Maybe we've seen plenty of it now. It's very popular in the competitive scene, but if you've not seen too much of it yourself, that wall's particularly important. It's either an extended hold or, in this case, the site itself. Ooh, a little self-flash from Pasha. Not ideal. Tries to take the fight, but can't. Pino manages to get the kill, but there's that aggression, there's that pressure. The Blitz managing to get the trade, and how about that? The little headshot through the wall with a pistol takes down Linku. 3 versus 3 though, as Lems manages to find the trade onto the Blitz. This is a bloodbath so far.
It's one of them where even when we've had that chaos downstairs, it's still 3 versus 3. Things are still very much all even. I think Aston really realized there for a second. He had a player out towards his left and almost lost his life for it. Sure enough, you got two. You've got both Skies and Rorik out there, one watching in towards him, and they know where he is. He's got to be so careful on where he tries to move around from here. But Rebels otherwise looking pretty comfortable. 2 inside the site, looking on the ready to go. Of course, got the shield of Dan that can still look to march on forward. The Blackbeard here. Asta's still going on moves as we hit the last 40 seconds.
Need to start getting that progress in towards sight, and that's exactly what's going to happen as Skies manages to pick up Asa, and we are now 3 versus 2. Blackbeard still on the board as well. Going to be very difficult for Rebels to hold on as Lems just gets pinned back there. We can see Virtus Pro creating the space. Skies manages to get a second onto Lems. 3 versus 1 now. It is all up to Marto. We saw him do it yesterday in a 1 versus 3.
Don't do it.
But surely not. With 7 seconds left to go, Dan will look to secure the plant. Marto 1v3 becomes a 1v2. He's a bit of a specialist, Des.
Nah, he's dead. He's behind him. The Dan light surely he must know. He must know. Bro, he must know. They must know that he's creeping forwards here. He's got a golden opportunity. Surely I was going to say seize the arm, but no. Can't quite snap on towards the head. Dan still tucks him towards the room next to him. Obviously wasn't aware of his creep on forward here. Not that it matters too much. Hits the deck here, looking in for the shield. Has got to do something as he's sat on that diffuser like a head on an egg, Tim. And sure enough, Virtus Pro take round 1.
Yeah, good round from Virtus Pro there. They weren't rattled by those early deaths. Losing the buck underneath obviously changed things a little bit from them. They were going to use that to try and take away some of those power positions. A lot of verticality available into that site. But in the end, it just didn't matter. They worked their way in from Old Tower side instead. Just created that space. Used the shield that they had left to do so. Really good stuff from Virtus Pro. And again, it's that kind of problem solving that we've seen from them where historically they might have got stuck, the old roster, at that sort of position. Now there's always a plan B, always a plan C. Beautiful shot, by the way, onto Linku, just predicting his movement there. Great stuff. But yeah, Virtus Pro looking good in round 1.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
Well played, bro. I love that. I mean, yeah, it's a very good start. Nacro, especially downstairs, I think on those two really set them up to give them more space to work with as well, which otherwise could have turned into a bit of a car crash. It was great play by Fenno to get the kill through full flash onto Pasha. So, not bad from Rebels, but just not quite enough. Virtus Pro already looking stifling in the first round. Now, as I mentioned, you're seeing one top floor site. Now we cross over to the other at the top side of the map. Going to play out very, very similarly. Except teams will have a bit more time to move through, or the attacking team, sorry, in Virtus Pro will have more time to move through this bottom side of the map, but there's still that central point of control that you might want to focus on around briefing and around the top corridor as well. So we'll see where the focus comes in for now. I'm looking at the attacking side of things. It's kind of more the same here. You've got that Ying on side. Alternative towards the flashes. Got that Sens here for the second round in a row, interestingly, but Skies wants to slow things down a little bit with the Flores, get those Roteros in, and no doubt shoot through things like Marto's deployable shield, as well as getting rid of things like barbed wire. Again, they banned away this Clash and the Goyo, I think, to speed up their attacks, and clearing the way for your operators to charge on through using those Roteros is only doubling down on that strategy.
Yeah, they lose one there as it gets picked up just coming in through the window, so Have Rebels getting aggressive up towards those windows, just trying to protect that utility. Second Rotero is going to be sent in now to try and do some work, whilst Pasha works on opening Horse door. And again, just creating that little bit of phantom pressure. I don't think they're going to play sort of too heavily from that side, but it just gives that impression that somebody is working from there. So a minute into this first round, not too much of a presence inside the map for Virtus Pro at the minute. Not the end of the world. They're going to be back on the drones, looking just to try and find that space so they can get in and get their beachhead, but don't want to be leaving it too much longer.
Steadily waiting. Still a couple of Roteros to work with. This guy really needs it, but I think they've cleared out what they need, which is in towards Eagle, or just giving up on the fact they were losing drones on the charge through towards that weapons corridor. Nako's got himself on towards Eagle here, not hitting any initial pushback. None, of course, of the Malusis coming out. None of those Thorn traps, none of the Razor Blooms, none of the Elemines coming out either. As you said, Tim, at some point it's got to make a move, I think. Dan's starting his towards the other side, so you can clearly see they've got 3 or 4 players all trying to work in towards this top side, and sure enough, in goes Nako starting his march on forward.
Yeah, manages to get some good space there. Gonna have to dip back away from the Razor Blooms, guys. Manages to pick up Elems elsewhere, and we see us actually move into position to kind of retake that space. They don't want to give this up because the soft wall there is then going to give a lot of access. And they do have to dip back under the threat of that nade. Asa taking damage as well as he tries to back off. Out come the Candelas and on go the Glasses, supported by Marto here as they try to hold on to that side wall, but things are getting a little bit tense. However, Rebels find 3 in quick succession and completely cut the attack down.
Yeah, Asta's done so much work. A great casual is hitting on Tomato, and I thought for a second maybe these guys would get yet another, but no, down to a 1 versus 2 for Pasha. I was about to say, Asta's played it so well. They've relied so much on the Ying in this round, Virtus Pro, and the Warden has done what Warden does, pops on the specs, deals with the flash, and it's all too easy. Good round recovery though, and 1 apiece.
Yeah, exactly the response that Rebels needed. I think Virtus Pro on Fortress, as they said on the desk, is a very good map for them. The last thing they want to do is be getting 2 or 3 rounds behind, because it's going to be a huge ask to come back from that point. Especially, I feel like Rebels are probably going to have the better time on defense, if anything. They might struggle a little bit once they get onto the attack. So yeah, good round for them to pick up, get it done. It's all down to this triple kill as we see coming in. Skies does manage to get a double there to give VP a little bit of a hope. I think the damage has already been done realistically, as it was Asta and Marto just managed to get 3 in quick succession, all on that soft wall, and it was really well played from Rebels.
Reloading ammo.
All right, well now someone's got to break the deadlock in this first quarter, and as I mentioned, you might just see us bounce back and forth on this top floor if we didn't see 2 defenses won in a row. Downstairs, I mean, the Hammam site, awful. Very open as all, go directed towards site and plant there with an absolute dump load of utility. Only really going to find yourself going down towards down to medical if we get these 2 top floor sites won, and given 1 still open here, we'll jump straight back into it. So looking back at what went down last time around, well, Asta was playing with fire, quite literally on the Chanka, but also dancing in and around bending, trying to keep a little bit of a question mark on what was going on outside. He went through, I think, about 15 of those Shumakas to manage to waste an absolute truckload of time. And if not for, I think, a little bit of composure coming out from Virtus Pro at the very end of the round as well, Marto was potentially a chance to have a repeat of yesterday's 1v3. Admittedly not quite as glamorous, Tim, but it still would have been a 1 versus 3. So not exactly an overwhelming affair for Virtus Pro. They were still very good. They were very oppressive, I thought, but not out of reach for Rebels to win this round.
Doubling down on those shields again. Blackbeard and Blitz certainly been doing some work for Virtus Pro so far. Going to continue to try taking advantage of that. Create those entries and create that space here in round 3. Still quite tentative about getting into the building here, Virtus Pro. We haven't seen, we said in round 1 we were expecting maybe a bit of aggression, maybe a little bit of a rush, you know, get in there, use those aggressive operators. It's not really something that we've seen too much so far. The entry seems to be coming generally at around the sort of 1 minute 15, 1 minute 30 mark, as we are seeing now. They're only just starting to really step foot in. There's Pasha, who is the one underneath in cafeteria, but other than that, yet to sort of really challenge towards site, and I'm not sure they're aware of Asta's position here. This could be big trouble.
Yeah, like I mentioned, the bans should really be what's enabling them to move forward, with comfortable pace. And just because we're a minute and a half and they're not yet asking questions of sight, it doesn't mean, they're going too slow here. It's not the end of the world. I think as long as you're there with 40 seconds or so to go, you're not in a bad spot. But it's about chewing through all these things that are looking to slow you down. It's why you've seen so much trap-based play coming out of Rebels still. They haven't got the Goyo to lean on. They haven't got the Clash to lean on. So leaning instead on things like the Thorn, in towards the Malusi, in towards the other trap ops that they've brought throughout this half should try and slow things down at least a little bit. Fenno letting Pasha by, and Pasha just styles on him, man. Managed to sprint past him the first time, doubles back for a kill, and gets the entry that's so sorely needed. Now they've got to start a march on 4, looks for a second, but Linku's there to get one back, one apiece, and now he should be able to drop away at least a little bit.
Yeah, Pasha's really struggling to get going maybe as much as he was yesterday.
Linku,
10 and 3 yesterday, great game for him, but a little bit quiet so far today. Linku and Asta managed to get one apiece. And this is something that Rebels have done really well over the last couple of rounds. I commented on the triple kill in round 2. It's the same here in round 3. Getting those kills stacked up together to swing that man count, to really press the advantage. 4 versus 4 becomes a 4 versus 2. And all of a sudden, Virtus Pro massively on the back foot. Only 20 seconds left to go. Breaches still need to happen. Still being challenged. I think they're really going to struggle to get anything out of this round. Nitro goes out. Will do some damage to Naquo, along with the smoke as well. Default cams are still up. Virtus Pro just not really prepared in this position. Linku makes it 3 in the round. 5 seconds left to go. Naquo pistol only. He knows there's nothing that he's going to do here. Just takes a little pause on the red stairs for the team to have that 5 seconds, and that's going to be the second round then going over to Rebels.
Yeah, like I said, someone's got to break that deadlock in that third round and take the advantage, and Rebels doing it. Not wholly unsurprising, I think, on the defensive side, but some good efforts by Virtus Pro. I think Rebels have adapted as they've gone through that one. They've been willing to challenge across more of the map. And for those who are kind of looking at the meta now, I think anyone who's played ranked will know this experience of being, you get Snake scanned, you get yourself Dockerby calls, you get yourself Lion scanned, you get Grim coming over the top, you get Deimos strat. It sucks to try and play out on the roam right now, but you kind of have no choice. That you can't afford to sit inside a site because attackers are so oppressive right now that you've got to try and remove 1 or 2 out on the roam. And what I think you've seen really effectively done in that round, especially by Linku there, absolutely wonderful work being done by him. Got out there, got a couple of kills. You see him flashed up on your screen now as well. You had Aston ratting inside of a corner where he hadn't been droned out. They've just constantly been trying to trip up players on the side of Virtus Pro there, and they've got away with 2 or 3 kills in that round. That unless you're being really militant as a team about droning and intel collection, you're going to pay the price. So I think it was a great read by Rebels to identify. They didn't really have any intel operators in that round. Look at what the Corrects know potentially here, Tim, going into round 4. You've got Deimos, you've got the Snake coming on side. They're sick and tired of these games that are being played.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think definitely wanting to make sure that Rebels have a little bit less space, whether that be out on the roam, whether that be inside a site, particularly the Ram, the Snake, looking to just be oppressive, make it difficult to hold those positions, because either you've got a vertical above you or you've got a Snake scanning you, and they're just making it as difficult as possible to stay in those power spots, which, as I say, Rebels have done really well so far. The triple kill, the double kill have both come from those sort of situations where they're just holding out about that. Marto just playing on the threshold, sees the shadow, steps out and takes Dan down. Rebels are playing with so much confidence. I love this from them.
They're playing to be disruptive, Tim. It's like I was speaking about a second ago. If you can get up in the face before they can punish you with the intel-heavy operators, wonderful. And I think Virtus Pro are going to start learning a lesson very sharply here, that they need to be fixing this. Yes, you managed to win 1 round off the back of it. You've lost your Snake there. Admittedly, somewhat unfortunately, he was the first one to go down. Otherwise, you still got him available. But to lose him in that fashion really reinforces, I think they've got to slow down in the early round. It's all good wanting to go fast with your bans, but trying to go fast and being a little bit too liberal with the space that you think you have in your control, I think is what's punishing them here. That's going to have to change after round 4.
A little bit of indecision maybe creeping in for Virtus Pro here, just concerned about that horse door. I think, being very cautious about which the entry point is. Maybe says to me that they don't have full coverage in terms of that intel. Do they have the drone coverage that they need? Looking across the bottom there, very few active drones left remaining. We've got 1 in pocket for Skies. Other than that, There is not much going on, so Virtus.pro look like they're playing a little bit blind at the minute. They've got that top floor. They can at least be secure in that. They can start working the verticals, but honestly, this is a site where we don't really see the vertical, at least so far. That may change in time, but we just don't see it creating too much of an advantage because you can see the defense is so far off. If you look at those blue silhouettes, they're playing this so deep. They backed right up, and that's where they play through choice. So you're not disrupting them by taking that vertical.
Absolutely, but again, this is what Rebels have done well here, I think, is they're not fully backed away from the aggression either. They've still got Linku holding around upstairs with a Lems looking to be a little bit problematic. So while Rorik might be sitting here thinking, yeah, top four's completely fine, I'd like to think there are a couple of players on Rebels who disagree with that statement. A smoke coming out from release upstairs from the Capitale along with a grenade as a smoke comes out from Asset in response. So at least trying to keep them at bay for now. No one striking on forwards, and sure enough, the C4 comes down, doesn't quite find anybody, and now they set their march on forward. Tim, here we go. If they can get rid of Nako, this is big. He's on 1 HP, Tim. A single breath of that gas sees him down. Pasha hits the deck as well, but Rorik, he don't care. He starts on the march, gets 2 for himself, but it's a 2 versus 3. Still work to do.
Yeah, beautiful double from him to at least get them back into things. The Lems, however, has taken that top floor, and it is big, big trouble. Manages to secure both of the down kills, so there's going to be no option to get them back on the feet. Would have been difficult anyway. Rorik is going to go for a plant here, and I'll tell you what, Skies is on the cover, and they're going to get away with this. Pros don't fake. Manages to stick it, and Rebels might have just let them get away with one, but no, on the retake, Lems manages to come in and find the first. Can they get the other kill that they need? Rorik takes big damage there, and surely a matter of time until it's Linku who manages to pick him up. And that's another successful defense for Rebels. Virtus.pro on the struggle bus right now.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, that was better to a point. They kept all 4 players alive for the execute, great, but still had a couple of players that were lurking off on the flanks that were going to ask questions of them and cause them bother as that round went on. I think they'll look back at it and say, yeah, the start was the real problem there. I thought we might get a tack timeout because that intel game, I think, is what's been really stinging them. Rebels haven't banned away the Dokebi, they haven't banned away the Snake. There is still a lot that you can play into here, and I kind of come back to what Fresh was saying on the desk earlier about Fnatic yesterday. They were playing very default, they weren't really playing the meta, they weren't playing these intel heavy operators. I kind of feel like Virtus.pro are falling foul of the same thing here, where they're not playing into these operators that are really strong. I'm not saying they're absolutely busted, you must play them, but I feel like a couple could really help here. Just a couple.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think Virtus.pro, they need to... I don't think they necessarily need to get the next 2 rounds. I think a 4-2 on the attack is not the end of the world for them. I think, like I say, once they get onto the defense, we're going to see a little bit of a shift in the power of this game away from Rebels. But, you know, they don't want to let it get too far away from them. 5-1 would be, you know, a real blow to Virtus.pro, whichever way you look at it. So, yeah, I think whatever advantage, you know, as you say, whatever advantage they can find, wherever they find it, they need to dig in and just do it at this point, and you know, make sure that they're giving themselves the opportunity. So we're going to be defending office and bathroom this time around for Rebels, and just looking at the lineup for Virtus.pro, if it sticks, we've got the Thermite on side, which would scream to me 1 of 2 pushes. It's going to be through dorms and games here that you can see and trying to breach meeting wall where the projector shines on the wall, or alternatively it's going to be similar to where they pushed last time, up at that top side, try and get white stairs and then breach the wall directly into site, assuming that it is reinforced. But I would imagine that we're looking more towards meeting and briefing here.
For sure. Okay. Tim, look at that line at bottom right corner of the screen for us. What do you see?
I mean, I see a lot of things there, Des, that are not going to make it easy for Rebels, but the Brava stands out immediately.
It's, again, that lack of intel, though, that's bothering me, Tim. Again, I don't think it saves the round for you, but just having something when you know they've been playing so aggressive, especially after a timeout. Teams like to be aggressive. They like to get up in your face a little bit here, knowing you've got some well-thought-out plan or some key change to the game plan. What do? Smack them in the face. They don't really get time to even think about executing that, and they're playing recovery mode once again. So we'll see how it builds out. I don't hate the Brava. I do think, knowing that we've seen Malusi throughout the entire half so far, we've seen a lot of the traps coming out as well. I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't feel it's the 100% the solution, but maybe they'll prove me wrong. We'll see how things build out from here.
I mean, arguably, you know, you've questioned intel there. It gets you that bit of extra intel as well. You know, if you can keep those Brava drones alive, they are ultimately drones as well. After those, you know, hacks have gone, they can still be used in that capacity. So might just give them a little bit more freedom there with that gadgetry as well. But we do see them taking out that old tower Banshee to begin with, which already is fantastic because it means that Naquan on the Blitz can start getting aggressive in towards dorms, in towards bedrooms, which was where I suggested they would like to go, and they're clearing it out really, really well. Rorik's in a position now where he can push forward. They can start trying to take briefing, look to get that wall breach through in towards bathroom. It is sort of half open, but they're going to have options here. There's not just that wall. They've used the thermite on the external into dorms to clear that out and get a double kill. And now the map really is theirs to choose from for Virtus Pro.
This is the first time they've had that man advantage as well as the crucial part. In a spot where surely they can use the time that they've been afforded to get this one over the line in comfort. A lot of utility to play behind, 4 smokes in back pocket, a couple of frags to move players as well. No real complaints, but my eyes fall towards Asta smokes. We saw them in previous rounds being used to respond to smokes that went down from the attackers at the same time. Zingo the Candelas and Blinku's in for wanted. Again, he's just been on flanks all half long and constantly getting away with kills. He's up to 8-1 at this point across 5 rounds. Another Candela comes on through, yet he's still staying mobile.
Yeah, VP haven't really been able to control that movement, have they? And they brought her along the gridlock this time, which screams, yeah, we know that's a problem, but still not really able to kind of, you know, keep him in a box, really, and keep him in a position whereby he's not damaging you. Smoke canister will come out, but they're just going to run in through that, looking for kills at this point. Pasha, I think he's not aware, will be cut down. That quiet game continues for Pasha. 1 and 5 now, really not good for Virtus Pro. As Rebels look to hold on, they will do, and it is 4-1.
Look, I hate to sound like a broken record because I've now said it 3 rounds this half. Intel is costing them so badly. Like, I don't know if like a reliance on the Ying is the play here and it's an award and response thinking, oh, they won't play Warden all the time, it'll be fine. The problem is they're still able to deal with it. Linku has danced around 2 sets of those Candelas coming out, still managed to get a freebie, has then got himself tucked into a corner. They have no drones to figure out where he is. BP are falling apart through a lack of information, and I just don't see any real attempt. Tim, I want you doing that when we play rank together, all right? I want you going nuts.
That's how I am all the time.
But again, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like we're falling foul of the same thing round after round here, but Virtus Pro aren't really adapting to it. And listen, people who can't play, coach. People who can't coach, commentate. That's why I'm sat here. That's why they're in the server, right? But no doubt they've got a game plan. It's why they've had the tact time that they feel they have an answer to what's in front of them. But I feel you've been stung by the same thing so many times over now, but just not made the adaptation to deal with it. This could be a 5-1 half to Rebels, Tim, and I can't believe I'm saying this after a brilliant performance from VP yesterday. They could find themselves on the wrong end of a 7-1, 7-2 here.
Absolutely could, and I'd be very surprised by that. But at the same time, I'm not saying I love it because, you know, I really like seeing Virtus Pro win. They're a team I enjoy watching. But in terms of the league, you know, I always say things like this. It's let's have everybody winning. Let's have chaos because that's maximum entertainment. You know, who would have said after the first 2 play days against Falcons and Virtus Pro that Rebels would be probably sitting top of the league on 2 wins? You know, it's unbelievable, but it's brilliant. What a story. Love to see it.
Well, I'm here for the upsets, Tim. Let's keep that ball rolling all day long. And for me, the only game that couldn't really be an upset was the next one, Falcons versus Twisted Minds, because either team realistically can win that game. Everything else, well, it's up for grabs on who comes out on top if we carry on with this upset trend that we've seen rolling in so far. Now, here we go. An initial focus on towards trying to get rid of that mirror window, quickly dropped away from as they rotate out towards this hallway window, looking in towards Horse Door as well, where Linku, shock horror, is still hanging out and waiting to cause a bit of bother.
Wanting to get that shield in. Virtus Pro really need this last attacking round, and they just haven't really been able to get any success out of the shields. Naquo's been playing them consistently. You know, Dan's been bringing the Blackbeard as well, and you can see the combination between the 2 of them. You know, not very many kills on the board and not really too much impact in these rounds. It's something that Rebels look like they've been prepared for and have been able to deal with pretty well and continue to do so. They're not going to be bullied by them, and they always seem to manage to get onto that flank, onto that difficult angle for the shields to cover. And right now, a minute 40 into this round, and Virtus Pro only really just getting control of that office and horse side.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone from basing one mirror window to down and spaced up against another one. At least this vote's going to help them a little bit on that. I'm gutted because Pasha, I'm pretty sure he's in my fantasy today as well. He's 1-5 at the minute, Tim. This is not a good day for me. Pain. He played so well yesterday, he's got over Stinker. It's kind of the rule, isn't it, I guess. I really hope Shaiko doesn't, because he's also in my fantasy and he's captain, so please, God, Shaiko, don't let me down in that next game, I swear to God. However, as things stand, we're down to the last 45. Dayquo at least gets the entry. Not bad as Marto falls, but my eye naturally falls towards Linku here, who is, yes, backing towards sight, but still standing and still able to do a lot of damage.
Really need to press this advantage now, but time could become a factor. 30 seconds left to go. Dayquo looking to try and bully his way into sight a little bit. They've got a good idea of the positioning of these players, but it doesn't matter because it's the bullets that are finding VP at the minute. Pasha taken down. Dan with a response, and there's another one. Rorik onto Ilems, and they managed to get it done. A 3K in the round for Dan, and Virtus Pro could not have got a better timed win in a round for them there. 4-2 makes this look not so bad when they're heading onto the defense, but that does not really paint a picture for me of what has been going on so far. Rebels well on top, and Virtus Pro a little bit lucky to come away with the 4-2 half.
You know who will paint that picture for us, Tim? The desk. Let's go there now.
Thank you, guys. I think Ace put the nail on the head there, right? It makes a lot of sense what we're seeing. You know, a little bit of a salvaging from Virtus Pro at the end there, but what we're starting off with in this game is just flawless and good defense on the side of Rebels.
It feels like a replica of yesterday. We're looking at a team that plays so well in defense, that understands the win condition, that is willing to get aggressive early on, that knows when to fall back. I take a look at round 3, for example, and I look at a team that is perfectly able to, the last 50 seconds, to surprise players. This is such a great example of one thing that team kept on saying, which was the lack of information on the side of VP, getting them punished again and again and again. Rebels playing in corners, playing in crossfires, not afraid of extending. It works so well, Jack, early in the round, but also in the late round.
Yeah, especially in the late round. They had the composure. They're in a 3 versus 2, but it is a post-plant scenario. And what do? They go at exactly the same time. And this is what we were saying about them. Yeah, you know, their improvement from kickoff. We saw it yesterday. We challenged, could they do it again today? Can that team play be there? Can that confidence be together? And I think emphatically through that first half, we can prove, yes,
a proper free school, a proper 3-2-1, we go together as one, and look at the energy that we're seeing from these guys. As a reminder, we had access to voice comms during kickoff, and these guys, they maybe were tearing themselves up, you know, they were struggling.
Then they put a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, they were putting a lot of pressure on certain players as well to perform better. And right now, I'm seeing a team that comes well alive together. I think there's a lot of work that has been done also on the mental aspect, and it's showing in game.
Yeah, but isn't that what their coach was saying as well, right? Yesterday when we had the interview, Kizzy was more so about what he has done in the past as well, and kind of like bringing that experience into the team, working on the mental. And so far, it's been helping out for this roster, but they go on the more difficult side now, on the attacks. Thinking of some operator bends, what do we want to see?
I think the key thing to me is that I felt like yesterday,
shields galore in the operator bends, that's what we're going to see.
I felt like yesterday we were seeing or noticing what could have been a comeback from Falcons, in the sense that I don't think that Rebels were as dominating in attack as they were in defense. I think realistically right now, it's funny that they're removing the 2 shields. We're likely to see a third ban that's going to be Blackbird later down the road. I'm not too worried with Rebels. I think they can abuse Deimos, Solid Snake.
Look at it already. Look at the lineup. Deimos.
You can play it, and Blackbird is still open for the first 3 rounds. I just want to see them continue that team play that we've seen in defense, but on the other side.
Yeah, they've been so impressive. VP, on the other hand, have looked a little bit off it. They tried the shields, they tried to make it work, but it didn't quite string it together. They do have the defense half of Fortress to go into.
That's true. Well, hey, 3 rounds would be enough for Rebels to win it out if they can win 3 in a row now here to get those 3 points. Let's see how the second half unfolds.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, let's see how it goes. You've heard the kind of prediction there from Leo. You know, in the Blackbeard, that probably will be a ban that comes out after the 9th round, Tim. But it does still mean that we get 3 rounds of it potentially here coming out from Rebels. And do my eyes deceive me, Tim? We've got Dockerby, we've got Deimos. The things that I was calling for in the first half are making an appearance.
And let's see if they make a difference, more importantly, Des. You know, I know we haven't seen Rebels attack yet, but the difference being, are they going to have a different outcome on the attack to what Virtus Pro were able to achieve? Is it going to, you know, be a difference maker for them? We will see as this one continues. For the time being, Linker's going to be sending in that Twitch drone, looking to clear out electronics. Of particular interest will likely be those Kaid Electroclaws, I would imagine, and also those Razor Blooms. Needs to be careful. That drone's a little bit stuck now. Going to have to drop all the way down to the basement and to try and just get some value out of it.
Potential, Tim. It's all good. It's all good. Yawn, get out of there. Get out of danger. I think you're just going to park that one up and save it for later as those shots just slowly recharge throughout the round. So getting the drones out and down early does mean you've got more chance of getting more of those zaps out to get rid of crucial utility. Now, Marto himself looking for the right track here. He's going to pick up Skies first and foremost, who is having a brilliant game. Up at 7 and 4. And try and put on his best Linku impression, Tim, but Marto wants to put a stop to that one. Sure enough, he'll be scared away very quickly here out from these bottom side sites. And as you can see, Dan is here to support inside a briefing at the same time. So just like that, Tim, a little call comes on through. You know, the Dockerby ring comes out, Deimos at the same time, and they get all this information and lose a shield in the process. That's not so ideal.
No, really not ideal there for Rebels. This is a round that they need to win. You know, round 7's going to be an important one in this because Virtus Pro then get back within touching distance if they win the defense. But it's also that element of, right, you know, we're on the defense now. We're going to start calling the shots. And it will just give them that confidence to get back into things. But it's not looking great for Rebels as Naquo manages to find another, taking down Marto. That's going to be your Deimos as well. So they've lost a lot of that disruption. All they're left with now is the Dorkabay. Very powerful at the minute, as we know, but still, is it enough to get it done in a 3 versus 5 when that's the only op you've got left out of that lineup? Fenor does manage to make that pay. Gets one onto Naquo, 3 versus 4.
All right, and the reinforce comes in to close off into briefing, which is always a bit of a risk at the same time. Like, you typically want some kind of cover there, like a smoke to come through to mean it's safe to do. But that now gives another obstacle for Rebels to have to work their way through. And given they've lost 2 players, it's just another hurdle they've got to get over in the round before they can start looking in towards sight. Now, Linku, hero of back in that. Linku just sound really funny. I was thinking about Legend of Zelda and the whole like trailer that came out earlier on. Link, we'll call him for now. Link, hero of the first half, hero of the game. Has got to step up and go big here to keep his team going. But Pasha gets the kill he needs on towards Fenor, who's trying a bit of a backstab, admittedly a little bit independently there. Alem's winding back the years, finding one for himself onto Dan. It's 2 versus 3, 20 seconds to play. It's not a lot of time, and Pasha hits the double in the round. Could this be a recovery half for him, Tim? It sure well could, but VP, they snuff out that Rebels attack. No bother.
Yeah, you always knew it was going to be difficult with Linku on such low health as well. Never going to make things easy because he just couldn't take any gunfights. He had to try and move around and find himself an absolute nailed-on guarantee, but Virtus Pro were never going to offer anything like that. 4-3, and I think Virtus Pro are going to be sat there pretty happy with the way things are at the minute. Rebels made it very difficult for them in that first half, but picking up the first defense there, only 1 round in it now, and the rest of their defenses laid out in front of them on the map that we know that they are so good on. I think Virtus Pro are going to be looking at this like there's definitely a win on the cards here. We can take this off, maybe 5-1, you know, and get it done 7-5, take the full 3 points and move on with 2 wins.
Attackers have discovered the location.
Okay, well, this is where Rebels have really got to shape up then. We know that first attack looks a little bit limp. We'll typically give them 2 or 3 to see how they shape up. The problem isn't giving them 3, Tim. If Virtus Pro get 3 in a row, they're in the lead at 5-4 on the clearly very defender-sided fortress that we've got here today. And then Rebels are really going to start flailing. So they need to find something of feel here in this second attack. Same as back in the first half. We just switched to which side of the top floor we're attacking onto. So now they can either choose the attackers to move all the way in from Eagle side up towards the north, down towards the south, or go for more of what Virtus Pro did on their first attack on towards this site and just start right at the south side of things, go very direct to site and don't try and play into the whole extension.
Same route again for the Twitch drone. Got himself a little bit stuck in there last time. Had to drop all the way down.
It was planned.
Was it? Had to take out default cams. This time gets a lot more value. Taking out those Vulcan canisters. Much better work there from Linku on the Twitch in terms of utility at least. And we're going to have Marto racing on into the map. We're only 30 seconds in here, and with the Deimos, he's going to start getting aggressive using that space that's being created by the Twitch. But I think Pasha is, well, I was going to say he's well aware. I'm not sure how well aware he is. There's one underneath that he needs to be careful of there. He's kind of getting magnetized in towards the challenge on the Blackbeard, as you would do, but definitely needs to be careful, gets himself away to safety.
It's kind of the same as I said again, that we saw this in the previous round, right? Just don't lose Asta super early on this time round and we're absolutely fine. But through the back of a single Dockerby call and a Deimos track, they forced back these Romans on the side of Virtus Pro and now can take quite a lot of map control as they move their way through. And I'm not, again, saying that these operators are mandatory, but you can see the impact they've had across 2 rounds here. It may not have led to the outcome of the round, but that doesn't mean their impact on the round was bad itself. So I'm enjoying how they're making use of them. They are getting good map control. Now we've just got to see it come together in a good execute towards the close.
You know, just sneaking up those red stairs. A drone goes in ahead of him, so he's aware of those positions. I think he's going to be waiting for other things to happen elsewhere. He needs a little bit of chaos, a little bit of noise to swing that door. Pasha manages to take down Marto. Now might be the time to go for Fenno. Does see the Nitro come out of the door, does no damage to him, but that one will. Nako managing to take down Asa. 5 versus 3 now for Virtus Pro as they are just holding on to this site brilliantly at the minute. They're just giving no opportunities to Rebels.
I'm a bit worried that they're going a little bit out of time here, right? Compared to what Virtus Pro were doing back in the first half. Like, we've seen Marto go down here in a similar way to the last half, where he's stepping forward largely by himself and losing his life individually. Fenno was the same there. There's basically a lot of 1v1s being established around the map that, as we've seen, a couple of C4 kills come out, a couple of crossfires coming from Virtus Pro. They don't look unsettled. They don't look particularly challenged right now by the side of Rebels, who just look a little bit misaligned. Really need to find their way back into this one. I think attack timeout is probably going to help on that front, because I think their ideas are fine. It's just the end of round coming together where things then start falling apart.
Yeah, I think this is what, you know, playing out probably largely as expected. It was maybe a little bit of a surprise for Rebels to come out and maybe do as well as they did on the defense. I'm not taking anything away from them. Played fantastically, but I think we're starting to see kind of you know, the natural order restored here that we might have expected with Virtus Pro getting themselves back on top. 4-4 now on the scoreboard. They've got 3 rounds in a row, which is another important point for Rebels to consider. There's some real momentum now with the side of Virtus Pro. The next round, I think, is really important. I wouldn't normally say it necessarily. You know, when you've 4-4, you've a tied score. It kind of goes either way. You've got 1 round difference. It's not a huge thing. The reason that I think that this is important is we've had the 2 top floor sites, so we now go into that 3rd choice site for Virtus Pro. They're going to have to go downstairs. In theory, should be the more difficult site for them to hold on to. If Rebels don't get this, it's a real missed opportunity. And that's where, when I said, you know, Virtus Pro are going to be looking towards, can we get that 5-1 in this half? This is really going to set them up for it.
Absolutely. Well, like I said, they've got to recover sooner rather than later. Maybe they feel that attack timeout will be what gets them back on track. Now, we find ourselves on the downstairs. If there's going to be any site they do take away, Tim, as you've kind of alluded to, this might be the one where they can get themselves fighting form a little bit better. Start to fight their way in. Now, by the looks of it, with Asta jumping away from that Blackbeard, of course, could be banned away after this round, going instead on towards the Fuse. Could indeed be the intent to get control on the top floor, make use of those gadgetry. Of course, the Bram's going to roll over top floor and do the same. I just don't want to see them over-rely on that Ying like we saw Virtus Pro doing back in the first half, because as we saw coming out of Asta in the first half, that Warden that Rorik is currently playing can be an absolute nightmare.
Gonna say, moving a little bit quicker again. I picked up on this earlier. Virtus Pro quite slow into the map when they were on the attack. Rebels willing to go in and take ground that a little bit quicker, and this time it's going to be aimed towards Games of Dawns. We often speak about this side. We're starting to see a little bit more reliance on the verticality now. In the early days of Fortress, we'd often see teams forgo it all together and just go for that horizontal attack. But this time, we do see that Ram being brought along a lot. Try and get the hatch open. We've got the secondary hard for each on Lems, so he will be tasked with going in and getting that hatch open, and then maybe look for the plant through there once you've got everybody forced away from sight. But Virtus Pro, I think they're going to be happy to kind of sit on their hands on this one, not get too aggressive, and just let the attack develop and then take the kills as they present themselves.
Absolutely. Here we go. Keeping it quite narrow here, not looking to go for the full map clear, I guess, outside of the top floor control that they have got. Only mindful of Pasha is lurking inside bathroom behind them, but they're pulling the trigger and saying now is the time to go. They want to move fast, but yet again, the shield has gone down early here, Tim. That's a bit of a stinger. They lost the Blackbeard early on in this half to a similar thing. In this round, it's the Fuse going down with no questions really being asked. Lems at least gets 1 back, but it feels like the damage has been done.
Yeah, it all revolved around smokes and candelas, but the problem is you've got a warden on the board and you've got no real plan to deal with him. You know, we don't have Thatcher being brought along. We don't have any options, really, you know, to prevent those clusters from working. There's no pocket EMPs. There's nothing there. And they're just being cut down. This time, no, he doesn't need the utility, but he's already had a kill using it. And again, Rebels just seem to be overlooking these important details and now find themselves 2 versus 4, trying to do some work from the hatch. Skies, he's surely going to end up dead here. Does get caught out, but it doesn't matter as Nayquo manages to get a double, including the trade. That's going to be Virtus Pro now taking the lead 5-4. It looks like they could just continue cruising to victory after getting that 3rd choice site done.
It just feels like every time they get a little bit too close there, Rebels, like VP just snap back. Like, they're not being hyper aggressive out on the roam. We spoke about Pasha being out in bathroom there behind them, just asking a couple of questions. But I think as soon as they get anywhere near site, the players that are on site themselves of Virtus Pro are just so comfortable. At least that one was better. Like, there was more of an attempt to play and execute as a team there, as opposed to the constant 1v1 challenges that we saw coming through in the first couple of rounds in this half. And no, it's not going to be a shield being taken away. The Glaz disappears, which means that Blackbeard is available. But truthfully, Tim, I don't think they're that bothered by shields at the moment in time. They've dealt with them wonderfully.
Rebels need to dig deep. And they need to dig deep quickly because this one is going to be over if it continues. Round 7 and 8, we saw Office and Dorms being the rotation for Virtus Pro. I imagine that's what we're going to see them go back through. You know, you asked for those operators that cause problems for the Deimos, the Dockerby. They brought them consistently. Didn't bring Deimos last round, but otherwise we saw them through the first 2, and on the attack, it's just not really gaining them anything. They're not getting any real purchase towards site. They're not getting themselves any control, any opportunity. At no point have I thought Rebels, you know, there's a choice to be made about putting the diffuser down or anything else. You know, they just haven't been in that position, and that's where they need to start finding themselves. And in order to do that, I think, you know, maybe a little bit of alternate utility, because Dockerby and Deimos isn't really doing it for them. Virtus Pro are kind of happy to back away and end up playing on site, end up playing deep and picking up the kills as they come. And so I think Rebels, you know, maybe with a little bit more utility to maybe, you know, they don't really have much breach in here. They've got the 2 secondary gadgets on a Lems, but otherwise, you know, get that Dorm's wall open, get meeting wall open, get, you know, maybe push round to top white and get some walls open, create difficulty inside of site to disrupt Virtus Pro.
Really got to see Linku stepping up. He was 8-1 at one point, and he's now 8-5. That's 0-4 across those last 4 rounds. It's not solely on him, but after a performance like that, back in that first half, you'd really want to see him crack on, push on, and deliver for them in the second half. But it's starting to feel like this one might be slowly starting to slip away. But now, as I said, you're going to see a lot of just being dug in, I think, on the side of Virtus Pro. They don't see a need to go and be hyper-aggressive on towards players Rebels in the same way we saw Rebels doing to Virtus Pro back in the first half. They're happy to sit there, play behind the utility, any C4s they've got, play behind their guns. And you can see what they're digging into. They've got 4 sets of barbed wire they've brought along in this round, all but one of those currently being deployed down. It will give a lot of things for the attackers to have to work their way through, because they've only got a few nades with which to use to clear them out. A lot of them will have to be destroyed the old-fashioned way, getting up close and bashing them out. And that, of course, is free intel then to the defenders on where they're coming from.
Yeah, like I said, it just feels a little bit like Rebels are solving the wrong problems. They're solving extensions and roams that aren't necessarily, you know, certainly not being committed to, and they're not dealing with utility and, you know, space that Virtus Pro want to play behind. And again, they're going to lose that opener. It's going to be the Dockerby taken out. Dan manages to find the kill. Does take some damage along the way, but it doesn't matter because you've lost so much valuable utility there with those phone kills going. 5 versus 4, a minute 10 left to go. And again, Rebels just struggling to make any progress towards site. If you look at where is the path from here to putting the diffuser down, it looks like a long one.
Does at least here they're getting 1 back. However, it was in that 5 versus 3 for a second, and just looked like Aston was getting so close to getting something to even it out at 3-3. Pasha swings round, says no thank you. It's almost like he's taken that power that we saw from Linku in the first half and channeled it into himself, because Pasha was 1-5 at one point, now up to 7-7, absolutely frying the whole team on all cylinders firing, to be fair. The lowest on 7, the highest on 8. Every player on Virtus Pro is involved, which is wonderful to see. A real team effort here to bounce things back after what looked like a pretty difficult first half for them. They're about to go 6-4. There's a lot of work to do. The laser site at least giving someone away. Can't really say no to that increased data, that faster ADS time that you get as a result of having it, though. Ninku looking for what he can, but look at that. It's like walking into death. It's death's alleyway, mate. It's just death. You might get away with one, but there's no time left. You might not even get the KD off the kill either, as well as there could be another swing ready to come on through. Virtus Pro have got him locked down. It's going to be 6 and 4, and it feels like surely they're going to press on here and take the win on Fortress.
Yeah, it does feel, and it's a shame for Rebels, really, because, you know, they played well yesterday. They played well in the first half of this, but their attack has just let them down here on Fortress, and I know they're up against a very good Fortress side in Virtus Pro, but like I say, it just feels to me a little bit like they're trying to solve the wrong problems. They're not really bringing operators that are going to break down sight. They're going to break down utility. They're going to break down power positions, too much. The Deimos, if used vertically, maybe could do that, but otherwise, things like the Dockerby call, a snake scan, if you're playing deep and you're playing in behind things like your utility, like, holding a power position behind an angle where you can't directly be challenged because you've got crossfires set up, then yeah, you can answer the call. You can be snake scanned so they know where you are. Okay, well, challenge me then. But they're losing those challenges. So yeah, I just feel like maybe focusing a little bit more on creating space and clearing that utility might help them win. We actually see that in this, so let's see if we get a bit of a difference here. Oh, I say that Lems was bringing along the book, and I was thinking, right, okay, yeah, get underneath, get that floor opened up, remove some of those power positions, force them into bad spots, but it then gets traded back away. We are going to have the ace, though, so that is going to give us an ability to get that external breach open into dorms, at least, direct pressure into sight, maybe make things a little bit more difficult for Virtus Pro.
All right, well, they've had 4 bites of the cherry to try and make it difficult, Tim, and Virtus Pro look extremely unbothered. I think maybe 3 Entel operators might be a bit of a lean too far that one way. So I'm trying to run 3 or 4 shields and going, yeah, this will sort it for us, I'm sure. You do need a little bit of a balance, and we'll see if they can get the job done here. As I've already said, we haven't really seen Virtus Pro too bothered by shields so far. So the Blackbeard have asked, they're probably looking at and thinking, nah, we could deal with that one. We've got C4s, we've got ways of dealing with this one. We've got smokes that we can hold you back at. One thing the Rebels should be able to do is something they haven't struggled with so far, which is getting all their players around site. You have tons of information as Pasha just drops. That is so smart. Just as he starts getting rounded from Eagle, there's a player coming in from blue above, drops down through the ladder and gets a freebie. Even with all that intel on side, Tim, they've lost 2 players early on. It's the exact opposite of what you'd expect, but that's exactly how things have materialized. Surely Virtus Pro see it over the line.
And look at who they've lost. It's Deimos and Dockerby. Like, it's almost unforgivable to lose, to be shot in the back and to, be in that position where you've just absolutely no idea that the push is coming. Neko manages to take down Lems. Virtus Pro have shown us very, very well how you deal with that Dockerby Deimos combo. Certainly watch this back if you want to have a little lesson in how to do so. And like you say, it looks like it is probably going to be all she wrote on this one. Linku is going to get in there on the snake, try and get a little bit aggressive, but look, the walls of all this is exactly what Virtus Pro have done. They've got the kills, they've fallen back, they've reinforced, and they're now just going to sit and play behind the utility, behind those long range angles, and force Rebels into bad positions to come and challenge them. And there's very little that they can do about it. You're going to see the nade go in there. It's going to dislodge them for a second, but it's not really going to do too much.
There we go. Nako's second kill from the same position as well. All too easy for Virtus Pro, putting up an iron fortress of a defense there, locking out the side of Rebels and taking their second win in 2 days.
Yeah, good performance there from Virtus Pro, showing some good fortitude, some good resilience. They got beaten up a little bit in the first half. Rebels certainly had some game when it came to the defense, but unable to get it done in the second half on attack. Virtus Pro dig deep and get the job done. A great win for them, and that is 2 in 2 to start stage 1.
Well, we've still got 3 more games to come today, Tim, and next one is a big one. Falcons versus Twisted Mind coming up after the break. We'll go to that now, and then our desk will break down this game for you. See ya.
Another 3 points for Virtus Pro. That is a very good start of their week, I'd say. We'll have a talk with one of their players as well as Rorik is joining us on the line. Rorik, congratulations on yet another victory. How would you rate the start of the EML for you guys?
Hello, hello. I think we did a great job on these 2 wins. Today I would say we didn't wake up in starting attack side and did a lot of mistakes because of it, but overall we came back and won them up.
Yeah,
So,
I think that comeback
guess it was nice.
It's a good example of that resilience that you guys have been building. I think a younger team may not have been able to turn things around when you guys reach the defense. I'm just wondering, Rorik, is you build a great fundamental at kickoff and then throughout the major. What are the next big steps for you guys to work on to become that team that is the best in EML and can really contend with the top teams in the world?
I would say we need more time to play together because still we are speaking international language and it would not be that great. For our Russian players, for example, me especially, still a little bit hard because when it's execution, communication is a little bit, I would say, like we are speaking a lot, and I would say this is the next step. We improve our communication, and yeah, that's all. I think if we will fix communication, we will do much better.
Yeah, and my French
overall.
friends are not the best in English as well, so you have an excuse.
Rorik, I've got a really simple question. Who's the best player on your team? Because yesterday, I thought it was maybe Pasha, because he goes crazy. And then today, he has a slightly quieter day, and Skies is the one to step up, and you play really well. Who is the best player on your team?
I think individually we all doing good. It's just roles we play. Like for example, Nike on scoreboard can't be top player, but it's only because he's playing shields. But I think he's a great player, for example. And I can say at all who is best. Like it all depends on the map, on the roles we play. But I'm pretty sure all can do good.
It's like we're speaking the Pasha from last year. It's like, I do my 20%, everybody does their percent together, and we get 100% together.
It works,
yeah.
You guys, where do you think the limit is for your team, though? Because that's 2 wins out of 2. Yesterday was very easy. Today, it obviously tested you a little bit more.
But the comeback was a good...
The comeback, it still looked pretty comfortable in the end.
I don't know, guys. I think last kickoff we played only against 4 European teams because it were groups, and now we need to face all the teams across EML. So I think it's the next challenge for us. Like we will see, guys. We will see.
All right, that makes sense. Well, thank you so much for your time, Rorik, and good luck next week with your next games.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good evening.
I think he was so right when he mentioned that it's a role thing, because if you think of Nako himself, like he said, he plays shields all the time, but whenever Nako is put in a 1v3 and he has a gun up...
by the way.
I
know they lost round, but it's crazy.
That from Skies was insane. Coming back to Nako, like whenever he has a gun up and he's in a clutch situation, you can see that skill. And I think that's the biggest thing with this lineup, is that it feels like there's no weak link.
Yeah.
Everyone has the right role. And I'm really excited just to see VP continue to develop. I'm just a little bit still hungry, because I feel like I've not seen enough of them playing against international teams.
Yeah.
I want them to get to EWC and finally show us what they can do against NA, against Brazil, because right now I can see that the experience of this young team is showing up in these games.
It's really easy for us to just sit on a desk and just throw buzzwords around. But there is one word that I want to say, which is trust. Because these guys seem to trust each other. They seem to trust themselves, and they seem to trust the process entirety. It would have been very easy to be 2-4 down against a team that's actually playing pretty well in Rebels, on Fortress, and actually crumble there. What did they do? They just trusted to go round by round by round by round, and they got it done flawlessly on their defense. And realistically, I think it was Ace who said it in the cast. After 1 round, he was like, VP they're gonna be feeling good, and they're gonna get into it.
And you just look at the statistics and you think every single player was involved in opening kills. Every single player is positive or neutral. All of them have the same amount of kills, as well. 7 to 9. I mean, everyone is standing up. And like, it's not just a thing of roles here. Even fraggers are on the same level of support players. I'm liking it.
I said Pasha had a quieter day, and he did actually on the attack, and then even then, he pulled some kills out of it, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. But it's good to see. It's a very stable performance from this roster. Kind of what we were expecting as well. A good start for them in their first week of the EML, and that means that we can move on to our third game of the day. We have Falcons and Twisted Minds, and now this game in kickoff was a really big one in my opinion. It was like the game that determined who was going to play phase 1, who was going to play phase 2. You know, we talked about Twisted Minds having to go up against the organization that dropped them essentially to pick up this Falcons roster, and just because of that, I expect a lot of fireworks today. Also because Falcons lost that game yesterday. They are seemingly the favorites in this matchup, but when we look at Falcons and that game yesterday, it seems like they might be struggling to find this new identity.
And I think that's a fair assessment. I think when you look at kickoff and look at the fact they didn't win it or even come close to winning it, when you look at Salt Lake City and you look at the fact they didn't come close to winning that, and the fact they lost in an upset yesterday, you could be saying Falcons are struggling. Why is that? Well, you look at their new player Doom and their old player Shaiko, and if we pin them head to head, you will see that they are very, very different players. Now, this isn't saying Doom is a problem by far, but you'll see that they're very, very different. Shaiko was an entry. He played pretty much the same attackers all the time. You know, we saw him on the Deimos, the Nomad very, very often. Loves that ARX. He played a lot of Legion on defense. Doom's very flexible. Plays Breach for them, plays Flank Watch for them, plays basically any initiator operator, entry operator, or even, you know, shields at times. We've seen him on the shields as well. So what I think is happening potentially is Falcons is still struggling to somewhat find their identity a little bit, Leo.
Yeah, so if I had to summarize things, I just want you to have a mental picture in front of your head. You have the Falcons roster, and you imagine that Shaiko is part of that roster. Now, with the way that Shaiko plays, it forces you to play a certain way around him.
Yes.
Because he will always play the same roles and the same operators. You play the game a certain way. When you pick up Joom, in front of you, suddenly you have lowered the ceiling, but also have improved it at the same time.
Yeah.
It means that you may be a little bit more inconsistent, but in front of you, you have now a plethora of avenues you can take your team. Many different players can now take different roles because Joom can play everything. And so basically, Jack, they went from a G2 that plays around Shaiko to a phase that can play with 5 players that are floating around in terms of rounds. And it's really good, but like you said, you need to find that balance.
And in that transition period, there's going to be games where it looks really bad. That clip yesterday, we've all seen it, we've shown it a million times now. It looks really bad on Falcons, but I think that's part of the transition of learning what this team is and who slots in what roles perfectly now, because it's so much more malleable than it was under the old roster.
Yeah, it's mental resilience that is needed from them today as well, obviously, given what happened yesterday. But for their opponents, when we talk about Twisted Minds, confidence is definitely something they have. No lack of it whatsoever for this team. We spoke to Dove yesterday, the person that you just saw on your screen in the interview, who was saying that they're kind of manifesting it for themselves. Confident is what they feel, is what they breathe.
I absolutely loved it. It's so much confidence. We are 100% better than anyone we play. And it's a big thing. You know, we've seen time and time and time again, when you respect your opponent way too much, they often will just absolutely walk over you. And when you don't, when you believe you're the best, when you believe you have the confidence, you make the plays without any hesitation. And this is all the game style that Twisted Minds want. They want to play without hesitation, without any thought whatsoever, so they need that confidence.
That, to me, is the main point, because the way Twisted Minds is playing, we all know it, it's one of the most entertaining playstyle that we've seen. It is relentless aggression, it is some really weird picks, it is Hashom prone in some corner and going for a crazy pick that no one expects. And you cannot do that if you don't have confidence. Otherwise, you're going to crumble. You're going to lose critical gunfights. And let's be honest, most of the wins that they get are based off unpredictability. You're unpredictable. And so a way to be unpredictable...
Even though you know it's coming.
Exactly. It's unpredictable, and to make it work, you need to be fully confident you're going to win that gunfight. Now, the key thing for Twisted Minds, and what makes them really good right now, is their ability to make that consistently and to know the limits. And that's something that they've learned during kickoff. I think that they experienced this during the major, and that's why they completed the top 4 at the major. Of course, they're going to be confident. They were the best EML team at the major.
Now, I want to talk map Vita, because I can see something in the corner of my eye when I look at the lobby, and I just hope that what I'm seeing is true. Yes, we are going to border. When I said fireworks on this map with these two teams, 100%.
If you ask me on which map in a BO1 I want to see Falcons and Twisted Minds play, it will always be border. I need a TDM game. I need multi-kills, Jack. I need a firework in the workplace.
Yeah, I just need big aggression. I need individuals to be able to show their prowess. That's exactly what's happened. It's not going to be pure siege. It's going to be grimy. It's going to be scrappy. It's going to be gunfight heaven. But that's exactly what you want from these two.
Oh, I am set. I am excited for this game. It is going to start, and we'll send it back to our casters.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, isn't this an interesting map pick, Tim, when you've got one of the most, what feels like aggressive teams in the world in Twisted Minds coming up against what's often regarded as one of the more stable and structured ones in Falcons?
Yeah, I actually like the pick for Falcons. And the reason being, obviously, look, a tough day yesterday. You know, we won't labour on the point too much of the way they lost the game. But ultimately, I think the real mistake there was they got a bit lost in the sauce in that situation. When I've watched it back on the match replay a couple of times today and tried to get an idea of, like, you know, what has happened there, what has gone on. And I think that the big factor was that they had 40 seconds left. They had time to resolve that situation, and they had the knowledge that the last player was up above them. And, you know, it was possible to hold all staircases, Breeder take out the shell, they plant. But they know that, you know, it was more about, I think, just getting lost in the sauce. There seemed to be some, like, urgency crept into that situation because they just got a couple of kills quickly, and it was like, right, get the diffuser down. And it was kind of this urgency that wasn't there. And I think, realistically, that's not something I expect from Falcons. It's not something that I think we will see repeatedly. But I think Border suits them today because that situation, that loss is all still very fresh in their minds. They'll have no doubt had a talk about it all last night, gone over it, whatever else. And I think just removing, you know, some of the layers that we can get in Siege and just coming onto Border and saying, do you know what, we're just going to outgun them, which, let's be honest, Falcons are capable of doing against absolutely anybody. And it's that kind of map where you know it's just going to be, as they said on the desk, TDM style, just, you know, it's going to be so many gunfights, it's going to be gritty, it's going to be grinding it out. And I think it's probably the medicine that Falcons need today. You know, let's not overcomplicate it, let's not make it too big, let's just get the job done and get a win on the board.
Absolutely. And the last time these two teams played, well, guess what, Tim? In map 1 of that best of 3, it was on Border. We had 5-1 defensive halves for both teams, only for Twisted Minds to win a defense and an attack in OT and take it 8-6. And both teams, if you're curious, on the defensive sides, they walked away with 3-3Ks each. So it was very much a hero play moment coming out of the back of it when they were on the defensive side. A couple of clutches being won out by Hasham too. All look pretty good. So hopefully we see a little bit more attacking prowess from both teams in this game. Twisted Minds taking away the Thorn and the Goyo, by the way. Again, similar to what I said about Virtus Pro back on the previous map. They want to go fast. It's Border. You want to move at quite a little bit of pace here. Solitov dug himself side in security. Knows that one is always watching off, and Dovahkiin. I tell you what, we were joking about this yesterday and saying, you know, guards, teams will be racing to try and get his signature. But you know what? Dov played well yesterday, and that is a wonderful shot to start things off.
Yeah, brilliant start there. And Solitov, he had a bad day yesterday, and it doesn't start any better so far today. CCTV already coming under serious pressure here. We've got Leak of Fact. He's rotated in there. I don't know if he was already in there to try and support Solitov. He must have been because the wall's reinforced. But yeah, he's now all alone, and he's in a situation where he's going to be coming under significant pressure, and he's probably going to have to play his life there one way or another. There is a little bit of support for him here, which you do need if you're going to try and play in CCTV. If you're trying that in your ranked games, you always need somebody kind of playing at half wall that can play across. But like that for the trade, essentially, Users does manage to get Jalad, but the damage is done. They've lost 2 already. Nitro goes out, not going to get the job done. Continues trying to fight with the Blackbeard here, Users. He knows that his team needs something. They need something to get them established in this round, level things up 3-3, because at the minute they've got a man disadvantage, and this is not looking good for Falcons.
Trix has played this so well. He's shot out a C4. He's dealt with a second C4 that was thrown at him as well, and is still applying pressure. Users is entirely distracted while his team are in this advantage. Oh! Sprays through the man and gets rid of 1P9 behind him, and then finally gets rid of Trix. Down to a 2 versus 2. Users could be on for an ace here in round 1.
And this is exactly why I said Falcons are good coming to Border, because it just removes, you know, yeah, you can lose a couple of kills. Yeah, you can, you know, lose a bit of ground. You can do these things and you can fight your way back into it no matter what. It just simplifies things, and Users made it about as simple as it gets, but so does Dover. Users just strafing across that door there. Dover ready and waiting, takes his man down, triple in the round for him. Great stuff from Twisted Minds, who get themselves the first round on Border done.
And I think that round is probably pretty representative of why many don't particularly enjoy Border. It's definitely at our end of the pool in terms of being very gunfight heavy, and you hear that and go, well, I actually said to you before, like, I have issues with people saying that, oh, it's a gunfight heavy map, and no one ever really says like why, or says explicitly why it's kind of seen or perceived to be that way. It's because from outside the map, as you've just seen, pretty much every challenge comes together. The first entry that we saw, outside the map. Yusuf's getting a couple of kills, just looking outside the map. Very rarely do you see gunfights happen inside the building unless it's inside of office itself or happening downstairs. And even then, there are still early challenges that come in towards bathroom window, for example. And so it can just be a little bit... It takes away from what you've seen on the last map, for example, when there's a lot of things to work through in the map itself. And for many, the pure form of Siege is about working through problems. It's working your way through utility. It's pincing on towards roamers together. You don't really get a whole lot of chance to do that on Border, I don't think, overall. But it does mean you're going to see some wicked multi-kills coming out between these two. That is for sure.
Yeah, that would definitely be the expectation. It's the opportunity is there. And as you say, I think we're going to see plenty more of it as this one goes on. The only question is each round, who is it going to be this time? Who do we need to watch? We never really know because there's 10 talented players inside of the server. We're going to have a quick entry in through detention here. We've got P9 ready with the super short. He is going to open things up. I think he's just going to need to reload a couple, but yes, we'll now be able to make it passable. Yes, there we go. Ashawn manages to get in, and I like this from Twisted Minds. This is half of the battle a lot of time for the attackers on Border. Is getting inside of the map.
It's so easy.
That's it. They're just going in there, getting it done and taking a bit of ground.
I was going to say, because now mute jammers have got that slight extension to their range as well. Like, you can get them into some spots behind doors, but they can't be killed from the door. So you need to get support from above. You need to roll a nade on through like we used to see historically. It can be a real headache to try and press on through mute jammers these days, but they've managed to deal with it and at least get their march on through and towards customs and supply.
A bit of attention towards these stairs now. Twisted Minds opportunity to get in there and take that ground, but June does manage to move himself onto the staircase, so he is continuing to contest that area. He is going to come under a lot of pressure, though. He might find himself having to dip away, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's got the TCSG, so he could actually open up some angles onto that door through the floor if he wanted to, but they do, of course, work both ways. Leakerfact looking to support, but Greedy who actually manages to find the kill. I like this from Leakerfact, though. Look at this mobility, just using those impact nades to create some new paths for himself, but it's that man again. Dover takes down Solitov, 4 versus 4 as he gets Twisted Minds back into the round.
At least getting something for sure. Not quite the end of the world yet, though. P9 getting ready to use it, so that might really start to slow things down, and Trixed into another. That's 2 kills for Twisted Minds, who, when they turn that heat up, are very hard to cool down. Leakerfact and Brede with it all to do here against 4 players on the other side, and they've got an absolute age of time to work with Tim. 60 seconds on this map. You're laughing, aren't you? You take that every day of the week.
Yeah, you really are. Like you say, there's an absolute age. You can just push slowly, you know, realistically on either floor. There's about 6 rooms that you're working with, you know, so you can just track down people and put them in bad situations, just like they've done there. They've just very, very slowly pushed down with the blitz, forced the player into blue, and then they've got a crossfire from 3 directions onto them. Last kill comes inside of sight. That is going to be second round for Twisted Minds. Looking good.
Yep, and dare I say to a level team, looking to kind of play the meta across those 2 rounds too. We're aware from round 1 there were a couple trying to roam and be a little bit difficult, so the gridlock came along. Had the blitz in this round to punish off the back of a dock would be cool. But back in round 1, just to kind of touch back on that now, I've thought about it a bit further, they kind of played a ranked classic. They had the Nomad to cut off the flanks or punish players that were dug into spots. They had Grim, they had Dockerby, they had Deimos, they had Blackbeard. This is the kind of stuff that is making ranked hell on earth right now, and I can only imagine when you've got a very coordinated squad of 5 running at you, it's going to feel even more punishing. They're making great use of the operators, always 1 shield, at least 1 utility coming along, and then 1 info coming along, and then 1 utility in the form of Nomad, plus 2 flex spots. They're playing it brilliantly so far.
Falcons got to find an answer. Defending on board is not always the easiest. You've got to be very aggressive with it. You've got to stop the attacking team getting inside of the map, and that's something that Falcons have struggled with a little bit so far. And you're going to with the operators that have been being brought along, the Deimos, the Dockerby, the shields each time. It's been Blackbeard, it's been Blitz, just making life really, really difficult for Falcons to hold positions. Grim being brought along as well, Buck being brought, you know, all these operators that are going to force you to move around. And Twisted Minds when they've created that movement amongst Falcons, have been in the right places to pick up the kills as well. And that's something that Falcons need to deal with. They're going to try to play power positions. They've got to be focusing on how do we keep ourselves in these positions. You know, I can't really criticize what they've been doing. The first round, for example, they had Solotov and Likafak inside a CCTV back each other up, and then they had Jesus on the half wall position with the wall half open as well. So he can challenge it. You know, you've got that setup right, if you know, to hold on to CCTV. But Twisted Minds are just fighting through it brilliantly.
Well, hopefully here, Falcons can give us something. A C4 ready for the window, a second uses back pocket if required. Leakapack probably going to be hanging around downstairs and looking for a plant. And we've seen him do that one before. But here we go. A lot of Candelas raining on through. More to try and force movement, I think, and give a bit of space elsewhere. It's more bait coming in because there's no plant attempt coming in from P9. But it looks like he's starting to have a think about it as well. Of course, on the Kappa Towers, lots of fire he can toss around. I'm looking, of course, towards the two small EMPs they've got in back pocket. Interesting choice there when they haven't got any hard breach on side. That's definitely directed towards certain gadgets they want to get rid of. Things like Solotov on the Fenrir, they want to disable those.
But I was just going to say, Falcons actually did really well. That initial sort of flurry of utility being sent in, they didn't get dragged into the bait there. They didn't waste the C4. They didn't try to push aggressively. Didn't give any lives away or anything. So it was really good from them. And we can see the benefits of that on the clock. We're now down to 1 minute 15. Still 4 left alive. Twisted Minds still trying to work their way through the map. But they have got that opener again. Leakafac's been taken down. And that's super important because it's the Solis. And we know there's so much verticality here on border. Having Solis there as late round plant denial can be so valuable, and they don't have that now.
Look, just like, what are you meant to do,
This is horrible.
What are you meant to do? You're flashed out by Ying, you've got a potential Deimos track coming in, you've of course got the Grimbees coming out. It is brutal if you're out roaming anywhere. And yet again, Falcons are down to a man disadvantage. At least one being recovered, but this is where Twisted Minds then turned up the heat last time around. Oh, the timing. He's down anyway, it's okay.
Yep. See Solotov taken out there, 4 versus 2, 30 seconds left to go, and the hunt continues underneath for Hasham. He's going to take some damage though. Tell you now, Brede is going to do a lot more to Trix, manages to take him down, absolute freebie. Twisted Minds getting ahead of themselves a little bit, not enough intel there to know that Brede was playing that position so aggressively on the door, and that might just be the opener that Falcons need to get themselves into this one. Track comes in from underneath, we've got the Deimos working down there, but User still does the damage. 5 seconds left to go. 1v2, surely he's won the round. It's a 1v1. Can he win it? No! Hasham manages to find the final. What?
It was a trade at the end. I'm pretty sure Falcons won, no? Yeah, I'm 99% sure they won that one because they got a trade.
I saw the drop shot at the end, and I know Users died, but...
Yeah, it was a trade. Falcons won the round.
That's wild.
Wow.
Falcons need to count their blessings there.
Fair play, Users, though. That was huge from him. He was being trapped, let's not forget, by the Deimos from downstairs for the majority of that closing moments, but still gets away with a couple of kills and wins out in the close. Madness. But most importantly, they've got a round on the board, Tim.
Yeah, really important for Falcons. So I think defending on this is going to be difficult for Twisted Minds as well. It was because I saw Users' shots miss. Because he went for the drop shot, I saw all those shots miss. Not Users' fault there. I'm not calling him out. You know, I saw him because
by the way, he just had a huge 4K, won out an unbelievable clutch at the end.
Yeah.
The bro could have just opened the game for the first time.
It was brilliant gunfight from Users there because he started at head high, and you know, if you think, oh, his shots were a bit, no, they weren't wild. He starts brilliantly at head high, recognises there's no player there, drops down to crouch height, and then still manages to get down to prone height to find the kill in the end. So great stuff from Users. But yeah, I really thought that the Deimos had got the kill clean there. I thought Hasham had closed it out, but no, it was really well played from Users at the end there. He's actually getting tracked by the Deimos from underneath as well, but he just kept himself mobile so that I think he took a little bit of damage along the way from Sean, but he kept himself mobile so that they couldn't get the kill and managed to get the double into archives. Just really, you know, one of those moments we often say that they need a hero player, they need somebody to just dig their heels in and say, no, enough's enough now, and Users has just done exactly that. And I think if Falcons can come away 2-4 on the defensive half of border, that's not, depending how they're attacking today, that's not the end of the world for them.
Yeah, And it's already a bit of a step up compared to what we saw when they last played it, because like I said, back then they played this previously, it was 8-6 to Twisted Minds, it was 5 defensive round wins apiece. We've already broken that with Twisted Minds here, and I don't really think they're going to slow down. Even with these bans, I don't think they're really going to care, Tim. They'll keep on flashing them out. Now the Warden's gone away as well. The Deimos will certainly relieve at least a little bit of pressure. There is still plenty more damage to be done by Twisted Minds.
This is just going to be holding for the time being. Nade comes... Nade was supposed to go into Archives, catches the door frame, comes back out, but no damage done. We are going to have Solotov trying to hold on to this CCTV position again. We saw it previously. This was his to try and hold on to. He gave himself away a little bit early, or more a good shot from Dover took him out early, but much better this time from Solotov. Gets one, goes for another. Can't find it, but continues fighting. He's doing his job. He's got half of the round wasted here. It's going to be tricky, but Tune finding a shot does help him out. 1 minute 25 left to go. 4 versus 3. Falcons having a good round.
Trix has been excellent on this Blackbeard so far today. Like, I know he's nearly dead there and nearly went down to the smoke, but he has been brilliant at applying pressure. The first time he came up against Eustace, of course, we eventually saw him die, but I just think he's played it so well, where a lot of other players would lose their life, get caught out by a C4, get shot in the feet and go down. He's consistently applied pressure. Now I've finished talking about him. Obviously, he dies. Jalad at least gets one back, thank God. This is my fantasy team, and I need him to get some kills this game. It's a 2 versus 3. Falcons feels like they could probably hold on here as long as they get their crosses right. Both players on the side of Twisted Minds stacking up together here, and now looking to work their way across this top floor.
Yeah, Falcons just going to take the drop. At least 2 of them back on site now. All 3 actually showing on that first floor. 1 out in customs. So Falcons decided they're not going to use the verticals to try and hold on to ventilation here. It's going to be all about that horizontal play. They're going to try just keep themselves out of the vertical angles for the time being. A lot of movement inside of sight to prevent themselves from being exposed. 20 seconds left to go, and Twisted Minds not really getting anything going. This player inside of customs is causing them significant problem at the minute. They know he's there. They manage to find him. Dover takes down Leakerfact 2 versus 2, but it just becomes an absolute mad dash for sight, and Users takes advantage. Kill onto Jalad, leaves Dover with it all to do. The pistol will not get the job done. Users finds his man again, closes out the round for Falcons, and that's going to be 2-2.
All right, well, there we go. That's 2 rounds on the bounce, as well as the crucial one, even after the bans have come on through. May have taken a big clutch from Users previously, but you can see Falcons are warming into it. Those first couple of rounds, I think they just didn't really know which way was left and which way was right. They were being spun around by Twisted Minds, and the pace and the aggression at which they were arriving. That's the first round where they've looked, I think, quite stable, and like they can actually really front the defense up against Twisted Minds overall. It was an offsite. It was something a little bit different. Maybe things change. We find ourselves going back up to a primary at some point, but for now, we've had Armory one, we've had Vents one, so now we're going to find ourselves going down towards Bathroom.
Let's see if Falcons put more stock in the top floor this time or not. Last time around they were happy. It's a little bit unusual to spend the last 30 seconds inside of sight when you've got a downstairs site here on board, given the amount of verticality up on that top floor that's available. But Falcons, they certainly weren't worried by it. The risk was calculated and it paid off. Let's see what they do in this one. Plenty of resource being committed up to this top floor. We can see the reinforcements, we can see the rotations being opened up. They're going to try to hold on there for as long as possible. But imagine we'll see maybe a little bit of a east stairs push here, a little bit of pressure towards that side, try and get triple wall open, try and put the pressure directly into Office and Fountain if you Twisted Minds.
Well, let's get the build out then onwards from here. Starting things out with the drones around east stairs. No surprise, it is one of the main entry points on this map. It's where you want to start your push forward because it starts to give you pressure in towards break. It gives you pressure, I was going to say, in towards Office as well. But Doom has very much ignored that so far and said, forget about your drones that are sat on east stairs. I'm coming in towards Passport. I'm checking you out. Jalad, the first one to fall. The sledge is gone. That's not too great given he was their vertical destruction in this round.
Magnet ready.
Yeah, really not an ideal start, and it's going to give Falcons that little bit more breathing space to keep hold of top floor. Tune, we've seen on this east stairs position a number of times. He plays it so well. He knows when to drop away. He knows when the game is up for him. Challenge comes in though, and he just sells himself a little bit there, peeking around the corner without any pre-fire going towards Hasham, and he does get cut down for it. P9 managing to find Solotov. Twisted Minds in the advantage. 3 versus 3 though, as Leakerfact there with a late trade takes down the IQ, and that means Falcons just looking across the list. Useless is the only one left alive above. Maybe an opportunity there for Twisted Minds with a minute 30 left to go to get him singled out and find that kill. They can easily push him with numbers.
So at least close enough now with the vouch time they've got that they can still fight their way back through. Leakerfact getting one certainly not going to help, because Dov has been that shining star for Twisted Minds across those first few rounds. Now it's all down to P9 and Trix, who've got a bit of a hero effort to recover, especially coming up against 2 C4s on the other side. As soon as they drop in through a hatch there, they are going to be toast. They should get an idea here on where one player is, and sure enough now they know goes for the shot, but only going to graze B-Day. That damage reduction from that entrance through the soft surface. Nowhere near finishing him off, but at least gives him a scare away.
Going to be looking down that hatch. Yeah, have a look down the hatch, get the good bees out, but you've got to deal with the rotations. Takes the drop in, but it's too much of a risk because Trix gets taken down. 39 seconds left, so a bit of time to work with. P9 in the 1v3 mix, in a 1v2. Starts working around. I think he knows that there is a bit of a presence around this corner. That's going to tell him there's one bomb chassis. Not sure he's actually aware of the mirror. No, he's not. He doesn't know that Leakerfact's inside of the doorway there. Just sprints across, gives him the opportunity, and Falcons keep it close and keep on fighting.
Yeah, I mean, 3 in a row on defense now. That's starting to now look far more like what we saw last time these two teams played, where just struggling here, Twisted Minds, I think, in the mid-round to collect the kills that gives themselves the man advantage that we saw back in the first 2 or 3. And those times they were getting themselves into, say, a 4 versus 3, collecting that third man, making it a 4v2, and very comfortably closing things out from there. But Jalab being taken out of Passport early on, into a second kill that then flowed on forward. They haven't been able to get themselves very stable across these last 2 or 3 rounds, but for the most part, it feels not too bothered by it. They haven't had that timeout coming through to try and course correct things. There's no point doing it now going into the very final round of the half, but to go from what looked like a very dominant 2-0 to potentially being down 2 and 4 at the half, be disappointing in Twisted Minds, but amazing for Falcons, who have really shown fight back.
Final defensive round for Falcons then, as you say, showing great grit to get themselves back into this after that wobbly start, especially against a team like Twisted Minds, because they are one of those kind of, I classify them as like a confidence team. The more momentum they gain, the more kills that they get, the more outlandish shots that they manage to hit, the worse they become to play against, because it's just like they're a boulder rolling down a hill. They just gather speed behind them, and an absolute nightmare to try and put the brakes on. But Falcons have done a great job of doing exactly that. Twisted Minds have continued getting into the map well. They've continued taking, you know, the ground well sometimes, but Falcons just able to be flexible around that, be able to take the fights in multiple locations, you know, not have to fight on their terms all the time. And it's certainly worked wonders for them as they find themselves now 3-2 on the scoreboard. Final defense is going to be Armory and Archives. We've seen them try it twice. It's a 50-50, won one, lost one. We're going to try to close things out with a 4-2 half here, and I think that'll suit Falcons down to the ground, but here we go.
This is very easy as well. A smoke straight down, Kravot towards one side. At least get away with the one. Thatcher coming out. Is there another C4 to follow? No, there isn't by the looks of it. In fact, yes, it just comes over, but it's been zapped out again. Dov spotting out both and dealing with them, and now they've got a diffuser down to try and deal with. P9 getting rid of June. The Oster Shield also helping out on cover here. This has been an excellent attack, and one clearly that Falcons weren't ready for.
Yeah, just taking their eye off the ball a little bit maybe. They had the multiple nitros, they sent them in the right direction, but there was already a plan in place to deal with it. 2 versus 3, Solotov is going to get himself on the diffuser. I tell you what, if users can hold them at bay, but he can't. There was an opportunity there, maybe, but it continues. 1v1, 11 seconds, Hasham holds on and manages to close it out. That's going to be a 3-3 split on the half as Twisted Minds managed to get round 6, and what a round that was.
Well, Leo's got something to say to him. Let's go to him now.
So far, it seems to be a very even result, and I think for different strong points on both sides. I think for Twisted Minds, really what I want to show, what I want to highlight is their team play. If we take an example at this round 2, I think was a great example of how well these guys are playing as a cohesive unit. And if I take the example here, we're going to notice a certain player all the way there, that's Joom, all the way into Tellers, and is currently completely stuck between Jelly that's outside his window, P9 is holding his stairs, and Trix is applying pressure on him. Now, what does that enable? It enables Yuzus to come and try to help his teammate here all the way from that side on Office. Now, take a look at P9, who's covering the flank here from his stairs, is going to take the gunfight onto Yuzus, and he's going to go and get the frag. Pressure creates movement, and they punish movement. Now, what's interesting is, as we've seen before, Joom is completely stuck into Tellers. And what do we see again? The positioning from Twisted Minds is actually amazing. J-Lad is pressuring from Tellers' window, that's phantom pressure. At the same time, Trix is coming with the blitz. Joom, on a sliver of HP, has to try and survive here. And so if we go in, Trix is actually going to go and pressure Joom, and they go from a 4v4 to the 4v2. Because they created so much pressure on Joom, Falcons is trying to react, and then Twisted Mind plays off that. And same thing here. Blitz is again getting Falcons players to move on the third player and on the fourth player, and every time they move, the players on the side of Twisted Minds are ready to get the picks. What's really good is that they're using the shield to create movement, but then all of the other players on the side of Twisted Minds are ready to react to that movement and get a free kill. Really well played for Twisted Minds. Honestly, the team play is stellar so far.
It's those pinches that really interest me in this game here, and something that Twisted Minds have been doing really well. There was one round in particular as well, which kind of led to some confusion, the fireworks we were hoping to see.
Well, what do you do when you're in those pinches, when that team player's coming at you? Well, big name and big game players step up, and Yuzus got a massive 1 versus 3, including, by the way, we don't see it all that often, a trade.
Yeah.
And of course, because the diffuser was knocked down, because it was just in the normal round, a direct trade goes to the side of the defenders, and that got Falcons on the board. As it is, I don't think they're going to be too upset. A 3-3 split on the side of border, defending is a really, really good result, especially against Twisted Minds.
Honestly, the result so far is unpredictable, because I think that the strength of both teams is just like up and there, which is amazing to see from Twisted Minds, by the way, because they're continuing on the momentum of kickoff on the same momentum as SLC as well. They're close to each other.
I thought we just saw a Capcom band then. You know when the bands come out and it was a silhouette, and it was Capcom in the silhouette? I was like, have we just seen a Capcom band? No, we haven't.
Oh, a Solis band.
A Solis band, no. Solis is very, 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 very strong.
Yeah.
And we've seen Fact use and abuse that operator particularly a lot, even inside of this match. So I'm not surprised that Falcons want to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Very, very strong on border. Lots of soft floors that the Solis can be under for plant denial or above for plant denial.
Yeah. Especially when executes and stuff happen, right? And border's great map for these kinds of executes. So hopefully we get to see some in the second half of this game.
Thank you very much, guys, and good breakdown as well. Well, at 3-3 apiece, Tim, it could really go either way from here, or it could just go towards OT like the last time they played on border.
Yeah, well, he said it was 8-6. Twisted Minds able to get it done with those extra rounds, but wouldn't surprise me to see more here. There's very little to separate these two. As the desk have said, they're both, having great passages of play, both finding the answers in some rounds, but not others. And we're seeing a real classic matchup here. Absolutely loving this one so far. So first defense for Twisted Minds will be up on that top floor. Armory and Archives standing out immediately. We've got, I like watching the Ella lately because we've got this kind of duality of, do the Geschmack Mines go out at the beginning of the round? Do they keep them in pocket for plant denial or for dealing with the shields once they know where they're pushing from? At the minute, it certainly is going to be the case for this one, at least. But they've all gone out at the beginning of the round, so that's a job for Joom to hunt them down and try and take them out.
What I do love is that last time they played, I mentioned earlier on, they had 3Ks each in regulation, playing on their defenses when they came away on top. We had 6 multi-kills in that first half. In 2 of the rounds, we had 2 multi-kills, just to kind of really stress the point here that it has been a game of heroes. It's been individuals going massive in certain rounds. As you've just seen, Dov has started things off at least in good form here with the long-range DMR. Able to do a lot of damage. We saw Deadshot earlier doing a hell of a lot of work with it back on bank. The ace that he got in one of those rounds, making use of that weapon. Dov starting things off in similar fashion. It is Solotov to fall, who has probably fallen down early on these rounds more than he would like. Admittedly, only the entry death twice, but it feels like he's been taken out in some pretty crucial positions at times as well.
Reader's been hovering around top of East Stairs for a little while now. He did kind of start to wander his way in, but he's had to dip back and fight from the window. He's got P9 just inside of there that's holding the Monty at bay. I feel like Breeder could just do with a little bit of extra support there. He doesn't have that firepower to be able to push in and just take control of top East, and he just needs that bit of support so he can start getting in and getting aggressive. We do hear the shield kind of extending, unextending, but there's just nobody there with him to help him push forward. Dover manages to take down Leak. In fact, the one player who was closest to him, that's the Deimos gone. 5 versus 3. Twisted Mind's looking good on the defense so far.
Absolutely. I mean, that's crumbling here. Falcons on the push on forward, and wow, that's one way to make a statement in round 7. A flawless coming out, start through to finish. Falcons not able to get anything done in that round. Wonderful.
That really tough for Falcons, didn't? And if you remember in the first half, I said, you know, part of defending on border is keeping them out of the building. It's keeping them from getting ground. As soon as attackers start getting a beachhead, start getting their feet on the floor and are able to push you, it gets really difficult on border. And I feel that's something that Twisted Minds did quite well on the attack, was to get themselves at least inside of the map. It didn't always result in a round win, but they got themselves in there and they got established, whereas Falcons were nowhere near there, really. We saw Leak Effect dying outside of the map. We saw, both him and Breeder at the end there died outside of the map on the balcony, and that was towards the end of the round. So, yeah, that's something that Falcons need to deal with here. I think they need to be a little bit more concentrated there. I'd like to see where everybody was pushing. Like I say, Breeder was on his own on East Stairs. He's got P9 on balcony, so he can't push past that door because he's going to have P9 on his backside, but he can't turn the corner to try and push P9 with his shielding, dislodge him, because if he does, he's then exposing his back to the stairs, to triple wall, to all sorts of other problems. So Breeder was in camp for no win there, really. So yeah, I think I just want to see Falcons work together a little bit more. Single point of pressure. We're going to take East Stairs. We're going to take CCTV. 2 or 3 of us are going to go there and make it impossible for those defenders to stay in position. We saw Twisted Minds do that. If you think all the times that we saw Solitov and Leak Effect absolutely pressured from every single angle inside of CCTV, that's what we need to see in response.
Well, they're going to lean into the shield once again and hope that that can work a bit of magic for them. A lot of control established with the stake and with the Decabi, and of course locking down the map with the Nomad like we saw coming out of Twisted Minds back in that first half. So, at least got the right idea and the right game plan, but ideally let's not lose your toes here, Breeder. You'll need those to get walking through the map, I'm afraid, my friend. All let's get gathered out here on the south side balcony too. Run a massive bit of pressure. Similar spots where Solitov was early when Dov took his nose clean off. Leak Effect to get rid of P9 though. It is going to be those F-Nats, well not the F-Nats, but the operator offline. They get rid of the smoke. That's the stuff of dreams. A great start for Falcons.
Yeah, I like to see this a bit more. You can see there 3 or 4 of them all working together, all covering multiple angles. So as soon as Twisted Minds try to move, they are moving into somebody's scope. Breeder can now move in and start to take that ground. A minute 15, they've got 2 kills. Great round for Falcons, much better than we saw in round 7. They are going to have Solitov down, but he will be recovered by Doom on the Lion, and they can, after that short pause, get back to getting inside of the map.
I saw a bit of commentary about this on social media, by the way. I saw June do it back in the first half. I've just seen Dov do it as well. A lot of pros don't even bother turning the phone off. They'll just let it explode because you can't then be called a second time. Once the phone is blown up, it's gone. That's it. Dokkaebi can no longer call you. What's worse, taking those 40 points of damage and a little bit of fire, which Dov put out straight away with the Tuberal, or being repeatedly spam called, knowing that you will die if you let that keep on happening eventually, because you have to stop the phone at some point. They will just swing you and kill you. And look now, he might be down a bit on HP, but he's turned it into a kill. Can't be called anymore, so he is very much an air quotes free agent here to roam around the map and cause bother.
Yeah, something Nick was talking about yesterday on the cast. Solitov manages to get 2. I'll come back to that point. 4 versus 1 now. All up to Dover. Half health, having lost that damage from the Dokkaebi, as she said, and it might just start to pay dividends now. It does as June finds the kill and Falcons level it up. But yeah, it's something that Nick was talking about yesterday. He was kind of wondering out loud as to whether maybe it'll bring a bit of extra value for somebody like Thunderbird, to have those salvation stations down inside a site. You can just tank the damage of the 40. Your phone's gone, you can't be called again, and then you just get healed back up, and it kind of neutralizes that threat from Dokkaebi. Obviously, always the problem with stuff like that. I'm not saying, and I don't, Nick wasn't saying that Thunderbird's just going to all of a sudden become, a meta operator pick. Always the problem is, where do you find the space? What do you have to lose in the defensive line to bring that along? But yeah, so, something like that is maybe more of a ranked consideration, but
it's funny you say that. And look, I play currently, like I think many of us do, in the lows of gold, so every rank tries to settle itself down. I've seen quite a lot of Thunderbird, and that is certainly not saying, oh look, it's played in ranked, therefore it's great in pro. No, 100% not. But it did make me start thinking about it. I was like, you might see her quite a bit, because she actually does bring quite a lot. She has barbed wire, bulletproof, or deployable. She's got a shotgun secondary for setting up site and stuff. She does do quite a bit as an operator, not admittedly as much as you might want from someone like a Thorn coming out, or a Malusi, or of course the FNATs that we saw a second ago. Like, there are lots of other operators that you want to bring first. And I don't think it's so much we're going to bring a Thunderbird just because they've got a Dockerby on side, but there may well be at some point teams that have little niche things they want to try and make use of. Maybe they want to do anchor down somewhere more aggressively and just say, you know what, we'll take the initial damage, we'll instantly get healed up, and then we can play the round as normal, as if Dockerby didn't exist. It's no problem anymore.
Exactly that. Like I said, I don't think we'll see it creeping into this level of play, but it is an interesting discussion nonetheless. 4-4, we find ourselves moving into round 9. Then Ventilation and Workshop will be the next defensive site for Twisted Minds, and it was a little bit of a struggle for them in the last round when they've moved down to a bottom floor site, and we're still trying to, obviously you're a little bit thinner on that top floor, you've got a little bit less utility because you've got to have some committed down to your site as well, so it just makes everything a little bit more of a kind of wing and a prayer to hold on to that top floor, and Falcons were able to take advantage. But what I like to see, particularly from Falcons there, was, I said at the beginning of the round, a little bit more teamwork, stick together a bit more. Let's not see a Monty just on his own trying to push a doorway, and they were 3-4 pushing CCTV together and did great work. So let's see if they continue that. We're going to see the Candela going onto Catwalk there, I would imagine, and that's going to be again with the aim of getting Breeder into East Stairs. This is the kind of support that I'm talking about.
Absolutely. Well, we've had this little challenge come through between these two so many times now. That DMR in reverse is so important. And look at Dov here as well. May just eat again the damage. In fact, no, I think he turns it off, so we're all well and good. I thought for a second he'd just say, you know what, I'll eat the whole thing, whatever. I'll take the damage again if I really have to. But now we're going to have the Candela raining on through as Brede once again starts his march on the on the Monty, sorry. I was Blackbeard. I was going to say Blitz as well. I was like, where the hell am I going with all of this? It's a shield. It counts.
Any shield will do.
And the scan comes in. Here we go. Stop with the call coming in and gets shot from behind. There's Leaky Fat Look back in spawn. Just waiting for him to step out in front of the window and is rewarded for his patience.
Yeah, I feel like Falcons are playing a lot better the last couple of rounds. After that first attack failed, it just feels like they've got their edge back now. This is more like the Falcons that I would expect to see. You know, when they're starting to pick up kills, like you say, from serious range like that, there's a plan in place. They know where the movement's going to come from. They are ready for any aggression coming their way. 1:15 left to go. They have now got themselves more established inside of the map, so Falcons need to just continue moving. And as I'm saying that, they're getting themselves together, use the strays across the office window. No idea that there's a player inside of there, and it is too easy for Hasham.
And he gets away with it. No way. Managed to escape, now getting down towards one. Is Lickifat bringing one back onto a second. Jalad and Trix collapsing before him as he finds a 3K. Problem now being Falcons are all very low on HP, Tim. A 3 versus 2, a shield in their hand. This is doable, but they've got to play it right.
Yeah, exactly that. Twisted Minds can clear this quite patiently, I would have thought. Going to see that tanking of the damage from the Dockerby call. Again, probably a good choice with 30 seconds left to go. He knows he's going to continue to be hassled with it, so decides that losing his phone is preferable. Same for P9, but it's leveled out. Oh no, he did cancel it out, I think. So it has leveled out that health issue a little bit with Hasham being so low now.
No, for sure. I mean, there we go. There's at least one back. But Plant's going to get stuck, and Brede's managed to finishing it off. Solisov's in a great spot as well. They can't drop in through the hatch. They had the chance. It has passed. And now P9's got to do something really special to recover this. Manages to get the drop. No idea. The players were both in behind him just a second ago. I think, in fact, they've even rounded out into towards lobby here. But there we go. Shield in his face. Information going to be feeding across the other side. All Solisov's got to do is wait here, because P9 can't afford to get this stick off while there's a shield bearing down on him at the same time. Tries to come in for the longer range. Maybe a potential 1v1 to come, but there's only about 5 seconds to work with here. He's out of time. He's white screen. Falcons will hold on to him, and they're going to pull themselves into the lead.
Would have trade at the end there. Breeder manages to find the kill, and that's going to do the job. And as you say, Falcons fighting back from... it's been a very back and forth game. It started out 2-0 to Twisted Minds, 3-2 Falcons, 4-3 Twisted Minds, and we now find ourselves at 5-4 Falcons. So it's been very, very back and forth, as we expected on border between these two teams. It's what everybody wanted to see. It's been an absolute slugfest so far, but I just feel like in the last couple of rounds, Falcons have found that extra gear. They just seem to have settled down to me there. I spoke about the mistake yesterday and how it was kind of getting lost in the sauce and maybe playing with an urgency that wasn't needed. That was the complete opposite in that last round. Even in that situation, they had 2 left on site, 3v2. We're not panicking. We're not going to, rush this. We're going to use our utility. The Dockerby calls came in. They created difficult situations for them, and it was just so patient, so calm, so collected. Much more what we would expect from Falcons.
Like that, it's definitely the Falcons that we came to expect. We've had this conversation a couple of times, you and I, as it may take a bit of time from still to bed in. With Doom in place, of course, losing Shaiko is quite a big loss as well. He seems to be doing just fine over on G2 at the minute. Admittedly, they are up and flying. And I thought with kickoff and Salt Lake now would be a good time for them to start getting into fighting form, but would they be there just yet after yesterday? I definitely had questions. At the start of this game, I definitely had questions. Even at points here when they've been winning, still a couple of questions about how some of these rounds are playing out. There's been a lot of leaning towards Usus, especially having a brilliant game, but you've equally seen Leakerbat really start to warm up in the second half and put some numbers on the board himself. Twisted Minds, can't say they look too bothered though, Tim. They're ready to go after attack timeout. They still believe they can fight this one back in.
And I wouldn't put it past them, Des. I certainly wouldn't put it past them to still see those overtime rounds that we spoke about. There's only one round between these two. Falcons currently sitting with the advantage, 5-4. We're going to be defending the top floor here for Twisted Minds. We have a look back. It's the only successful site that they've actually had so far on the defense, so that bodes well for them at least. But it also, with it, I feel, brings a little bit of added pressure for the MENA side, because they are now on the site that they've won. If they lose it this time, where do they go? Where do they go to get those 2 rounds that they're going to need? It starts asking all sorts of questions of them. So it does, I think, put them under a little bit more pressure here. Looking across the lineup, no major surprises there. The mirror still available as the bans have come in and actually taken the mute away. And I think maybe that was aiming towards having that freedom with Dockerby. And of course, the mute jammers don't cancel the calls, but they can avoid them. They won't come in to begin with if you're in a mute jammer. But the Dockerby has been bathed out anyway. But it does. It kind of, Falcons are creating a no-win situation there, because now you've got the Deimos and you can't stop the Deimos tracks. So June walks in, manages to get the opener with Snake, another operator that will benefit from not having mute on the board, and Falcons are fully leaning into that ban.
Yeah, it's an interesting one with the mute ban. Like, I think you're probably going to see that grow throughout the stage 2, if not be quite dominant. I spoke about that increased range and the impact that that has in terms of being able to block things away. But in a meta where we've got so much reliance on things like a Dockerby, a Deimos, all the different tools that rely on information, those are shut down and denied away by a mute. That's a fantastic play by June. Woohoo! In he goes on the stake and gets away with 2. But yeah, I think we're having a little bit more freedom. No one is going to be sat in behind. The mute is certainly going to help things out. It's certainly helped them to start things out. Breeder dropping the shield, going for his own kill, gets rid of Trix. Dov once again left in a 1vx, forced to try and bring down here, Tim. But I think we know how this tail ends. It's Falcons with another one. They're up to match point.
Yeah, they're the sort of moments that you bring a player like Doom in for, aren't they? Just absolute star power moment there. Manages to get himself 3 kills, and it just opens up the round. And as I said, such an important round for Falcons to win. 6-4, you've won all 3 sites in a row there. They've won Bathroom Tellers, Ventilation Workshop, and then Armory in that order. So now, Twisted Minds are sat there knowing that they need back-to-back defenses. Where do we go? We've only managed to get a win on top floor so far. They've just beaten us absolutely everywhere. Really, really tough for them now. So love that from Falcons. Great mental resilience after yesterday to bounce back, give us this kind of a performance, and they are right on the verge now of getting all 3 points, and it's going to be top floor again.
Yeah, it just feels like at this point, Twisted Minds don't really have any answers to what they're facing off against. This double intel lineup again, the same sort of thing I was speaking about with Twisted Minds in the first half. Have a shield on side, have some to lock down flanks in the form of a Nomad, have the intel operators, and then you've got a couple of flex slots that you can fill here that Falcons are choosing to lock up with. One of their go-tos, really. Twitch played by a couple of players on this team quite a lot, and also being able to lean into a second intel-based operator. June going to stick on that snake once again here and look to get busy with it. They need to probably use the Twitch as well to clear out a lot of these traps that are being spread throughout the map. We spoke about border and how a lot of the gunfights come from outside. You do have to go inside at some point, which is where those traps tend to come into their own. The more you can get rid of with the Twitch, the better.
And here we go. The work will start to be carried out. FNAT is going to be the first victim. It's going to at least take away some utility that is trying to hold down CCTV. We've got June working over towards that side as well. And last time around when we saw Falcons trying to break down the CCTV hold, they did it fantastically well. Wonder if they're aware of Hashan downstairs. That certainly could be a problem in waiting for them if they're not aware of that. I could see a world where they might not thoroughly drone the bottom floor if they're not planning to go in there. So something to be aware of as this round continues.
Take nice and slow. No real need to rush in as well. I don't think they've played well with the Falcons. They've consistently found themselves in this 4 versus 1 against Dove with, what, 40 plus seconds left on the clock. They're not pressured, I don't think, on time now. This has been, again, a classic spot all map long. Constantly been someone normally, admittedly with a DMR, this time Dove isn't. He's playing on the F9, on the Fenrir instead, sorry. So, of course, not rocking a DMR at range, which puts them at a slight disadvantage. But it has been a constant battleground for both teams, it feels, throughout this entire game. He will be the first player they want to unseat.
Great work from users on that Twitch. We spoke about the Goyo canisters. He's taken a couple of those out there on Archives Door. We've seen he's just waiting for his Twitch drone to charge up, and he'll take down an FNAT as well, possibly. And yeah, great stuff from him, giving a bit of access to Archives, something that maybe Falcons can use later in the round. They try to get the angle there, Twisted Minds, but Leakafak is quicker on the draw, manages to find his man. 2 kills either way, leaves us in a 3v3 smoke off the board, though. That's a big loss. Toxic Babe canister's gone, plant going down. Nothing that they can really do to deny this here. Nogashmot mines in pocket, and that is going to be a kill in the nick of time instead.
Perfect.
From Dover. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
I like how he's set himself a bit further back and not really looked to get hyper aggressive on challenging from those angles, and it's given them the kills that they need. It's given them the presence that they need as well. Now, Usis on defense was on this wall and got a wonderful 3K to him. I don't think he'll quite get the same opportunity on at the attack. Going to try and stick it here. 3 players all starting to gather around. They get a lick at him, and sure enough, P9 is there for the finish. Twisted Minds pull one out the bag to him and still have a chance here to send us to overtime.
Just when you think that Falcons are just going to get it done, a nice comfortable 7-4 win, Twisted Minds show that there is a twist in the tail, and they have something to say about it, though. But the big problem that they've got, if you remember, I said it was more not so much about winning the top floor, it was that we need 2 rounds. We need 2 defenses. Where are they going to pick up the second defense? Because they haven't won anywhere other than top floor so far. They're going to now have to win one of those bottom floor sites. That was such a critical kill from Dover. It was so close to the diffuser going down, and I just said how they didn't have any utility at all to prevent that plant. The only option that they had was to go in there and get the shots onto Brede, and they did it. And it was tough. Falcons, you know, they didn't have too many left alive at that point, but again, just having that situation where your planter's not really safe, not really covered, and Twisted Mind's able to take full advantage.
Okay, they just want this one round over the line. That's why they have that little moment of pause, a chance to have a conversation, a chance to figure out what has to happen in round 12. And I can imagine a lot of talking was done by that man on your screen, not Dov, Leakafak. We've seen it many a time in those situations, Tim, where it's not all on the line here. It's a group stage day, but it wouldn't be great to start it out 0-2, that's for sure. At the same time, that we know that he's the one who likes to get animated and get in there with ideas and see how they're going to see things over the line. Hopefully here, they've got a game plan to see it done. This goes to OT. I think you're suddenly opening the door for Twisted Minds to snatch this one away from you again.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think Falcons, they just need to get it done now. And it's just, it's just everything about it, isn't it? It's picking up that 3-point win after, you know, losing yesterday in overtime. It's just kind of righting that wrong a little bit, and it's just the confidence of it. Not like, right, we've had 2 games go to overtime now. We've won 1, we've lost 1. Yeah, I think if you're Falcons, you definitely want to just get this done, especially if you're looking towards keeping hold of one of those top 2 places. But Mr. Barnes will have something to say about it, I'm sure. So Bathroom and Tellers will be the decisive site to see whether we get any. I'd love a bit of extra on a personal basis because I'm thoroughly enjoying watching this matchup. It's brilliant. Both just absolutely wailing on each other. If you look at the side of Twisted Minds, you've got P9 on 14, Dovahkiin on 11, and then on the side of Falcons, it's a little bit more steady across the board, but you've got users up there on 12. Phenomenal performances all round.
Remarked earlier on how big we've seen some of these players going, but obviously the one that my eye falls to is the one in my fantasy team. The lad told me on Twitter.
Never mind,
understood the assignment. He knew what. Don't die on me. Stop. Get healed now. Get healed. Get juiced up. Thank you. Let's not die early. I need you to go big this round. I need some points. I can't be sitting in 4th place come the end of the day.
I think you could be, you know, 5th, 6th, 7th.
I've got Leakavac. It's all right.
Hopefully,
there we go.
You will be looking for something on one side at least that suits your lineup. But we're going to have the long shot attempt.
Come on, man.
Trying to find his man. Doesn't get the view through onto Solotov. He's not going to be challenging into a TCSG. He will know better than that. Just relocates himself and going to be looking to push into CCTV and break instead. Sends in the air jab just to prevent any rotations coming through as well. Might struggle with that one being opened up on the wall, though.
Yeah, I mean, Dobbs, I think, still sat inside of security, same as he was before, but not going a lot hyperactive on the... Man, come on! Just one, please, just one!
Never mind, Des.
It's all right, and then my other fantasy player goes down too. Leakavac off the board as well. Both been deleted, but it's still a man advantage. No, it's not, because Dov has gone even bigger. Timmy's found 2. 3 versus 3. My only worry is, as those numbers dwindle, that shield becomes only more threatening. Brede is still standing.
Yeah, that's the big focus at the minute. They've got top floor now. We've got a Shom actually, yeah, still inside of Armory, looking to challenge through, but I don't know how much Falcons are aware of that. Maybe there's an air jab just preventing him pushing forward and getting aggressive onto them, but a little bit of a relocation coming in here from the shield. Brede is going to head downstairs instead of trying to work from above, so I think the plan is very much going to be try and get inside a site, put a plant down and then hold it from above. They know where the player is, and Solotov removes his head. Dover taken down, and that is a big loss for Twisted Minds. 30 seconds.
The plant's going down as well. I don't think Hashom's in a position to be able to deny this. And there's Solotov on for 3 in the round. Hashom's not going to be able to rescue this one, I'm afraid. Shield is going to go up. And yes, Solotov might be low. He might have 2 spots. That is unbelievable. Fair play. He's got rid of Solotov through a white screen. That's impressive, but still far too much work to do, I'm afraid. It's exactly like we saw earlier on. It was a 1 versus 2 in a similar position. And he needs to get a hell of a lot done if he's going to be able to recover this one. Try and bait away on the defuse a little bit. Get Brede to drop the shield and then maybe try and go for a kill here. But it's Yusu's at range. It means a lot to Leakavac. It means a lot to Falcons. They get their first win of the stage here on day 2.
As if fate had something to say about it, a 3v1 in the final round ends very differently for Falcons this time. They get the job done, take a full 3 points, and it's a good win for them against Twisted Minds.
A massive win indeed. 2 more games to go tonight. G2 versus Heretics coming up after a short break.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the ghost, breaking it right to the door. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
A victory for Falcons. They get 3 points after a close game, but lots of fireworks like we said we were hoping to see inside this match, and that means we get to speak to the winners. Joom is joining us for a few questions. Good evening, Joom. Yesterday a loss, today a close game. How do you feel about your first week in Stage 1?
Honestly, it could be better, but, we still got some points on the board, and it's just the start of the stage, so, a lot of stuff can still happen.
Joom, I've got two questions. First one is going to be about yesterday. What in your mind went a little bit wrong yesterday? Because it was nearly a great comeback, but ultimately just fell a little bit short.
I think it's mainly on us, just focusing on ourselves more, because I think we played a bit too scared, and we respected them a bit too much, and that was basically it, I think.
Fair enough. And then on to today's game. Obviously got the victory, that's why you're here today. Twisted Minds, Border, it feels like a classic between you two teams. I don't know if you're aware of this word, but it was an absolute barn burner once again. It was a really good game. So how did you approach today's game?
I think from last time we kind of knew how they played. They still play that crazy play style, so we kind of just expected it more. Had the good prep on them, and then just still you need to bring your own ideas during the game, and then it just worked out our way.
Zooming back a little bit on these 3 months that you've spent with Falcons, we had a little bit of a talk with Jack early on before this match started, basically comparing where your team was at and what you brought to the table compared to Shaiko. So we felt like you're a much more flexible player that can play a lot of different operators. As you can see on the screen, Shaiko tends to play very often the same style, the same operators, where you are playing a lot more variety, at least on both sides actually. And what's that enables for Falcons is that you guys can have very different roles, but at the same time, it also means that you still have to fight a little bit more to find out your identity, because you're changing a lot of roles, you're changing a lot of operators around to basically integrate you. And my question for you is, do you think that after these 3 months spent in the roster, your team is mature, your roles are set up, and you're feeling like that's it, like the fundamentals are there? Or do you think you guys are still in the process of learning how to integrate you and coming up with the right operators?
I think it's definitely already way better than the start. But I think sometimes it's still you can feel it, because on some maps you don't play as much as the others, and it's just very different. So I think it depends, not 100% there yet, I would say.
I mean, the fact is, with a team like yourself, you're realistically trying to grab that top 6 and then really perform in playoffs. I feel like you can afford the group stage in EML to basically experience that and grow. Is that an objective that you guys have in mind, to use this group stage and playing everyone to try and basically, gain that experience and find that final thing that you're missing?
Definitely. I think during the stage you can always learn so much, because there's just a lot of games, which I like, compared to kickoffs where you had the 2 small groups and you played a few games. I think in EML it really shows who's the top and who's at the bottom of the league.
Wise words, and we will see, of course, in the next few weeks what's going to happen. Joom, thanks so much for your time, and good luck next week against your old org.
Thank you. See you.
Good stuff coming out from Falcons here. I mean, as Joom was saying as well, they get the points, and a lot can happen in these upcoming weeks.
What I love about what we've seen so far is just how close EML has been. Because we see a lot of teams losing the first game, winning the second one, upset here and there. Twisted Minds looking absolutely formidable yesterday, and then losing to Falcons today. A very close game, very narrow, a lot about individual gunfights as we expected. Look at this. It feels like a frag movie looking at the highlights here.
I mean, it always is between these two teams. It always is on this map, yeah. Even right at the end there, you was wondering if Sean was going to get that clutch done or not. The context of the victory, actually, I know you said that the group stage and it's just about getting to playoffs, and it is. But actually, for Falcons, Twisted Minds, VP, G2, you could probably almost consider them in their own mini-league. We expect them kind of to be the top 4, but the seeding, the placement going into playoffs, I know we're only on play day 2. The fact that was a clean victory rather than an overtime victory, for example, could be massive, because that's plus 3 points for Falcons, 0 points for Twisted Minds, which can come and be the separator come the end of the stage as well, or come the end of the regular league portion of the stage.
Looking at the scoreboard here, that concludes a very close game, but a very fun game as well, I feel like we just watched here on the stage. We're moving on to our 4th game of the day, G2 versus Heretics, momentarily. Before we do go there, earlier today, something actually quite exciting came live, and it's fun for our viewers at home as well, because we talk about game sense a lot. We talk about the right decisions that teams make. It's something that can be trained in a way, and we worked together with MOBA Trainer. In fact, I say we, because I was part of this as well, to make pick some tactical challenges. Now, what these are is when you start these tactical challenges, and we'll explain to you where you will be able to do this, you will see a clip of a round played out. It's going to pause at specific moments as well and propose you a few options on what to do next, what decision to make inside this round. You'll pick an option that seems the best option to you, and then it's going to explain to you, hey, you made a good decision, or you made a bad decision, and that's going to really help people at home to understand what could be a good win condition.
So it's basically, you remember when you're at school and you're learning the basic rules of how to drive, and you're in front of a situation, should I
Did you learn to drive in school?
No, like the driving school. You go to the
driving
school.
Do you brake? You're at the driving
school. Do you brake? Do you go safely do this? Do you turn right? Do you ignore the passenger in front of you? Basically, this is the same thing, but for your tactical siege, to learn things about game sense. Why is that interesting, Jack? Because most of the times people think you're going to get 20 bombs by having an incredible aim. The reality is very often you get those by being in the right position and taking the right decision.
I agree. And with how the game currently is, instead of casual and ranked as well, the FPS element is certainly very prevalent. But adding in that game sense, if you want to become that 1% better, if you want to be a champion ranked 3.0, learning what the right thing to do in the right situation is going to be so important as well. I played through one of them actually. I played through one of Macy's, and it was very, very intuitive, explaining to you how X decision might have been the right decision or the wrong decision, because obviously there's a few grey areas as well, but it's very, very informative. It helps game sense massively.
And you can win great skins.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we can flash up the information once again, because there's so much more to discuss about this collaboration that we're doing with MOBA Trainer, right? Because we do have the tactical challenges. The most important thing maybe for viewers at home as well is, right, of course, it trains your decision making, but you can also win skins by doing so. What you need to do is, before the end of this month, you need to go to r6.mobatrainer.com, complete the 5 tactical challenges, and then use your valid email to sign up at the end with it. And then you have a chance of winning very exclusive, very cool skins at the end of that. If you need more information, there's also a full blog post about it on our website, ubisoft.com. But it's fun. I had a lot of fun making one of these as well myself, so I'd love to see people play it and try it out themselves and see if you make the same decisions as I do. I mean, eventually we're just sitting here and talking about the game, not playing it, but we have played this game ourselves so much, so we know the ins and outs of it very much as well. So make sure to go do that, especially before the end of the month, if you want to have a chance of winning these very cool skins. And whilst we have discussed that, we'll dive into our 4th game of the day, because this could be a really good one too, right? If you think about G2 Heretics beforehand, you could think that this is a very one-sided game, right? An easy G2 could win this. But G2 showed some struggles yesterday, and Heretics actually showed that they had this awakening, I guess, after kickoff. Not just one player that we talked about earlier today, but in general on the roster as well. I think if you look at the players and the young guns on both these teams, I think a lot of aura is going to be farmed today.
Yeah, I think that we're looking at 2 players in particular. That is Stompen and that is Riaz. On one hand, we have the TikTok king, the aura king himself, wearing the crown and being literally the face of G2 for the past year and a half. On the other hand, in his shadow stands Riaz, a player that also was famous a famous content creator, also got noticed for his aim on social media, but then joined pro play much later. He's standing in the shadow of Stompen right now, but with the level he showed yesterday, dropping double digits, finally living up to the expectations that he had on socials, can he do it, and can he do it against Stompen?
That's the big question that we have. I mean, when we look at G2, you're seeing a player on the screen right now, the one big aura farmer that we mentioned, it's always the conversation with G2. Star team this, star team that. But let's be honest, it's coming to fruition if you look at the big players, the big plays that these players are making.
Yeah, I think so. This game, unironically, has become a bit of a heavyweight boxing match already with how Heretics played yesterday. G2 have always been the heavyweight. They've got star players all across the board. Look at Doki here, big double kill with one SMG11 clip. Benja Master as well, brought back in on the lurk roll in the late rounds is absolutely devastating. And we can't really talk about a G2 clip, in my opinion, without talking about Shaiko, who basically dragged G2 to overtime yesterday with a massive 4K. G2 did not look like they were winning this round. It was a 3 versus 4, and he managed to find one through the mirror window, swings the door, manages to find a third, ultimately finishes it off with a 4K to win them the round, get them to overtime. That's what G2 bring. They bring, obviously, great strategy. They bring great coordination, communication, but they also bring that big, heavy-hitting punch when they need it, especially with that guy who's just on your screen.
And why is that important in this specific matchup? If you look at the two logos, G2, Heretics, both of these teams played extremely aggressive yesterday. On one hand, G2 because they have some incredible frag-heavy players. On the other side, Heretics because they found that identity, that playstyle to suit them yesterday. Finally, they stopped respecting players in front of them and started playing for themselves. It's what they shared in the interview yesterday, what we saw in the server, and that was enough for them to really impress us.
And it's a funny thing, because if you look up the word heretics, you'll find things like anybody who challenges the status quo or conventional norms in any field could be considered a heretic. And that's what they were giving us yesterday. And when we look at it, Spawn Peak's aggression, and not just against any teams, they were doing it against Falcons.
I just said, unironically, heavy-hitting matchup, both of these two teams, because of how good Heretics were yesterday. Look at this, out of the building, round 4 on their defense at 3-0 up, they're getting Spawn Peaks. They're making big double kills in terms of Zara, one of the rookies that we saw coming in through kickoff as well, but then also Riaz as well. You know, huge kills. And look at this, by the way, the team play that happened, all the kills that happened on these green stars here before they managed to see the round out as well. Clean victory against Team Secret. Yes, it's a new Team Secret, but that was so good. It was a massive night and day improvement.
Now, I believe yesterday, Jack, that you told me that they had a fair chance at beating G2, and I told you that I thought that their playstyle of being frag heavy, would be heavily tested playing against the best team that has the playstyle in the region. I think that G2 love that aggression playstyle and have the individuals to shut them down. So if there's one big test about that playstyle, can he keep playing that aggressively? G2 is the one team you want to prove yourself against.
It is going to be a good test. I want to see the map veto too, because we need one more bit of information before we send ourselves into this game. Looks like we're going to be headed to Fortress. How do we feel about that one?
I'm actually not a huge fan of this. And the reason I'm not a huge fan of this is, Leo's going to say it, G2 are phenomenal at Fortress. We saw them win it yesterday. However, yesterday we did see them struggle. Why did we see them struggle, in my opinion? Two things. One, they really, really struggled against Dokkaebi, particularly when they were on the defense. I don't see that being let through today. Two, Doki said they were not in good vibes. That isn't a mistake that G2 will make again today.
True.
This is one of G2's favorite maps. I expect them to raise their levels so much. So I think maybe Heretics have fallen into a little bit of a trap by going to this map.
I think it's a trap that Heretics has set up, in a sense that Heretics have banned it 10 times out of the 11 games that we've seen. So this is a team that had a perma-ban on Fortress. They didn't have time to work on it. They used the off-season to work on it and get it ready just for a single BO1 to try and set up a trap to a big team. That's why they're playing it against G2. Will it be enough? Honestly, I'm not sure.
Rebels set up the same trap against VP on the same map.
Well,
and it didn't work out.
And it didn't work out.
You were sitting here like, well, actually, well, there's a lot of questions, you know, in the first week of EML, what we're really going to expect, who can put up a good test against a big team. But luckily for us, some of these questions will be answered in the next match as it is ready.
Thank you very much, and indeed, there are questions to be answered about their pick, and you got to give them points for effort, Tim, even if it doesn't work out, but it does feel like Heretics are really taking a swing here. It feels like a David versus Goliath, maybe emboldened somewhat after yesterday, but G2 are looking pretty scary given their performances across Salt Lake, across kickoff, and of course, yesterday, although there was a bit of difficulty to it, I still say their performance was pretty solid.
Well, if you go for the king, you best not miss, Des. And that is the position.
That's the line.
You best believe that's the position that Heretics are in right now against G2, like you say, taking them to Fortress, having not really played it yourself. As Leo said, it's maybe a trap that they've set, or at least they think they have. Are G2 going to be the ones to trigger that trap? Or is it going to be Heretics themselves that find themselves caught up in it? Because G2, as we know, are very, very capable here. So let's see how they go. A little bit of a tough day for them yesterday. Saw Doki's interview, and as they've already touched on, he'd said that maybe the vibes are a little bit down in the team. I'm glad to see we've got 140p Doki back. The vibes are a little... Yeah, the vibes are a little bit down.
Burger King, sorry.
It's a little bit down in the team, so, you know, hopefully that's something they've addressed today. We might just see them kind of firing a little bit more on all cylinders. But there's a couple of good days yesterday. You know, you can't write them off. Doki, Stomp and Charcoal all had big moments yesterday. You know, you can never count off Alamo as well. And they're going to be a dangerous team one way or another. But Heretics, they start off on the defense, and it is going to be office and bathroom to kick things off.
Absolutely. you've sort of heard it could be a bit of a risk, but maybe Heretics have got something to show. And I think all teams will probably say, if you ask them, even those that won, yesterday, there's a bit of rust in there, a bit of nerves at times, kind of shaking ourselves down. Has been a few weeks now since Salt Lake concluded. Like, of course, a lot of these teams didn't get to play there as well, so for them, it was an even longer off season. There is always that aspect of coming into an official game where you might be playing on the same setup, you might be playing with the same 5 guys in a Discord or a TeamSpeak call or whatever. Not all that much really changes, but knowing the stakes that little bit higher, we had a chat about this back at kickoff. For some players, it does impact them psychologically and then impacts their actual performance in game as well. Now, I think that'll of course get shaken down as we really start to get into the groove of things we had yesterday. We're into day 2, really, because it'll end up being quite a short stage when you look at it, and we'll have ourselves at EWC before you can say it. We're really got to start shaping up quite quick. So hopefully day 2 is where we see both of these teams really at full fighting force.
G2 going to be very aware that somebody is holding on to the tower over by Eagle Stairs, because the Rotero drone was shot out immediately for Benja, so that is going to have gone back in, but he will try again and will succeed. Send that one in and get it locked into where he wanted it, and then the next one's going to go in through courtyard. Again, straight in through the door, looking to take utility out. Dorky it is with the opener, though. Manages to find one onto Riaz. Had a great game yesterday. I'm going to be looking for more from him today, Heretics, but it's not going to start out well as Dorky on the ace manages to find the opener.
Yeah, well, of course, we saw first Reyes come back in for kickoff. It really wasn't a fantastic stage overall for him and the rest of the group. But yesterday, as you say, was pretty terrifying. It was absolutely excellent. Hopefully, he can repeat it today. But at least in this round, that won't be. Honestly, why is it always my fantasy players? Why? Shaiko's down. Potentially going to find himself finished off unless he gets recovered here in a second. Stompin's there for a bit of recovery. His Dora is going to find himself finished off too. 5 versus 3. G2 not in a bad spot here. Yep, Shaiko recovered. It's 5 versus 2. Nice.
Yeah, G2 just rolling through Heretics at the minute, and Heretics are going to need a good first half here on the defense, because G2 are going to be rock solid when they come to the second half. You better believe it. Alamau manages to get one. We could be on for a team ace here if Jaiko gets in on the action. Stompin is going to put the diffuser down, so now Akwe, not only has he got 5 kills to find, he's probably going to find one. Does take down Doki, but then takes a lot of damage from behind. Doki straight in the old chat. The team ace denied by Benja. It's going to be G2 taking round 1.
It's funny you mentioned team aces, because I got a message from Fresh at probably about 11 p.m. last night after the show day concluded, and he was like, can we get a stat like that shows like team aces? And I was like, that's interesting. I was like, I'm sure we can. And I was going through yesterday like which teams have had the most team aces, like who's played the most unique ops, all that kind of stuff as well. Would you hazard a guess at who has got the most team aces? Let's say in 2026.
What, in EML? Or in the world?
Go by team. It's easy to go by team. You can take your pick if you want to do just EML or if you want to do world.
Most team aces in EML. I would say probably. I'd actually fancy G2 for that.
Okay.
Given that they've got so many gunners on side.
Believe it or not, they only have 2, which is quite low.
That's surprising.
Are the highest this calendar year so far at 6. But for those who are really curious, there are 4 teams globally that are on 7, which is Weibo, M80, Shopify Rebellion, and Fluxo W7M.
Okay.
If you want to know who's really fragging out as a team, there's your answer. There's no EU team in the top 4. We suck, apparently.
No superstars in those teams, just everybody putting the work in. So round 2 then, as we will continue with Heretics defense. They are going to move on to the opposite side of the top floor. It's going to be Domes and Games. Just looking for the hard breach. Doki is on ace, so we'd expect to see him getting that wall open, the external wall, exactly that one, straight into sight. Pretty much a guaranteed first step for most attacks on this site. And that's just going to put that bit of phantom pressure on inside of sight, but just always that concern from that window. We see so many players on the defense peeking around that window, wanting to get aggressive and just pick somebody up in this position. We see the pings coming out to notify him that he is in that spot, so just care needs to be taken.
Yeah, Doki actually is worth touching on here for a second, playing on the ace. Remember when he first started playing ace when he came out? People were a bit like, oh, why is an entry playing ace? That makes no sense. Or why is Doki on thermite sometimes? And I believe he came out at the time and basically said, like, once you've used your gadgetry, you're a free gun. You can do what you want. So you use your gadgetry as part of the setup, and then you start rolling through and getting frags. And sure enough, look what he's doing now, Tim. Tossed down a couple of Selmas, got his gun out, stepped on forward, and got the entry onto a Tachanka of all picks.
I think his ace has got a great gun as well. You know, I'm sure that plays into it. But we're going to have Alamai pushing with him, has taken that vending spot, looking to push on in as Ying stomping on the glass, manages to take down Riaz. It's all going G2's way again. 5 versus 3. Pings coming on out, as well as smoke canisters to provide a little bit of cover for that sniper scope, which we see put into action. Zara with a double though. Doki and Alamau taken down. So that's the vending side push taken care of for the time being, at least.
Yes, Zara's been studying the Reyes aim method, hey? Turns out he can get a couple of kills in the round and start to neutralize G2 at least a little. They've still got the man advantage though, and no doubt here is where they pause. They've got 60 seconds. They've got a glass. They've got 2 smoke bolts they can use in Shaiko's back pocket. Until Benja goes down, I'll just step forward and pick up some kills myself. This has got to be an ace though. Zara's on for 4. Can he make it a 5th? It's just stomping up against the king. You dare not miss, because he'll always find you. Stomping shuts down the potential ace and gives G2 round 2.
Yeah, it just shows the fine margins that you're working with against a team like G2 there beautifully. He had about a half a second opportunity to find the kill onto Stomping, and if he didn't do it there and then, it was unlikely Zara was going to, and as we saw, the outcome was exactly as expected. Stomping then got himself into cover, came back with a little bit of knowledge into that gunfight and gets his kill, closes out the round and prevents the ace as well. It's going to be G2 2-0, and they've managed to take the 2 top floor sites on attack as well. That's very impressive from G2. It gives them a great foundation. I was going to say, interested to see whether Heretics do move on down to that ground floor. They do choose to. They are just going to continue their rotation. Nothing too unusual there. A lot of the time teams will do this because they're already forming ideas for that next ban. And the ban is going to come in after this round. So they play through the first 3, see exactly where they're up to and think, right, top floor, you know, maybe it won't be in this case, but you look at something like, oh, the ace caused us a bit of problem, or the Ying caused us a bit of problem. That's why we lost that site. So we'll take that ban before we go back to that site. So if you're wondering, that's why we often see the rotation continue, even though those top 2 floor sites, top floor sites, I can't get that right.
Top floor sites.
The 2 top floor sites. It is, isn't it? Even though the 2 top floor sites are the better sites in the game, Heretics choosing that they just want to be able to play them with that, you know, bar in place.
Tim, I've got a really good tongue twister for you. Chat can follow along as well if they want to. I think I've actually used this before. Never mind. Zara, again, just he's having a bad start, to be fair to him. Try this one for me, though, Tim. I'm sure you tried it before. Irish wristwatch. Say it fast while these guys execute.
Irish wristwatch. There you go. Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch.
Yeah, right. You're half stumbling on that one, mate. I'll give you that one. I'll try and do one in a minute, because right now there's an execute that is at least stalled for at least a moment. Had the smoke come on through that has let them get inside of the building, but they can't get much further forward just yet. Akwi under a lot of pressure here, right on the doorways, the blitz in front of his face. The knockdown comes on through, but there is the swing. Dora in behind him. Great support for his teammate. Shaiko getting one back. Thank God for my fantasy points, but I don't think he'll be able to win out of 1 versus 4. Nice tracking on towards the C4, but a good round coming out for Heretics. They completely shut down that aggression from G2.
Yeah, Shaco seriously cornered there. Like I said, did a good job to take out the C4, but Dora doing well for his team, battling hard to keep them in it, especially the cover when Blitz had taken down the Thorn, just was going in for that pistol kill. Dora was there to back his teammate up, make sure that kill didn't happen, and now Heretics have a chance to just swing the momentum here a little bit with this ban coming in, see what they do with it. But it's an unusual start for them, really, on the defense. They've lost the top 2 sites, and you'd expect them to win, and they've then won the 3rd choice site. So a little bit of a mix-up from them. We'll see whether they can change that in the next 3 rounds or not. But those bans come in, and they've decided they don't want any more of stomping on glass.
No, and understandably as well, we've seen it used across a couple of those rounds, and another trap operator removed on the other side. If you're looking at these bans and thinking, wow, an Ella and a Thorn, like, why are these being banned away? I spoke about it a little bit back in our second map, I think it was, our second game of the day, and how we're in this meta now, especially on maps like this, where you need to play a lot of trap operators because there's just so much intel on the other side available, with the Dockerby, with the Deimos, with the Snake, with Grim, with everything else that gets thrown at you. There is just a lot that is going to make it really hard for you to roam. And so you're forced to play out in the map, but by playing out around the map, you can't cover everything perfectly. And so to make sure you have intel, and when someone, for example, is pushing up Eagle Stairs, you'll need barbed wire, you'll need traps to come out. That extra information helps you fill the gaps in your defense and lets you play more aggressively around the map. It also does, of course, help in slowing down rushes. So if someone does jump on a blitz and go, oh, you guys are roaming, we'll come and hit site. Well, now you're running into a bunch of traps and life isn't going to be very good fun for you. So you're almost like force as defenders at this point to play them. And so then G2 are kind of running into that in the same way that we saw Virtus Pro doing early on, and they're banning away two very powerful trap-based operators. For them, it was the Goyo and I want to say it was the Thorn. I forget what their third ban was, but they banned away two of these operators that look to try and impede attackers. G2 are reading into the same thing here to let them move a bit more fluidly through the map.
Sean just going to ping out. The Banshees can't really do anything about them. Not able to open them up. They would need to be triggered by the presence of a player. And that's not going to be the case. So for the time being, can do no more than just warn the teammates about them being in position. Looking across the lineup that we've got here, it is an office and bathroom defense. That's a big one from the Switch drone, taking down that bulletproof camera. They're going to be one of the #1. If you send in Bravo or Twitch drone in, that's one of the #1 pieces of utility that you want to take out. Any sort of camera or intel utility, so your Maestro cams, your bulletproof cams, anything like that. Default cams as well, of course, but maybe a little bit less so because they're not always in kind of optimal positions, whereas defenders get to choose those ones. So no kill yet, but aggression coming in from Doki as he moves in. He knows that there's one there. It's going to be a freebie. Manages to pick up Akwe. A little bit of a surprise there as Alamau gets Riaz as well. G2 are running over them, Des.
And it's one of them where we're building in towards the team ace as well. 3 kills, 1 for Doki, 1 for Alamau, 1 for Benja, and the plant is going down. This is looking a bit too easy for them. Benja makes it a second, makes it a third. Tim, it's like the playing T-Hunt at this point. They're making it a little bit too easy. Outside of the third round, which of course we did see Heretics get over the line on these top floor sites, G2 are just marching through the map.
Yeah, it's looking really comfortable for them at the minute, isn't it? And I can't see anything really changing at the minute for Heretics because it doesn't feel like it's really about Heretics. As we've just seen there, G2 just, Doki just walks in, gets this opening kill. Alamau gets one elsewhere. They're just, walking in and finding opportunities everywhere they go. There's deployable shields, there's utility, there was Banshees, there was Tachanka. None of it is really seeming to slow them down or make a difference. They're finding the gap every time. And, it's easy to say, well, Heretics, stop leaving gaps, win the gunfights. But when you're coming down to, you've just got to win more gunfights, it can be a difficult one because when you're up against a team like G2, winning gunfights against Benja 6-2, it's not going to be an easy task.
What to do? Onwards, we build. Still trying to lean towards the sort of slowdown, right? We got the Goyo, got the smoke, got the FNATs, of course, coming out. The intel from the Valkyrie to try and help give them ideas on where G2 are coming from. And, of course, Shankar to lay down a hell of a lot of smoke and hopefully deny a plant. But my mind comes back to a few rounds ago when we played a comp not too dissimilar to this. But Dora was the first one to die. Doki was on the ace, opened up the wall, steps through and kills Tachanka first. You're looking at that and thinking, how is Tachanka so exposed? Maybe the answer is things like this, Tim, because they move at such pace here. Look, we're not even 20 seconds into the round, and 2 of them have exploded into a window, trying to punish onto Zara out on the roam. Haven't got him. Yes, one's backed away here, but it's still the intent they've got. They want to punish players who are out on the roam and don't give them a moment to feel comfortable, almost scaring them back to the site.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, it's very difficult for Heretics anywhere around the map to actually kind of stand up to G2 at the minute. And that's even when they've got things like deployable shields to play behind. So, I don't dislike the lineup. I was going to say maybe bring some traps. They've got the FNATs, maybe a few more, I guess. But the Banshees didn't work out last time around. And so nothing is really slowing this G2 side down at the minute. And they are a minute into the round, starting to get inside of the map now. There's 2 in Old Tower. Alamau is going to be the one that's the kind of tip of the spear pushing from that side. A little bit of a relocation round towards Horse Door there. So Heretics, again, they're going to find themselves coming under challenges very, very soon.
Just happy waiting now to see what G2's next move is. You can see here, even the smokes down, they've got their own smokes coming on through. That's not the most ideal Candela in the world, but you'll take it. He's always got more, Tim. 3 more to be precise. Flash is coming in from Benja, and his smoke's coming in from Benja. This is normally where you'd see a hit come on through, and sure enough, Doki is in, marching on forward, but Lolo finds him first. It could have been a collapse for Doki there, I thought, for a second, but no. They've shut down the hit. Alamau still stuck here at the top of Old Tower. Finally gets the drop on throw at the back of the smoke. Is going to be the shield, a stomping, stepping down. As Zara sells C4s, that's also not very ideal. But in through the smoke comes one and into a second. Great defense by Heretics. Nice and aggressive there, not giving G2 time to get set up and execute.
Yeah, they won the gunfights. This is,
Absolutely.
I said coming in, it's difficult to just say that as, how are you going to improve this? How are you going to do better? You need to win your gunfight. But they did win their gunfights. When Doki tried again to walk into site, he was punished for it. And that is going to be a big round because it might just make G2 think twice a little bit. Knowing the players on G2, I don't think it will. I think they will still go in with aggression against Heretics and just look to win gunfights. But, that's the best that you could do is stand up to it, beat them back and say, you're not just going to walk into site and get kill after kill and close rounds out. And so it at least sends a little bit of a message. Can they continue doing it, consistently? We will see. But yeah, G2, I think maybe just getting a little bit ahead of themselves, a little bit carried away there. It's worked in the last couple of rounds. We've just walked in, took gunfights and got away with it. You're going to come unstuck eventually against most teams.
Absolutely. I think you're complaining too much as G2. You need this ends up being a 3-3. Like, it'll feel like a rescue mission for Heretics at that point, right? Like, if that's the way it goes, that's the way that it goes. We'll see how things close out here as we head downstairs for the final sight of the half. Down in towards medical. So, on the defensive side, I'm looking in towards the Soulless mainly out of anything else. You've seen the rest of it. We're used to seeing his army and seeing the smoke and the trap operators that I spoke about, blah, 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 blah. The Soulless is always going to be the interesting one. One, because Zara can play denial from above, but two, of course, to slow down their push through this map. Looking towards the drones that will come on through, take away a lot of the information from G2, looking towards plant denial in the late round. We sort of kind of saw like a surge of Soulless play when she had those minor buffs, even though we'd seen a few players around the world playing her. Leakafat being the one that will always jump to mind in EML as a go-to Soulless player. We were saying at the time, me and you were like, man, I'm sure he'll play Soulless like nearly every single round now. She's getting a buff and he's already playing her a bunch. And a few teams sort of cottoned on for a bit. She then drops away, I think, a little bit. Now it seems, at least for Zara here, he feels he's got some ideas in mind to help them win this round.
A lot of verticality on Fortress, a lot of verticality, so there will be, options there if Zara manages to keep underneath and can... The thing for Zara, there could actually be the possibility of a late round rotation here. If G2 get to a point where they are getting down onto site and they are in control there, Zara can actually push upstairs. Could find a lot of value in that scanner should they be in a position to, G2 to put the diffuser down. We'll see how that plays out as it goes on. But for the time being, they at least need to keep themselves mobile, which seems to be what G2 are doing up there. They're getting the verticals opened up, but they're also keeping things moving because they don't want to stand still for too long. Alamo manages to find Dora. That's going to be the smoke down. Big loss, but there goes the Dokubi. How about that if we're talking about losses? Phone calls go along with Alamo, so there's going to be no more of those. 4 versus 4. Lolo taking a ton of damage as well, and it seems at the minute like G2 are just targeting utility. Smoke off the board. Warden could be next. It's got to be Zara after that, surely.
Well, you'd think, but I imagine he'll try and stay quite slippy here just to keep himself safe. I mean, here he is inside the site itself, just feeding info on drones that are in place and where they're getting themselves set up. Of course, he's an awful lot. Ben just swings, but misses out on his man. Akwi getting one back. Gives them a man advantage for the first time in the round. So still work to do for G2. They want to recover this one as we're getting towards the last 60. A C4 in the back pocket of a very low HP Lolo. No doubt that's waiting for when the execute comes on through.
Yeah, I feel like G2 are giving Heretics a little bit of an opportunity here. They're going to be in a position whereby I'm sure G2 will be happy enough with 3-3, but they'll know that they could have been more. They know that they could have had more rounds on the board, definitely here. More damage is being done, but just not enough as Akwi manages to find a double at the end. Shaco and Stompin taken out, and that's going to be another round for Heretics. And honestly, with the way that has played out and the way that G2 have looked so comfortable, I'd say 3-3 is a bit of a steal for Heretics. I'm still not sure it'll be enough once you get G2 on the defense, but I think that's gone pretty well for Heretics, really.
Yeah. I said it at the 3-1 point. I was like, it'd probably feel like a bit of a smash and grab operation for the side of Heretics to then get away with the 3-3, but they've done it. Let's see what Ades think about that half.
3-3 even at the half. And the first thing we noticed was actually at the operator ban phase when we saw G2 ban away some very peculiar operators.
Yeah, we're living in a world now where really any operator ban, any operator pick seems viable. We saw an Ella, a Clash,
a Thorn,
and a Fawn banned by G2. Now, speculatively, why would they do that? They want to be able to use the shields, which they did a couple of times. Stompin played on the Monty, and then they want to be able to lurk.
Yeah.
Was it that successful? Maybe not. I think Heretics actually had a very, very good read into it. I would call them a bit plucky, is probably the word. Plucky?
I have no idea what that
plucky,
means.
They had a lot of heart. They managed to get themselves back to a 3-3 half, and they actually, I thought, played well. They were still very confident in how they were taking on the gunfights.
They had a lot of heart is something I can understand.
Yeah.
Something I can back, because I actually think think
Plucky is like an underdog. You know when an underdog rises up?
It's the opposite of a soft underbelly then.
Yeah.
All right, then we'll say this. They had heart, and we saw this. And one player in particular, I think, is Zara, is the one leading that effort. A young rookie that made his debut at kickoff.
Wow.
That was the only player that had, I think, a neutral KD on the side of Heretics, despite going 0-4 during kickoff. Already much improved, already still best performer of Team Heretics. This is just throughout 2 games, by the way. He's already at 19 kill with 1 day and 1 match and a half under his belt. He's extremely impressive. I'm once again very surprised that we didn't get to hear from this player before, because he seems to be, one of the best performing rookies out of the whole EML. And I think it's on the back of him. Now, that was defense. And we saw that yesterday. They were all good and well, playing aggressive in defense and playing close to each other. My main worry, and it has always been the same thing with them, is the attacks. Yesterday, they managed to pull a few and win. Today, can they do it on Fortress, heavily different-sided map?
Yeah.
That is the biggest worry I have here.
We expect the top teams to be much more comfortable in attack than maybe the teams that are still developing and are newer to this league, which Heretics are. Obviously, they go into the quote-unquote harder side, but they've set themselves up on, I would say, a level platform. Yesterday, G2 chose to ban away the shields when they were on the defense, and they got really, really punished by Dokkaebi, by Deimos, by Snake. It looks like today they're going for exactly the same thing, at least starting out with that Monty ban as well. So it'll be very, very curious to see what Heretics do. Will they lean into exactly the same thing that GK did yesterday when they found a success on their attacks?
Yeah, that's my question mark. I'm just waiting to see the second ban from Jesus' side. Will they remove the Dokkaebi? No, it will not. Snake is out.
So, kind of.
So you can still play Blackbird and Blitz. You can still add to that Deimos and Dokkaebi together. The roam clear potential here and the crowd control players.
There we go.
They're all there to play for Heretics.
Yeah, and they must have seen how annoyed Dookie was yesterday with the stuff that was being thrown at G2 in regards of these kind of global utility operators. Well, in this case, maybe not Dookie so much global utility, but you still get my point in regards of it maybe being a little bit annoying for the defenders. So let's see how that turns out in the second half.
Thank you very much, Anna. And I'll guarantee you not annoying just for the pros, but I'm sure for everyone who has been on the receiving end of that slam of utility. See if Doki gets tilted today and, of course, suffers to it, or if instead managed to find G2 massaging their way through the half and coming out with a win. Fair to say, many expect G2 to win this game. Tim, you think they'll come out strong in this half? Heretics, it's on the attacking side where you tend to see... Saying like lower level teams feel harsh, but a lower level team, I guess in this case in Heretics compared to G2, on the attacks is where you tend to see teams struggle, so you would lean towards G2 having a good half here, but I'm always happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've just seen it from Rebels earlier. They got onto they had a fantastic first half, and then they got onto that second half attack and really struggled against Virtus Pro. Really, they couldn't get anything going. They weren't managing to solve the problems in front of them. So, there's a lot of very recent, history and evidence examples of that. So Heretics need to show us a little bit of a different line here. They need to show us a little bit of a different ability. We're going to have the Rotero taken out, and that's going to at least leave Alamau secure. It was Stomping secure on those white stairs for the time being. I don't think really anybody was in a position to push him anyway with the Rotero drug going in at that point. So he was fairly safe with his movement. But yeah, Heretics, where are they going to get inside of the map? Where are they going to pressure first?
Swapping mags!
Well, right now it's going to be about trying to clear your way through a lot of the utility that I'd imagine G2 have scattered out. Looking at their lineup, there will be Doki, of course, trying to be the main headache, hanging around Old Tower at the minute, as you can see. All those razor blooms scattered around as well. So I mentioned it earlier on. They serve partly as information, but also, of course, as denial utility. Someone steps in, they trigger it off. You know where they are, but they also can't always safely step on through. It's why you'll see things like a touch being brought along, or in some cases, a florist might just do the trick for you. Either way, it makes it hard to just go hyper aggressive and push your way through the map at pace, even with all that intel on side.
Stomping just going on a little bit of a roam underneath, relocating himself. It's not something that we see too often from defenders here on Fortress. Isn't the kind of vertical play the vertical holds, especially Stomping being pushed away from white stairs means there's nobody over that side now as well. So Heretics maybe can find a little bit of space, but they are completely focused on this Dorms and Games side, as you can see. 3 silhouettes in there. Make that 2 as Doki manages to take down Riaz. Beautiful headshot. He's still got the Blackbeard in front of him, but look who he's got. The Dokkaebi's got.
Oh, no.
No. That is too easy.
You can't be letting that happen.
No.
He really can't step forward for free in front of a Blackbeard like that and get away with a kill that he did at range like he did, and then get the Blackbeard after. Unforgivable. And Heretics, I think quite rightly so, Tim, are going to find themselves on the wrong end of this round. It's a 1v4 for Lolo, and it'll be G2 pulling ahead once again to 4 and 3.
Olo looks to take the fight. Does manage to down the Fenrir, but will get no further as Stomp and peeks around the corner with support as well. And that is going to be G2 taking their first defense. And I think this was always the concern for Heretics there. They're getting onto the attack. Things are looking a little bit more chaotic for them. We've got players, you know, strafing across a line of sight, giving themselves up. Dorky able to get aggressive and get in there. There's no way that he should come away with 2 kills out of that situation. He gets one there, turns, gets the Blackbeard. There's just no way. There's no way that that can happen. He did take some shots, take some damage along the way, but you've got to be finding that kill if you're the Blackbeard. So, yeah, big lesson to be learnt there for Heretics, and a little bit of a warning shot, I think. G2, you know, looking very comfortable on the defense.
Yeah, these are the sort of dangers you just can't let through, right? Like I said, if you give him a space, give him an inch, they'll take a mile, and Doki quite literally did there and took 3 of your team away. So, find ourselves on the bottom side of this top floor. Already spoke a lot about the rotation, don't need to dig into that once again. But still leaning heavily into the sort of denial that we saw coming out from Heretics and also in VP's game earlier on. Got the smoke on side, got the Chanker on side, as well as the C4 to tossing when required. And otherwise, it's mainly about the traps that we spoke about. Aruni, one you might look at and say, well, not really a trap operator, is she, Des? It's like, what to a degree she is. 1, barbed wire, as I've already spoken about, does help cover some of those gaps. 2, the gun is absolutely unreal. The main reason that you bring her along is that. But the gates do also, of course, have to be cleared out. And you know that if a team is expending utility to try and get through a gate, there's a very fair chance they intend on using that part of the map in a push too.
Akui on the Deimos, going to be looking to go on the entry, I would imagine, get in there quickly. And the drone will go first, but then he'll be looking to get established inside of Old Tower. They are attacking on 2 dorms and games this time around, so they need to be careful. The FNAT will signal the presence. Very smart thinking from Dora there. Rather than turn into the FNAT, turn into the window immediately, because it was just kind of like a proximity alarm, essentially. Just immediately giving that intel that somebody was there and could be swung from that window. But we'll get away with it and able to send in one of those SAM cams as well. I do like Zero as an operator, but at this level, you do find, I think, those SAM cams are very quickly going to get taken out.
I think if, like, traps aren't being protected, Zero is wonderful at clearing them out. Say, for example, they've got a Thorn gadget down somewhere, or there's an FNAT guarding a doorway that you know no one is currently watching, and you can get away with getting a SAM cam in and zapping it out. Wonderful, because they're quite discreet about the way they do it, and if they do survive, well, it's free information for you at the same time. But like you say here, the main worry is G2 are quite dug in around a lot of their setup. It will be quite difficult to pick away a lot of the key utility that you want. Not quite got the angle onto the bulletproof, but as you've seen, it hasn't been shot out. And that means a lot of information available to Heretics.
Over halfway through the round and nobody really inside of the map yet other than Dora. A little bit of a problem really for Heretics. Need to start getting themselves established a little bit better. Courtyard is about as far as they've got, and that is certainly a little bit of an issue. We can see now Zara does start to move in, can push up red stairs, but there's only a minute left to go. They've not really cleared a lot of utility inside of sight. They've not disrupted any of G2 in terms of forcing them out of the power positions that they want to play in like that. Shaiko able to get himself one, Dorky another, and Heretics are just feeding into those power positions that G2 have set themselves up in. There's no disruption from them. You know, there's no Dorky been brought along to use those calls. We're not really seeing, you know, successful tracks really coming out that are giving too much information away. You know, you can presume somebody's going to be playing at the top of red stairs. Sorry, at the top of blue stairs. There's always somebody up there. Stomper manages to get lower, and yeah, G2 have had a fairly easy time of it that round.
Yeah, also doing really well with the utilities. Like the smoke there is a great example, right? Tossing it out to block out the Deimos coming up those stairs while they all turn around and deal with those that are pushing them from other angles. Just really well isolated. And I'm not quite sure how I felt about Zara's initial push as well, coming up those white stairs. Like, it's great that they knew where Shaiko was and thought, cool, that's a free kill to come in, no doubt. Rounds the corner, and I think both he and I were sat here just like, yeah, fair play, Shaiko's reaction time, it's terrifying, there's not much we can do about that, and you've lost your life. But he was very much trying to push independently and catch him off guard. Problem is, I think most of G2 are quite hard to catch off guard, to be honest.
this is it. You're playing against a team of like superstars, really. You know, any of whom can win individual gunfights in a heartbeat. So yeah, Heretics. Like I said, I'd like to see just a bit more disruption from them. I know they tried to open that external wall, send a Sam Cam in, and you know, give G2 something to think about, but it just really wasn't significant. You know, I'd like to see maybe that Deimos working underneath, trying to get the vertical angles with the tracks, maybe a butt going underneath. You know, something to get G2 moving, because I haven't brought it out this stage yet, but the botherometer for the players inside of sight, it wasn't even wobbling on that one, Des.
No. Really wasn't about that for them. And I'd say it wasn't obviously in a couple of their attacks as well. They've just looked extremely comfortable throughout G2. And I think at 5 and 3, they're building towards what looks like could be a comfortable win here across the next 2 or 3 rounds. Maybe Heretics get a little bit of respite here, attacking into the offsite. But knowing G2, they're not going to make it easy for them. Either way, they'll still give them a lot to think about.
Okay, then downstairs start it will be, and here we go. Looking at the defensive lineup again, nothing kind of, you know, revolutionary there. Just good siege from G2 here. Tubarao, Kari, they're going to be in position to try and keep that hatch closed for as long as possible if that's where Heretics are going. Benja's upstairs at the minute. I imagine he's just been reinforcing it before heading back down, and they're going to try to... I was going to say, they're not going to hold on to dorms here. They do have Doki. It was Doki I was wondering about. He's up towards Museum, so they do have a presence up on top floor here to G2. And again, that's something Heretics need to be aware of, and they need to disrupt. They need to go in there, remove Doki, create a situation where he can't do any damage, but it's lose-lose for him as well. They need to be going in there and taking it. I was going to say take his life. He's dropped away now. He's back onto first floor. So again, smart play from G2, really. Just have a little bit of a presence up there on the Fenrir at the beginning. Let them see you. We need to now be careful about top floor. Maybe he's put an FNAT around here and there, and it just all wastes time.
Just well, keep an eye on where that second electric floor from Benja goes at some point too. In towards a hatch would be an obvious one, given the upstairs is going to be the focus with that ram on side for Heretics. And really, for the most part, G2 said, you know what? All right, you guys want upstairs? You can have upstairs. Fine. Get your ram in there. Start opening up the floor if you want. Start pointing those Capito bolts down through the floor, as you've seen happen a couple of times today on Fortress already. It doesn't really seem to bother them because they have the tools ready. A couple of C4s to play behind the smoke. Of course, the FNAT, they do try and eventually hit site. Plus, the traps coming out from Shaiko, they just look ready for what's going to come their way and not too bothered at all about conceding top floor control.
Nitro goes out. There was somebody stood near it. It hasn't been detonated yet, so still a possibility there. And just setting up the flank cams, I think Heretics, they were tentative about going in initially to dorms, but they are now comfortable that they've got that top floor control, which they've always had, realistically. G2 have handed that over, but G2 very much going for kind of an off-site defense here. They're very close by, but just using those adjoining rooms. We always see this on the downstairs side. Nobody wants to play directly in there because of those vertical angles, but just play within touching distance and force the attackers to make a move. Cole will come out. Doki just going to take the damage because he wanted the opportunity for the fight. Nearly finds his man there, but both will live to tell the tale.
Yeah, and again, you take the fire, you take the damage to the Dokkaebi. In case you're looking at that and thinking, why is he turning the phone off? Why is he taking the damage? You can hide and turn it off. They now can't call him again. So you can only get called once. It means Doki is now free from the confines of a Dokkaebi call inside of Fortress, which is a wonderful bit of freedom to have when playing around a siege these days, it feels. Sure enough, that's now mobilizing to get moving around the map a little bit here. A lot of freedom. Maybe even trying to come up on the flank a little bit here and hit the players on Heretics. They start to get themselves lined up around the site. We're down to this last 30 team. They've got to start making a move soon. They've had all this top floor control, but done very little with it.
How bothered are the players on site? It comes down to that same question. And the answer for G2 is not very. They are just holding their angles, waiting for the fights to come to them, which they are doing over and over again. 3 versus 1 now. 8 seconds left to go. Shaiko with the double at the end. And again, the same game plan works for G2. And that is, we've set ourselves up. We're going to just play this fairly passively. As you can see, they're not getting aggressive. They're not going, trying to retake top floor, trying to take the fights to them. They're not leaving Doki out there on the roam all round. You know, they're just setting up a little bit. I like how they wasted time by having Dorky up there to begin with. He drops away, but we could see that Heretics were tentative about getting in the building, getting in through that Dorm's breach. Very conscious. They didn't know exactly, you know, if people were up and downstairs, what was still happening. It took them time, and time is the big factor. They're kind of spending a lot of the round not doing very much.
I think it's like it points towards an assumption many people have in Siege. It's like, oh, you have to get vertical control. But what happened in that round, to me, at least from what it felt like, was they got the vertical control. G2 didn't even bother defending it in the first place. Said, yeah, you guys want it? Sure, have it. They opened up the floor like, wicked. Now what? Where do we go from here? And they only had very thin areas of control they could get around, like medical, for example, which wouldn't have put them inside of the site immediately. And G2 were kind of like backing up and putting all their eggs in the basket of, Walden are you when you come and try and hit site? They had 2 or 3 players stacked up on a single doorway there to challenge around medical itself. They were not bothered about what Heretics were getting up to. So although Heretics kind of assumed, and fairly so, okay, we need vertical control here, it'll support us in getting control of the downstairs, we've got to make sure we're not being roamed on from above. Ultimately, that upstairs control offered them very, very little in that round, and G2 just played into that absolutely beautifully. Now they're at 6-3. They've got 3 bites of the cherry at match point, but it does feel like G2 should see this one over the line now that we're back up on the top floor.
You really would expect so, given that Heretics are going to need 3 successive attacks and haven't had 1 successful one yet. Straight away, they're going to be looking at main door, so it is shaping up to be an eagle-sided push, get themselves in towards White Stairs, drop the tower, and try and get that wall open if G2 haven't left it open for them, and push into site from that side rather than the old tower side. Although saying that, we're going to have a little bit of attention towards Dorm's wall as well. We can see there is at least 1 defender off on that side. If we have a look, it's Dorky at the minute who's playing around old tower. Is supported by Avenger on the bandit in dormitory as well. And we need to be aware of stomping downstairs. He's going to get the job done as he always does. Nitro finds Lowell. Another entry for G2, and that is all but 2 rounds G2 have had the entry. Dominant at the beginning of the rounds is not the word.
Get the entry and then reinforce off briefing. They've got the kill that they feel they needed, and can now just back away and play as a team around site. Look, everyone is gathered together, being pretty chill about it. No one's really worried. Yeah, they are literally all condensed around site, similar to how we did in the last round almost. But they're that confident they can play behind their weapons, play behind the utility. Alamar getting a freebie with a shotgun onto Dora as well. They just look very, very cozy. And Heretics looking a little bit scattered here, a bit lost for ideas. You roll the dice on taking G2 to Fortress. They're showing that maybe it wasn't worth taking that risk at all.
Ooh, Stomper gets taken down by Zara there. 4 versus 3 as they at least get something going for them here, Heretics. But the problem is they've still got Benja, Shaiko, Dorky, Alamau to fight through. And we can see got a range of kills amongst them. Gonna have Alamau targeted, but is it gonna avail them anything? I don't think it will, as Shaiko steps out on the door, manages to find Zara. Riaz is there onto Dorky, but Alamau with the trade, Shaiko with the final kill, G2 with the win, and they get themselves another 3 points here in EML.
An expected outcome that I think probably at the half we thought, oh, maybe Heretics can show something here. But as I said, when you get onto that attacking side, things can begin to get a little bit tough. And G2 shows some real defensive chops there to see it over the line. As you said, Tim, 2 wins in a row now. They look absolutely wonderful. And I'm sure that will continue into future weeks. But for now, a quick break. And now Des will break it down for you.
3 points for G2. That is an improvement compared to yesterday, and that means we get to speak to the victors as well. We have Doki on the line to ask him a few questions, hopefully to speak about this game in general. And one thing as well, Doki, good evening. Congratulations on the 3 points. The one thing I'm really curious about is how were the vibes? Were they better than yesterday?
Yeah, easier game, so better vibes. Kind of how it goes. So yeah.
Hi, Jack.
Hi, Jack. You alright?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you?
Good, I'm great.
You're in 1080p today, so it's lovely to see you in full HD clarity.
Yeah, kicked my girlfriend off the internet, kicked Zach off the internet, kicked my phone off the internet.
Okay.
Just me, myself, and I.
Nice. Are you only going to play Fortress this stage? That's 2 days in a row that you've played it. Was you expecting it?
If teams let us, yeah. if they want. I don't know. Ramalho said. I think we had a different game plan coming into today's game. Map wise, but Ramalho just went, hey guys, let's just play Fortress again. So we just played Fortress again.
I mean, to be fair, it was kind of unexpected because Heretics had never played it. They banned it all the time, so I don't think it was expected. Yeah. A question for you, Doki. Actually, I was surprised. I think we all think that Dokkaebi is overpowered. It was not banned here, and you guys only played it one round. Why is that? I felt like with your playstyle, the fact that you like to spread around a lot, I thought it would be like a given that you guys abuse it as much as possible.
I think the bans didn't really allow it, to be honest. I think like they banned Snake and BB. Yeah, Snake and BB. So I think we can like Shaiko will just replace his Snake with Deimos. Deimos.
Yeah.
And then everyone else has a better operator for their position. Like I'm playing the hard breach kind of role on that map. I can't really play Doka. Carl and Zach are kind of swapping between shields and more like soft destruction. So it's just up to like maybe Benja if he wants, and he has the freedom to do it if he wants. But I guess he decided to troll and play other ups. So yeah, I don't know.
I guess looking at the operators you guys play, I see an impressive lot of flexibility actually. Like I see you guys play a wide variety of operators, and each of you can do that. And I feel like something that we've seen from FaZe, kinda. Do you think that that's influenced in the way that Alemao and Ramalho are thinking of the game? Because I can see you playing, a wide variety of operators, just like FaZe is doing, for example.
I mean, to be honest, like before this season, me personally, I used to be really kind of like locked into like only a certain few operators. So I tried like individually to kind of play more operators than what I have. Like I'm now playing like ACOG and stuff like I didn't play before. I just played mainly Hollow. So I don't know. It's just like something I thought I'm approaching 45, so I'm gonna start playing ACOG now because I can't see anything.
I was about to say it's the start of the end of you doing that, Jack.
Yeah. So I mean, trust me, I know, bro. But I'm still playing good against Heretics. So there's method to my madness.
So positive to take away from today. Doki, anything you want to say to the fans and supporters before we let you go?
Nope. I don't want to say nothing to my fans or my supporters. I want to say thank you guys for a great cast, analytics, and hosting. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time as well, Doki. And
keeping us unhinged in the interview.
You never know what to expect
I love Doki's interview.
from a Doki interview, but I love it. I like it.
Yeah. He's always very honest. He likes to say he's always very honest as well. He will give us some great insight. And yeah, I thought G2, and clearly they got a little bit surprised. We were a little bit surprised that Heretics had decided to let this map through. And I feel like the more things change, the more they say the same, because we saw Rebels take VP to this map.
Yeah.
We weren't expecting it, and then they didn't really win an attack. And Heretics took G2 to this map when we weren't expecting it, and they also did not win an attack whatsoever. And I think that's kind of part and parcel of these new developing teams.
Yeah.
Coming into it, especially on maps that they're not necessarily traditionally comfortable with, maps that are still quite new, especially Fortress,
and
still
quite
defender-sided as
well.
And yeah, these top teams are really going to punish you, and I think we saw G2 come alive on that defense.
Yeah, the trap was obvious. Heretics wanted to surprise G2 to take them to Fortress. Realistically, though, they get this, they get the map that they wanted, they get the side that they wanted, and it's all fine for the first 6 rounds. You get half-half. G2 has that quality in them that will make them incredible in attack and will make them go 3-3 despite it being defender-sided. Realistically, though, you still need to play the next 6 rounds on the weaker side, and it's just not going to be enough. You won't have that depth, especially against some big teams.
Yeah.
So the clocks are in order. You know, the big teams are still defeating the younger teams. It's fine. I'm still waiting to see that improvement from Heretics on attack. I can still see that weakness being a problem throughout the rest of the stage if they don't fix it.
Yeah. I think 2 teams that need that improvement as well are playing in our last game for the day. We have Shifters and Secret going up against each other. And I think the big story for this one is that Nath is now playing with Shifters against Secret, the team that he was with for kickoff. And we've seen Secret make so many changes, right? The roster that they played the 6th Invitational with is no more. There's been so many changes, an IGL change as well. So that obviously affects the roster and the team. In fact, we sat down with Noah to talk about how he feels about all the players' changes that Secret have made.
I think as an entry, you kind of have to be delusional. No matter if it's Handy or if it's Cyber and the other side of that door, you're just going to walk through. My dream to play pro kind of started in a weird way than most people. I think I never actually assumed that I was going to be a pro player, but once I wanted to actually quit the game, that was when I got my offer. The moment where I realized that I could go pro was probably during my first trial. During my first scrim that I trial with them, I think I dropped like 20 kills, and I was like, okay, you know, this is I can show them that I can do this. You know, the feeling of getting my first contract was insane, and that's when, you know, I showed my parents and I told them everything about esports, and I told them that I can really build something from this when I showed them the contract, and they supported me, thankfully. So yeah, it was just the greatest feeling all the time to be able to do your dream. The summer of EWC was probably just electric. It was so special. The team was pretty fresh at that point, but we were all friends with each other, and we all knew that, you know, everyone wanted to win. Something special about the entire event. I remember going into it, we won our first game, I think it was 8-7 against the Falcons, and that's kind of where, you know, we just knew, like, this is it.
Oh, that is one way to make a statement if you're Secret. Walks in, finds the gap, gets the kill, the one tap, surprising himself, keeps moving on forward, and the exact same aggression, the confidence that we saw being built up on Cafe is starting here in the very first round. Make that 2. And the one tap 3. Doom cannot believe it. A single man has won the round for his entire team.
Like, we were all friends with each other, and we were all able to set aside like our differences to focus and work. And I think just our dynamic of, you know, having Joom and Adrian and Mowgli, me, Savage, like we were all, it was just like a perfect sync of people. It was just something special. 3, 2, 1. Goes nice. Oh, I guess. It was Adrian and Joom that left at the same time.
On back, Noah is going hunting and does find that kill. Both of them join the fray, and Team Secret, they close the gap once again.
During my vacation after SI, Joom sent a long message, and we kind of expected it throughout SI. During SI, we were making a lot of jokes about Joom leaving and going to different teams, but we never expected ourselves to be, you know, at the grand final and be playing at that high of a level. So I think it came still a little bit as a shock during that moment to see Joom leave. So yeah, it was difficult. Well, we had such a good team where our potential was so high, and now, you know, might go a little bit backwards because we don't have Joom anymore. Savage leaving Team Secret, I think, affected everyone, because Savage was our captain, and he was like, you know, the typical leader, just the main guy in our team, you know, for so long. I think the best thing about our new group, I think, is just the raw talent that we have. We have a lot of new younger players that really want to prove themselves. So I think just having that energy around us, especially with me and Mowgli, I think that has given us maybe a little bit more energy as well and a bit more push to show, okay, we want to give these new players a good situation in the team, and we want to give them a good experience of the year. The ambitions now for Team Secret is to reach like a high level of Siege again. Last year we came in and our ambition was to win a tournament. And I think this year with the newer players, I think we want to teach them how to reach that form of being a high tier team. And I think that's our main goal, is just to get back to being competitive in every game, no matter the team.
I don't think we were expecting to have teary eyes here today in the second day of EML.
It's so sad.
It is.
It's such a good piece.
Yeah.
It
really is.
Very heartfelt.
Noah is someone that I think we've learned to find so likable, so open and so honest in interviews, and in every public appearance that he has, he's always so open-minded. And we've got to know the guys through the different events, and we got to experience EWC with them, Munich Major with them, the Malta EML finals with them, SI with them, and it's just it hurts a little bit because we let go one of the best team that we think what could have been, because they were the youngest teams at SI, and they managed to get to the grand final, and now 3 out of 5 of these players have left to different teams, and it's a hard build.
When it was all over as well, when they put out on socials like don't be sad it's over, be thankful it happened or whatever, but it still leaves you feeling what could have been.
Yeah.
Had that 5 have stayed together from SI throughout kickoff into the major, into stage 1, and what could have been this year. Obviously it didn't transpire that way, and but yeah, what a good piece actually. It was a really, really well put together piece there.
Yeah. Also about like the whole of last year and like kind of where the expectations were at last year, whereas they have to shift them this year, going into like, okay, we need to make sure that we survive. We have that safety of having EWC locked in because we are the defenders of the championship in that case. But that doesn't go for their opponents today either. So for Secret, yes, they have that kind of fallback, that safety net, but still they want to make sure they put in a good showing here.
Yeah, the thing for Secret is they're the only team out of all of the EML teams that can afford to throw everything at the wall, to try things, to try and innovate, in the sense that they've already made it to EWC. They're still playing for SI points and cash prize, of course.
Yes, saying it.
It's important.
They also missed out on the major, so them SI points are very important.
Yeah,
it's true. I think the real goal of making EWC is there already. It's done, but you're right. Like it is supposed to be something where they want to win in these official games, not only for confidence, but to gain experience for these young players that are joining the team.
Yeah. And we need to give them time, right? It's almost a complete full rebuild of this roster with a new IGL. I mean, the same goes for their opponent for today. They also got a new IGL. In fact, they have Secret's old player on their roster now today. And when we look at Shifters, they also missed out on the last major. They also want to make sure that they make it to EWC. They actually have to qualify if they want to make it there. And there is one player in particular that has been putting in a shift to try and help his team get to that event.
Robbie yesterday was going crazy. He got 16 kills. He was so impressive. And honestly, we've seen this guy playing on DokaIB. He felt like another Benja Master, a player that is quiet in the game, that has incredible game sense, that can get incredible multi-kills if you give him the space. Him being able to abuse DokaIB in a new sound, and Solid Snake as well. It is honestly a miracle to witness. I think we said multiple times that we needed the entries and the fraggers on the side of Shifters to step up. Robbie definitely is that guy.
Yeah, and it's certainly encouraging as well, because I suppose the criticisms that we level at this team at times is very often it's the Freck show, and where was Robbie, where was Lasmo? I actually think they both played pretty well yesterday. Robbie especially was the star of the show. I know it didn't necessarily result in the absolute best performance and best result possible, but it was encouraging stuff from Shifters in their first performance. Today they're coming up against a Team Secret that's clearly much weaker, with big changes, with rookies coming into it. So today's a big opportunity for Shifters, whilst they're on bootcamp, as you can see in the webcams here, apart from Blast, to step up and to really stamp their mark on the game.
Just a quick thing on the bootcamp, by the way, I reached out to Shifters to ask why Blaz was not with them. So he was actually with them the week prior to this official games. Probably had to go back home for personal reasons, but they still benefited from that time all together in the theory sessions in bootcamp to prepare the season.
Yeah, the same goes for Secret. They're on a bootcamp themselves as well. But before we jump into this game, we need to look at the map selected for this best of one, the final best of one of the day. Ooh, a chalet.
That is very cool for Shifters because it is their favorite map. They played it twice at kickoff, won it twice,
7-0.
and they beat Twisted Mind 7-0 on the map the last time they played it. They're full of confidence in the map, but also, if Secret is going there, there is a reason to it. They chose to go there. They could have went to Lair.
Yeah, now it's hard to judge New Secret's map pool because it is New Secret, but the one thing that Twister said is like he expects Secret to still play the same way as Old Secret, and therefore his ideology, his map pool preferences will all still be prevalent. Old Secret really likes Chalet as well, so it was a fan favorite. So we have good reason to believe that New Secret also really like this map.
It's going to be a good game, I hope, at least, with two teams that are kind of rebuilt. A lot of question marks around these two teams. But for one more time today, Ace, please take us to Chalet.
Thank you very much, Anne. And indeed, we shall. I'm glad that we get a break from Fortress. I'm glad we get to go to Chalet, Tim. It's another throwdown map where we get to see a lot of fiery action, I'm sure.
Yeah, I love Chalet. It's one of my favourite maps to watch, one of my favourite maps to play as well. So more than happy to go and bring the temperature down. Fortress seems like a very hot place. Chalet is just going to cool us off a little bit, but I don't think there's going to be any cooling down inside of the server. These two are definitely going to see each other as an opportunity to get the win, get the points. I often say this, you've got to look for the points against the teams who you think you're going to finish around in the league. They're the really important results. It's nice to get a win against the big boys, the ones who are going to be up above you, but if you can get the ones you're going to be fighting for spots with, I think that's maybe where Secret and Shifters could see each other.
It's a little bit dramatic, but these are the two teams that are currently at the very bottom of the table on 0 points. Neither team won yesterday. Obviously, whoever loses today will be dead last in the standings after 2 days of play. It's still early on, lots of time to recover, but I think both are looking at this and thinking this is a must-win game for us because, like you say, Tim, these are the opponents they're probably going to be fighting it out in like 7th, 10th with, and also try to battle and push into 5th and 6th at the same time. Probably fair to say, like with how things go, as we've already said before the stage, you and I, you know, Twisted Minds, Falcons, GT, G2, Virtus Pro, pretty fair to assume they'll probably take our top 4 spots. The 5th and 6th spots are the ones that become the big question mark for a lot of these teams and a lot of people watching is who's going to play at a standard where they should be in there. And Old Secret definitely should have been there, if not somewhere in the top 3. I think New Secret, as we saw yesterday, we had a lot of question marks on, but they are a new team. They need a little bit of time to figure things out, and then maybe, just maybe, Twister can get them back into fighting form. But now those Shifters are going to start on the defense. Secret are on the attack. The bans we've had come on through. I don't think Mira and Azami are going to surprise anybody on the other side. A shield being taken away. It's an old school classic, really, for Secret. They love playing Monty back when Savage was on side, but it does mean they can run back over to playing Blackbeard if required. And Snake being taken away, well, spoke a lot about our Intel operators today, Tim. Not surprised to see him taken off the board either.
No, it makes perfect sense on Chalet as well. You know, if you look at something like Border, I'd say, I'm not saying there's no value, there's plenty of value in Snake, but maybe a little bit less so. In the here on Chalet, you're going to be doing a lot of clearances. You're going to want to clear top floor. You're going to want to clear from, you know, solar side across through master, through office. You've got all this sort of ground to cover, and Snake can really speed that process up. Somewhere like Border, slightly smaller map, a couple of drones going. You know a room's clear or not. You can go in and make a challenge. Like I say, Snake's still very useful, but somewhere like Chalet makes perfect sense and could slow an attack down, definitely.
Sure, for now, we're starting to get focus coming in towards top of Library Stairs, where Noah's got that nade rolling on through. I think hoping to take away a little bit of the utility setup at the top of there, which could have been either of those traps. It could have been the mute jammer in position as well, but it will at least force some of that away. Now, we've all identified, we've seen it, and now the team, as you can see from the yellow ping, know it as well. There is a player currently sat out on Mez that needs to be forced away, and I think he's where the pressure is going to come onto here. As the first starts coming on through, some fire towards the back, nades at the same time, just about manages to make the cross here. Lasmo's still alive for now, and has got himself in a great spot where he looks relatively safe, Tim. Might cross into a line if he's not too careful. Burning out alive here, down to almost no HP, but he has done the tango, Tim. 2 kills go the way of Shifters. Great play by Lasmo, and they are being rewarded for it.
How on earth has Lasmo managed that? He has avoided so much danger to keep himself alive. Frex backed him up brilliantly, and we're just really seeing how you should be playing that top floor area and the way that the team and the players can interlink with each other and really help. Robbie picks up the final kill there, and Shifters, they look like they were under some serious pressure for parts of that, but then very comfortably come through with the win. It's 1-0.
A good first round. And again, it's Lasmo for me in the dance that he was playing. He had, what, 2 firebolts, 2 frag grenades coming his way. Just all the utility in the world that should have forced him to be in danger there still manages to get away with it, keep his life admittedly to a fraction of HP. And I think quite fairly, the opponents assumed it was going to be safe. Like, they thought Secret were like, cool, we can walk in here. There's no way someone's still alive, right? Not from all these nades and all this fire. And well, we saw the exact output. This certainly was alive and well, and that really got the ball rolling there. And 2 kills for Freck in the middle of the round 2. Wonderful stuff. Great first round. Now Secret going to see how they can do attacking in towards Master and Office instead, which probably means a little bit of pressure on towards Double Window, up in towards Solar, or potentially just a plant coming in around the same area, looking to go into that double wall on Mez, going behind the half wall.
It's like that scene in a film, isn't it? You know, where there's been an explosion, you know, there's flames, there's rubble everywhere, and then the protagonist comes walking out of it. That was Lasmo in that round. It was like, yeah, surely he can't have survived. Oh, no, there he is. There he is. And he's still going. Yeah, tough one for Secret there. And 1-0 Shifters. They get themselves started. How about this? A little bit of aggression onto Mud Window. Robbie waiting for it.
Changing mags.
Doesn't get the opportunity, so he's going to dip away now. Going to be fighting instead around that double window. You can see the hatches open above him as well. So Shifters playing with the map quite open here. They're certainly not holding themselves up on site. They want into, as I said, you know, it's one of those maps where you're going to need those clearances. Operators like Snake being banned out gives Shifters the opportunity to do that. So I like to see that they're playing into the advantage they've given themselves with ban. I hate it when teams ban players away and then don't play in any sort of way to take advantage of the fact that Snake's not on the board, for example. Shifters definitely doing that.
Yeah, you got to play the map at that point, right? And I guess it's nice knowing full well that you can only track out one at a time with Daymaster or with the Dokkaebi. So you aren't going to have everyone suddenly being forced back and away. Sure enough, there's our first track coming out of the Deimos onto the Denari of Freck. Probably forced move away here as Imagine Flexi. I was going to say he was trying to look for him, but no. Freck's managed to find 2 yet again. Make it a third as depth from above just continues to rain. Noah gets at least 1 back, but that attempt by Secret has just completely fallen apart. A double for Robbie. Mowgli might get at least 1 back for himself, but they had a perfect read on everything coming then and have completely crushed the Secret attack.
Yeah, really, really tough for Secret to take there. Freck with the track in place on him. Still manages to get a double and kind of bring another one in for Robbie to take down from above. Robbie manages to close things out as well. Double for him in the round. He's having another great night. Played really well last night. And it's, you know, we've seen these players for Shifters kind of building in confidence over the last 12 months. And we've had the, you know, a couple of changes coming in. Blasnef, bit of experience there. And I just think that they're starting to get to a point where they've found a perfect mix. And you know, obviously we spoke about that top 4, you and I, Des, and we spoke about Twisted Minds being in that 4th spot, and I'll stand by what I said, and that is, you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see Shifters making a run at that spot as well if they can get a bit of momentum behind them. They've got the backroom staff, they've got the experience, they've got the gunners. They really could, on paper at least, be a threat.
What I will say is in that round, I very much saw the Secret that Twisted was speaking about and saying, you know, this team's going to play the same sort of style, like we're not trying to change things drastically. Why would you when Mowgli and Noah already know that system? They're kind of at 100%. You aren't having to rebuild from the ground up. But Secret used to be a very good team at attacking, and I remember referencing many times over, they and G2 at one of our events, I want to say it was back in November, were 2 of the only teams, I think the third was maybe Shopify, I forget, no, it wasn't Shopify. It was a team from North America. There were only 3 teams that had an above 50% attacking win rate, and it was these 2 teams were in there, G2 and Secret. And I think you start seeing there what they're trying to do is trying to replicate the sort of thing that gave them that success. This flood, where they all push in as one, their tempo in rounds was always so hard to read, because they could play a very slow style for a minute or so, and then just suddenly go up to 100 and turn it on, and you were like, whoa, they've overwhelmed us, the comms are chaos, we weren't ready for this. And it's really hard to deal with Secret when they play like that. They've tried to do the same again there, but I think with 3 new players having to learn that system a little bit better, and it's taking time to get that into their schools a little bit, you're going to see teams able to punish them, and that is exactly what Shifters did in round 2. So I think over time you will see Secret getting much better at that style, but as Twister said, it will take a bit of time.
Yeah, you know, realistically for Team Secret, I think you're looking at stage 1 being I'm not going to say being a write-off, but no, they're not going to be winning.
They've got to scrap into 5th or 6th.
Yeah, they're not going to be winning anything cleanly, I don't think, in stage 1. It's going to take a period of time. I would trust Twister to be able to deliver what he says, you know, as much as any coach that we've got in Siege. You know, we've seen it throughout his career over the years that he's been doing this now, sort of coming up to 6 years, and he's absolutely capable of doing so. But yeah, it's going to take time, and they've got to be realistic about that. But right now, here on Chalet, they managed to get themselves an opener. Flexi will kick things off, taking down Robbie as well. Not a bad start, 5-1 so far for Robbie. So getting him off the board is never going to hurt. But this is something Shifters have been doing well, playing as a team, backing each other up. Nath is there, manages to take down Noah. Big loss for Team Secret, 4 versus 4.
Now it's got to slow things down a little bit here as well. That'll take a bit of wind out of the sails for sure. Saw that video we had before we came into this game. The one who was left behind, the one who stayed, whatever you want to call him. Hasn't quite had the biggest start across these first 3 rounds. Certainly being put to bed a little bit by Shifters as Mowgli does swing and get Lasmo, but is downed in response. I think it was Blaz at range who managed to get that one. And it'll be hard to recover now. Freebie onto Flex. He had no idea that Freck was down here on basement. He's got himself 5 kills across these first 3 rounds, Tim. A double kill in the first 2, a 5th arriving in this round as well. It's looking a little bit too easy so far for the Dutchman.
Blash just looks away at the wrong moment there. He'd been covering the downed man inside of Library. Mowgli will be finished off with a nitro in the end anyway, so it doesn't matter. But as his opportunity came, that was his moment that he looked away. Typical Siege timing. But how about this angle being held by Freck, just waiting for that movement to come through. And as it does,
too easy.
Gonna get the final kill. Blaz picks up one as well. Shifters 3-0.
It's another double for Freck as well. Like, he's making it look a little bit easy across those first 3 rounds, Tim, but this is what I mean. Secret not having all the information there. You maybe even seeing the effect of not having that snake on side. You have a snake pushing in towards Library. You get the full stiff on who's around on that top floor, where they are, where they're watching. It makes it far easier for you to operate as a team to punish them. Without that on side, I think you're seeing them really flail here in those first 3 rounds. They now get a chance at least to ban away one of the defenders. Maybe a mute wouldn't be a bad shout here. On the other side, maybe another one of those intel operators wouldn't hurt to really press in on the pain. There we go. Mute taken away, along with the second one of those intel operators in the Deimos.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the freedom that Shifters are playing. You know, Freck just able to sit on blue stairs there, doesn't ever really get pressured, and Blast just holding the long angle for the round, essentially, you know, with the DMR. Yeah, very, very easy for Shifters there, not really being put under too much pressure, or something I spoke about in the last game when we had Heretics on attack against G2 particularly, and that's about disruption. You know, as attackers, you always need to be disrupting the defenders, because naturally, you're going to start out in your number 1 power position. You know, nobody on defense is starting out thinking, oh, this is a really bad spot. I'm going to play here, actually. You know, everybody starts out in the angle they want to hold, number 1 power spot. So there has to be disruption there. And any round where a defense can finish the round in the positions that they started in, it's almost always going to be a defensive win round, because that's what they've set up to do. So yeah, we've got to find Secret somehow getting in there and just getting a little bit more disruption onto these Shifters players, forcing them to move, forcing them into bad spots.
In case you are curious, for those watching, by the way, there isn't some conspiracy against Secret to never be able to see their faces again. Just as an issue with their player cams, we can only show you Shifters. But to confirm, that was, as you'd probably expect, attack timeout for Secret. Lost 3 rounds on the bounce. It hasn't been particularly close across the whole team. They've got 4 kills in 3 rounds. That's just not going to get you anywhere near a win. So clearly, Twisted Pelt, there's something to be said here. With that mute being taken away, though, it should give them a little bit more freedom to, I won't say move through the map, but ability to get intel through the map. You know, drones obviously being impeded an awful lot by those jammers. We've seen Freck repeatedly being in good spots, being able to capitalize off those blind spots. And so here, it will help them a little bit. Is it going to be enough that's going to let them fully capitalize? I'm not sure, because I'm looking now at the Shifters lineup, and I'm seeing, for example, our Skopos on side. We've got the Thorn on side. We've also seen the Solace come in. They want to get out and be aggressive around the map. But maybe here we're going to see Secret go direct towards sites. And we've got 4 players, in fact, all 5 of them here and ready on this double window. Are we going to see him get up and plant in the corner like we saw back at Salt Lake?
Well, they've got the blitz, we've got the glass, we've got the smokes, they've got everything that they need to do it. But surely Shifters will be prepared for this. They've got 6 impact nades on side. I don't know if that's to try and get vertical angles or whether it's to just dump them into the corner and hope for the best. But we're about to find out. They've got Razor Blooms being sent in as well. They get triggered, and Shifters had the plan. Oscar taken down, diffuser and shield gone. Noah manages to get one back. Freck with one onto Mowgli. Shifters were ready for this. And there, Blaz is there. He's just waiting. If Freck manages to get the kill before Blaz can spring the surprise. 4 versus 2. Shifters looking comfortable.
Again, in a different time and age, this probably works, but They tried to rely entirely on surprise there. You know, Drills, I look at him and kind of say, you know, it's on you there, buddy. You're the one who's got to disable these gadgets that are going to completely ruin your day. Maybe was trying to do what we've seen teams do before, where they're trying to hold it for a C4 coming out, but the other side had no C4s. The thing he really had to get rid of was that trap, maybe looking towards magnets as well to stop them catching out on the smokes, but they really needed those EMPs, and unfortunately, it's what's ruined the round for them here.
Yeah, absolutely is. We see the Dockerby call going on to Freck, but it's not going to matter. I mean, look at the time on the round. There's a minute 30 left here, so yeah, Noah's got that to work with, but in all reality, he's probably fighting a losing battle because Shifters right now just sat on the hands inside a site. They know that they don't need to get aggressive here. They don't need to give him anything. They're just going to wait for these angles. There it is. Freck's on the DMR. Manages to find his man. Freck and Robbie going absolutely crazy at the minute, by the way. Brilliant game from them too. And Shifters on the whole, they were ready for it. They knew what the plan was going to be. The Thorn had kept the Razor Blooms in hand on purpose, I think, to avoid the Thatcher. You know, yes, it's still possible once they've been deployed, but I think it was just, let's deploy these at the absolute last possible second. So as soon as we see the smoke, as soon as we hear the Blitz come in, then just start deploying them so that they can't avoid them, or at least they've got, you know, the least chance of avoiding them. And it just worked brilliantly. Shifters were ready for it.
And obviously, they're much quicker now at deploying. It takes a second for them to deploy now versus the 5 that it used to before. So, and that's also not in talking about their trigger time. This is when they're then active after being deployed. So they are much more useful now in reactive situations. But again, I hate to say it, it's kind of one job there, Drills, that you haven't done it. And unfortunately, it's cost them the rush. 4 in a row for Shifters. You mentioned Freck and Robbie. They're 14-2 between the pair of them, Tim. Absolutely frying this game. And it doesn't look like they're going to slow down anytime soon.
Attackers have discovered the
No,
location
it doesn't. Like you say, 14-2, just absolute. How many kills have we got across the side of Secret? 5, 6, 6. So they've got more than twice the number of kills that Secret have got just between 2 players on the side of Shifters. This is just becoming, it's men against boys at the minute, realistically. You know, Shifters just not slowing down at all. We're going to speed run through this. I'm not going to start talking about 7-0s yet, but, you know, we'll see how it pans out in terms of this first half. Bravo going to go in, look to try and capture some of that electronic gadgetry. Not going to have any joy as the clutch drone taken out immediately.
Yeah, handily dealt with. But again, there's a lot of drone play to go through in this round, right? We've got the shock drones, we've got the clutch. So far, neither of the 2 drones that have been deployed getting really much of anything done. That's where once again, he was playing on the castle here before, if you recall. It's where he danced around fire forever. Different operators coming along this time, where he's on the Wamai, for example. We've got the Ward and his Knave to support. On the other side, there's no Capital. There's no frag grenades to make use of. So both sides really changing things up here. The Grim, I think, actually a really good idea. Granted, he's on solar rather than down south.
Yeah, Noah manages to find the entry onto Freck, so that's something at least a Secret to build on, but really hasn't made too much of a difference so far today. Shifters have done better than they have done in this round at getting the trade. So this is going to be, I think, one of the first times that we will see a real extended period of time where Secret have a man advantage and can start building something. It's only their second entry so far out of 5 rounds. It's going to be leveled up, though, as they keep challenging a shotgun. Niv obviously wins that against Mowgli. Lasmo manages to find Drills, and just like that, the man cat's been flipped, and it's advantage Shifters.
And again, Noah's left in a 1v3. Like, what can you say for the poor lad at this point? He's trying his best, right? He's got more kills than the rest of his team combined, almost double at that. But it feels like he's very much playing a one-man mission here so far. And it's not for want of trying. I referenced it a couple of rounds ago. Secret are trying to do what Secret do. They're trying to play the Secret play style, but Shifters are just feeling in a little bit of a higher gear. It's like Secret are just trying to get out of first gear here. Shifters are already halfway down the M42 in 4th. Like, you know, they're in a flying time right now. I just worry the Secret might struggle to even get into this game before it's too late.
Yeah, I'd agree. You know, it's almost certainly going to be 5-0 at this point. Is it possible for Noah? Of course it is, but nothing so far in this game makes me think that it's likely. So, you know, he's going to try and get something going. 40 seconds to work with. He's going to head up, little pocket EMP to make sure he's not going to be walking around into any gadgetry. Just tries to bait them out with the drone throw. To be fair, he's using his experience. He's doing everything he can, but so is Blaz. You know, he just steps around the corner with the DMR, hits him with a 1-tap, and that's it, job done, and it's all smiles. No wonder Laloon's happy with what she's seeing at the minute, because this has been a fantastic performance from Shifters. You know, yes, we can focus on the struggles of Secret, but we've also, it's like I say, you can make as many mistakes as you want. They're only mistakes when they get punished, and right now Shifters are the ones doing the punishing.
They are very, very brutally as well. Like, just when you think, okay, maybe they get a bit of space here, you know, take the mute away so they can't hide on mute jammers. What do? Just get up against windows. They start going hyper aggressive. They try and disrupt your flow constantly. And they're making it look... Helby standing behind looking like a proud dad. Just like, yeah, it's looking great. All well and good. That's the manager, I'm sorry. Because my camera D-pixels, it wasn't. Obviously, it's Liloon as well. It's been around for many, many years now. Vitality, Wolves... EDS, everywhere.
D, Esports Common D.
Also Esports Common D.
24. I
think
forget
24.
which SA. It was definitely Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo was 24. Yeah, Sao Paulo 24. So yeah, 2024.
What's that Helby, by the way? It was too pixelated for me to know, but I think it was.
Here we go then. Round 6. Going to be dining and kitchen. Secret. I don't need to labour the point here. They just desperately need a round. They just need something to build on. But I'll be honest, I'm not sure it's forthcoming at the minute because Shifters are just so much in control of the situation here. Drone is going to go in. It has a cursory look. I don't think they've got any idea about this player underneath the double window, if I'm honest. I don't think the look was sufficient to pick that up.
Could have been Furious, who's their manager, actually. I don't know. I'm going to message Helby and I'm going to find out. That's going to bother me until I know for sure. But you are right. It's unfortunate, but when I looked at the games today and I was doing my predictions earlier on social media, this was the game that I looked at and said, yeah, last stage, you probably would have looked at it and said, oh, this could go either, like, maybe even Secret are the dominant team to win this one. But I think it was the one that I looked at and thought it felt the most like buttoned on which way it was going to go. Because Secret really didn't quite look at the races yesterday. Saying that, neither did Fnatic, and they managed to recover. Fair play to them. Secret just haven't quite pulled off the same, unfortunately. However, they've got the entry. Robbie falls down. Maybe they can build from here.
It's good from City. Robbie had to be punished there. You know, he was getting aggressive. He was trying to play onto the players in library. He was kind of continuing to take the fights rather than rushing himself back to site. And so he had to be punished there. Had he not, Secret would have been letting him get away with one. So well played from them. They got the job done. Blaz is there with a very late answer, managing to pick up Morgan. But how about this? Drills has managed to just wander on in and get that kill up above. Start taking... Come on now, Nath. I know you got the shotgun kill earlier, but jumping out a bathroom window for somebody on piano with a shotgun, that's a hell of an ask.
Yeah, just a bit, isn't it?
I think he got exactly what he asked for, to be honest.
Oh, okay, this is a lot of aggression towards the Blackbeard. Nearly pays the price. Does he get away with it? No. At least Freck doesn't, and Oscar's there to get the final two. That he needs. They collect the kills, and it's at least a single round, Tim. But they've now got a hold on and somehow close a 4-round deficit.
Yeah, Shifters, you know, I think they know the way the game is going. They're 5-0 up. They were happy to just have a little bit of a go at it. Like I say, when Naif's going out a bathroom window to try and shotgun someone on piano window, it's, you know, it's always going to be an ask.
Let's go to our desk. What do you guys got to say?
No, we was happy with the Tim monologue.
Yeah, it was nice to listen to you, but no, I agree. I mean, 1 round is good for Secret, but they were fighting an uphill battle almost this entire time against very specific characters as well on the side of Shifters.
Yeah, I think so. I said it in the pregame. You know, Robbie had a very, very, very strong day yesterday. He's backing that up again, and we said once him and Freck particularly get firing, then Shifters are the real deal. And I think we've seen that today across every single round. Apart from the very last one, it's been big individual moments. Well, not individual moments, but big moments from individuals on the side of Shifters. Firstly, it was Robbie, then it was Freck, and it's carried on, to be honest, being the Freck show across the whole of the defensive half here. And Shifters have just absolutely dominated. I think from the side of Team Secret as well, they've maybe been a little bit slow, a little bit lethargic, and a little bit readable, but Freck and Robbie have played into that perfectly to capitalize on that. You know, Freck 9-3, Robbie 5-2. When your main fraggers are putting up 14 kills in one half, you're more than thrilled with that.
Yeah, definitely the 2 stars of the show alongside Blaz as well. I think the main thing is that they're part of the key, the cornerstone of what makes Shifters so good on Chalet, especially in defense. Chalet is the map where you're going to get boxed in really quickly from the outside. So the main thing that you want to do is extend, but without overextending so that a rush would not happen. And what makes them special is that Secret has actually tried multiple times to go for a full clear, actually try to problem solve those extensions. And the reality is they're faced with these 2 guys in the building, and they are losing. They're losing these gunfights because these 2 can play really well with each other. They can find the ways to abuse the trap operators. We just saw the clips on Denari, for example. And it is a problem that we see from Secret. They have lost their IGL. They've lost their captain. And so when it comes a time to innovate, to find a way to problem solve this stuff, maybe come up with a creative way to go in another direction, it doesn't happen because they don't have that voice anymore.
No, but like we were saying as well, like we were discussing, I think with Secret, they were blindly trusting Savage in that case,
Exactly.
right? Now that you have a new IGL, you don't have that trust from the get-go.
I would even say blindly relying on Savage, not even trusting him.
And Savage was also one of the most incredible shield players inside of Wild Siege as well that could play with tempo and pace. And they trusted him. He would call it instantly. I think with Flexi, I think clearly he's got a little bit of potential. That's why they picked him up. But he's at the level that's stepping up into tier 1. He's not at that elite tier 1 level.
Not the mute ban, not the KV pickup.
Somebody's calling.
The only preemptive count as Dokkaebi off the board.
Yeah.
Gridlock, Dokkaebi, Demos, Blackbird. All right, that's enough from us. I just want to hear what you guys are
that's
saying.
actually quite smart.
This round could be over in 30 seconds.
Yeah, it could be. Well, we know Secret need to have time, obviously, right? With this new roster, they don't have much time inside this matchup, though. As we'll send it back to our casters.
Yeah, I mean, they're hovering it just to give us a bit of, like, fear, I think. Whether or not they'll stick it, I guess we'll see in the next 15 seconds or so. But as we said, Tim, there is a lot of work for Secret to do here. They've got a 2-round buffer with which to play. Otherwise, Shifters will take away win here and all 3 points.
Oh, I think they'll definitely stick it. Oh, literally as I open my mouth. Move on to the ace. I think just recognizing that they're going to need a little bit of hard breach here, so switch away. But there's definitely a plan there because the Deimos has gone as well and the sense has been brought in. We've got the Nomad and we've got Nath on the Monty. So this is going to be about creating a safe space to put that diffuser down, especially with the Blackbeard as well. Whether, you know, it's not Deimos and Dokkaebi, but Blackbeard and Monty, it's going to be just as oppressive for the defenders. So Secret, they need to have a plan. They've got to be fair, they've got a reasonable amount of utility to deal with the shields. They've got the Denari, they've got the Ela, they've got the Thorn. So, you know, they've kind of got what they need here to be able to at least prevent that aggressive shield push.
Absolutely, at least I'd love to hold it back, but I was going to say the gun skill can still come on through, and it has been shining for Shifters throughout this game. Blaz and Robbie. Robbie in my fantasy team, by the way, this is good. Starting things out with a killing at least in this round into a 5 versus 3. And even with all these traps scattered around, still 3 trap operators available, of course, with which to work and have more of them tossed out like we're seeing now. So far, so good. And we still got 2 minutes to play, Tim. This is looking good for Shifters.
Yeah, it really is. Blast manages to find another. Noah will fight back with the trade, but you just feel like it's constantly for Secret. Their kills are always too little, too late. But hold that though, as Mowgli manages to get one. Freck trades him out, and again 3v1 with a Monty on side. Nath is going to start putting the diffuser down, so it's all up to Robbie for the time being. But they know exactly where Noah is coming from, and now that that plant is secured and the shield goes back up, Noah's chances just went down massively.
Yeah, poor guy yet again being left in a 1 versus 3, by the way. It's happened far too many times this game, but Shifters, they have not dropped off on the pace compared to in the first half. They go in at speed, collect the first couple of kills they need, and off the back of that, accelerate forward to the push. Just Secret really are, unfortunately, looking like a bit of a shadow of their former selves.
Yeah, they really are. They're... The decline is probably going to be studied in years to come. It's been a serious drop-off since that SI Grand Final. You know, this is not what we would expect. And as we've said, you know, this is a project. It's going to take time. And I think, you know, we will see improvements as the year rolls on. But for the time being, they feel a little bit all at sea. And right now, Shifters are taking full advantage of that. But Shifters, like I've said, they're a good team. I think Shifters could challenge for 4th. I think they could make a bit of a run at it. It was a tight game yesterday. They only lost 7-5 to Twisted Minds, who we expect to be one of the other teams that are up there fighting for top 4. So yeah, it's right on point for me in terms of what I'm expecting for Shifters, to be honest. I think that they should be coming out and beating the lower half teams. Not necessarily this easily, but they should be beating them, you know, reasonably comfortably, I think, because they are a good team with a lot of talent and they're starting to show that.
I would agree. Like, you know, you look back at this team that's been together for a while. You know, Freck, Lasmo, and Robbie aren't new. They've been on this team for a while. Blaz joined a few months ago, of course, as we got into kickoff. The new addition, naturally, is Nath. And to kind of call on it for a second, there's been a lot of question marks around Nath and Citizen, especially as they've moved around a couple of teams. And, you know, have they still got it? Are they still those players? I think Citizen today certainly showed it. And there was a really good clip actually put up by, I want to say it was Deadshot, the comms of his ace earlier. The whole time, you just heard Citizen calling where players were. He was on it in terms of IGL in that moment there that led to a great round win for them and ultimately a map win. Nath has been the change for Shifters here, replacing P4. With how they're playing today, it looks like they've just suddenly juiced up every single player on this team to play so much better than they were before. Not to say the P4 was a bad IGL, but maybe freshening things up has given them a new lease of life.
In we go to bathroom then. Robbie jumping on in with the spray.
Oh, Cliff. No.
It should have. Robbie doesn't miss many like that. Secret want to thank their blessings, and they do, as they get 3 kills. And Robbie's going to rue that missed opportunity as Drill steps around and gets one back onto him. 1 versus 5. Blaz, see if he can get anything going. He will manage to spray down Mowgli, get a second. 1v5 becomes 1v3. But that is the end of it as Drill comes flying around the corner with the pistol, gets the kill. And it all went downhill after that Robbie air shot, I think.
If he got that one, that likely then starts to stoke a little bit of chaos for those that are also around office, and really could have been the first domino. But I think him missing that just meant no real pressure or attention needed elsewhere. And you also saw a couple of other 1v1s being lost there by shifters that back in the first half they wouldn't have lost, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, the F2 recoil just maybe getting the better of him there, but I don't think that happens too many times, so we'll let him off. 6-2 then, and 4 more rounds required for Team Secret to get themselves back into this one. Going to see them continue on their defense. Successful in kitchen dining, lost master and office. Going to go back to master and office, give it another try rather than moving on to the other side of the map. Not going to go to bar and gaming, which might have been the expectation for me at least. I think I would have expected to see them move on. But having a look at that defensive lineup, pretty much the same as it was before, except the Legion being brought along rather than the Thorn this time. So deciding those goo mines might just be more effective against the shields than the razor blooms, and so it's going to be Noah's job just to try and keep them at bay. We're going to actually have to see Naif skipping off from the Monty, going over to the Capitao instead. Capitao, I think, still, I won't say criminally underrated. We know how powerful Capitao is, but still not, I don't think, as high a pick rate as we might, you know, see Capitao at times, because his just utility is so good. 2 fire arrows, 2 smoke arrows, in this case 2 pocket EMPs as well. And he's a quick operator, and his gun's good. Capitao's fantastic, and they nearly lose all of that utility with the nitro going out of the window, but he still only seems to get brought like kind of situationally, like for a very specific. He's never one of like the general picks.
Yeah, I've been saying it for years, mate. You know I have been as well. Like, I've always thought he's a brilliant operator and brings so much. I've heard quite a lot of people pointing towards Sophia these days as well, of course, quite good in the current meta. And of course the speed change always going to help things too. Mainly looking here, of course, towards Nathan, I think is the smoke and the fire to move players around, to give them the ability to get in towards Solar. He's really trying to help them set up here for what will no doubt be an execute at some point. But notice how they're taking things much slower. They're not trying to charge their way in towards the map here and look for early kills. Instead, they're playing things a little more composed. You're going to have to see a different shifters here to get this one over the line.
Just pinging out those positions aware, but I don't think Secret are going to give anything away here. They're certainly not going to, you know, overexpose or give the opportunity to be cast. As I said, that Oscar does look like he might just have to move as the first asphyxiation arrow comes in, and there's a flurry of movement from shifters. It's a great 3-2-1. Blaz manages to get the kill onto Flexi. Robbie onto Oscar. The trade is there. 3 versus 3 as Secret dig deep and continue to fight here. Noah up the rear stairs into Solar, gets a double with a down finished off. Lasmu manages to get 1, but it's going to have to be a successful 1v3. He's got time on his side, but certainly not the manpower.
Noah just will not let this game die, will he? He absolutely refuses. Still has more kills than all of his teammates combined. That's honestly ridiculous, and may well have just very much solo won this round with that flank. A little bit of an opportunity missed by shifters, I think, to see this one over the line. You've got a Nomad on side, for example, yet you still managed to let a Nomad get in behind you. Came up Solar stairs, sprayed down 2, then completed a 3rd. That shouldn't really be happening. They should have had control of that one.
But they're just going to create a bit of space to get in here, but the default cam saw him. They know exactly where he's coming from. Secret not going to get too aggressive on this. Back in Master, back in Solar, just waiting. They're playing together, essentially, here. They don't want to give him 1v1s, especially against the Blackbeard. If you can close the distance and get it down to a 1v1, then you start asking serious questions. Does manage to get 1! Noah had to hit those shots. The Blackbeard got aggressive towards that second fight. Couldn't get it done. That's going to be Secret holding on for another round. And you start wondering...
Hang on. It's Noah holding on for another round.
Well, yeah, it is. I can see that's going to be a consistent trend throughout the stage, if I'm honest. It's going to be, you know, Noah and Mowgli being established in this side are going to have to put some serious work in, I think. But look, they've got themselves back to 3 at least. 3 more to go.
I really want to know what Noah was going to say if Freck was Capital. Because we know that Nath was Capital. And I can only imagine he wouldn't have something amazing to say. But it's not going to get heard. We'll never know. We'll never know. Into a Shifters tack timeout because they know at this point, Tim, they only need the 1 round over the line. They've still got a few more chances. They've still got 3 more goes at this to get it over and done with. They've just got to find the solution that works and gets them through.
Yeah, they've just got to brute force around. You know, normally I'd be in this position saying, you know, bring them on tape, but they've already been doing that. So, but just having a look at the side of Team Secret whilst we're in the tack timeout as well. Noah on 14 and 6. He's got 14 kills. The next closest to him is Mowgli and Drills on 4 kills each. Like, that's a serious carry coming in.
Like I said, he's got more kills than the rest of his team combined at the moment.
And that's a serious... That's a real problem for Team Secret at this point. They've got to be finding a way to get everybody else into the game because Noah cannot, as good as a player he is, he cannot forever just 1v5 Shifters. You know, eventually he's going to get taken out at the beginning of a round and then everybody else is going to have to get involved. And sometimes with numbers like that, you know, we'd say the old, well, you know, if somebody's going to get 14 kills, where are the other kills going to come from? But that's not the case here. Like, Noah's getting a lot of these because he's having to.
Well, let's even keep on going Super Saiyan into round 10. Keep saying it, but it's so crucial that Secret just keep on grinding out these rounds 1 at a time because they've got 3 lives. Well, they've got 3 lives. Shifters have got 3 lives here. Secret, they're out. They lose a round, they're done. All 3 points go towards one of their likely rivals in a battle to make it into 6th place and make it into our playoffs. But now we're going to find ourselves there with a roam on the downstairs from the Solus. No surprise at all. Flexi having a good wander around here, hoping to pick up a bunch of drones and just restrict the information flow that's coming in for the side of Shifters. Bar Gaming going to be the defense. I'm not seeing what looks like a rush, but I am seeing, Tim, a Raura coming along from Blaz, and she's been pretty good. Since those changes came through, so she have all those doors, well, doors. What do you call them? Doors? Armor panels? I don't know.
Panels? I think they're called dom panels. Is like
yeah, panels. That'll be fine. All those panels having available straight away, and also the fact they deploy quicker, and also the fact that you as attackers open them far quicker than defenders do, has made them a hell of a lot more useful. You now basically have to destroy them as the defenders with impact, so it's a good thing that Flexi and Mowgli have got a bunch available.
And she's got a DMR to boot as well, which makes her super popular and super powerful. And the good thing about the Raura coming along is I always like a Raura-based attack because there's a plan there. There's, you know, like we say, for if you've got castle on the defense, there's a real plan based around that castle, based around those panels. And it's the same for Raura. They're going to look to try and close off very specific space, whether that be to prevent flanks or whether that be to give them the space to put the diffuser down. There is a definite plan in place to use that gadget in a specific way. So we like to watch and see exactly what that is. None of them have been deployed just yet. Keeping an eye on Blaz's location as well. Currently droning for his teammates, but we will see exactly where he kind of turns up. Right now he's around Solar.
Yeah, they've pushed through his top floor really quickly here. Actually, his attackers making use of the snake to get that full clear. That's why I think Mowgli was then scattered to the winds. Like, I ain't hanging around for that trouble. I'm out of here, no problem. But now you can see they've got 3 of them set up in this triangle around this top floor. The triangle of Duma once called it, from top of library on towards Mez, and then one playing inside a library itself. Can make it really, really hard to take over as the attackers because all those angles sort of support each other and make sure they've got adequate cover. Now they need a pick of some kind here, or they've got to find a way to brute force their way through. And I think Blaz could be the key to unlocking some of that.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think if Secret can get themselves this round, and they're doing a good job so far, 2 minutes wasted, nobody dead. If Secret can get this round, you start looking at it saying, hang on a minute.
Nowhere again, bro.
You start looking, thinking it was 5-1, but hang on a minute, you know, this is becoming possible for Secret. So Noah gets the opener, puts himself up onto 15 kills. Mowgli manages to get in on the action as well. Faced with the Blackbeard, dips away from the nade. He's going to get challenged. Close angle on that door. Freck manages to find the kill. 3 versus 4, but Flexi's there for the trade. And again, Secret keep themselves in the ascendancy. 4 versus 1, and another round that looks like it's going their way. Shifters absolutely nowhere near a top floor clearance here. To say that they've got Snake, to say that they've got so much utility there, they just haven't got it done at all. Secret back to 4-6 now, and it's surely time we start talking about the comeback.
Very possibly, Tim. Absolutely. Yeah, Shifters. Blaz made a good use, I think, of the Raura shutting off the double doorway. Great idea. And then the single doorway. That let them challenge in towards top library. But we said it very early in the round. There were 4 impacts in the back pocket of Secret. And Mowgli just happened to be the player in the perfect spot inside a box, brings out the impact, destroys it, immediately swings onto Blaz, who, dare I say, really should have seen that coming, or at least have the acknowledgement. You know what operates on the other side. You likely know what gadgets are in their back pocket, but instead has given himself away for free. No more Raura available, and Flexi has then gone on to secure 3 kills towards the closing parts of that round. So it isn't just the Noah show. For now, I still say we're in a spot where he's still almost got more kills than the rest of his team combined. They're on 16 as a collective. He's on 15. Still a lot of work being done, but if we can have a couple more players step up across these next couple of rounds of Secret, we could be going to OT.
Yeah, we really could.
Can't believe I'm saying that line.
I know, at a point where it was 6-1, you know, you look at it with the way Secret have played through the first half of this, you know, I'm not trying to be, you know, like, offensive to Secret, but it's been pretty bad through the first half. You know, Shifters were well on top of it and fully deserved that 6-1 lead, but now Secret, Noah, somebody, they've managed to dig deep and they've managed to fight their way back into it. Like I say, I still kind of hold to that line of what happens in the round where Shifters get Noah and take him out early in the round.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Just find Noah, just kill him. Get on the Dockerby, spam calling all round long. It won't work still, let the first one go through, of course, but it would still be quite funny just to constantly irritate the living death out of him. Either way, looking towards the lineup coming out from the attackers here, mainly in towards Robbie on this sense as a key part, but Nath also on the Brava to get some of these gadgets hacked away. I imagine that's mainly going in for FNATs, for example, but you'll kind of also take whatever you can get as the Brava. Just trying to say, oh, I'll save my charges so I get deep in towards sight and get rid of that crucial bit of utility. It often isn't quite that easy.
I don't know if the attacks that they bring in are maybe just overcomplicating things a little bit here, Shifter. You know, we look at yeah, you know, we look at the last round, they had a Raura, so they obviously had a plan there, and it just never really worked. They didn't even get into mezzanine. Now they've got the sense, they've got the gridlock, they've got the Brava, like and you kind of got almost these unusual attacks, and it's like, just get in there and get some kills like you have been doing. Frack does manage to find the trade onto Mowgli after he took Blaz down, so 4 versus 4. Oscar still on the board. Nobody really to deal with Oscar in terms of the clash as well, so a little bit of a problem. They've got 1 nade left in the hands of Robbie, but other than that, no real way to deal with the shield, and yeah, I just don't know if they may be overdoing it a little bit.
I think they're going to struggle because of that clash. I don't know if they realise it was necessarily onside. Of course, in a spot where he can basically keep Blackbeard at bay eternally, unable to use his weapon. So he's got it stuck at this point, Lasmo, unless he can find his way up towards applying pressure with nades, but they'll try their very, very best. Flexi going to fall here, but a couple of kills back and forth here between the two. Shifters still end up with the advantage, and now it's all down to Oscar, who's got to win it out, but he can't quite get it done, Tim. It took a few rounds. It was a little bit scary at moments, but Shifters get it over the line.
I asked for simplifying, and that's what they did, essentially. Not with the operators, but they just went in and killed everybody, and it was that they needed to do rather than relying on those gadgets. But great performance from Shifters. They get it done in the end. Impressive stuff. There's Helby, and they manage to take themselves the win, a full 3 points.
That's Furious and that's Helby. There we go. We're all well and good. 3 points well earned, absolutely. A few flowers over towards Noah. Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, our desk will wrap up the show for you. See you in a few.
For our last game of the day, Shifters walk away with 3 points, and that means we get to speak to them. We get to ask them a few questions as we're joined by Freck in the interview. Good evening, Freck. How are you feeling about your first week in Stage 1 so far?
Pretty decent. I think yesterday we played pretty good as well. We didn't get the points, but you know, that's how it goes. Today we got the 3 points, so not too shabby. How Nate would say it.
Freck, looking at this roster, obviously you guys decided to make an important roster change. You know, if I think of P4, I obviously associate him with Liloon and with LB and with this staff for like what I think was like a 5 years long working relationship. You decided to put an end to that and to look into a new IGL. What is Nate bringing that P4 could not bring to the table?
First of all, I think P4 was a fucking genius, by the way. Like, no disrespect to him. I think he really needed a break, so that's why we made the change. But he's such a good IGL. But I think Nave, he's just he brings calmness. Is what we really need, because we used to be pretty panicky in the like tough situations, like execute. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on. But now we have a plan, we have a end goal, we have a win con. You know, it's just standard good round. So hello, Larry. But yeah, I think it's just calmness, and I think fragging ability as well.
Yeah, I think we started to see that when you get switched sides and you switch to attack, and you took a couple of rounds to manage to get the win. I think of the last round, for example, where this is a really good call, by the way. It's an extension up top, and you decide to hit site really quickly at 112, and you're running through this. A really important call, because it's the one that gets you the victory. Was that on the back of Nave? Was that, you know, his vision calling this?
I think it's a bit of Alex as well, because Alex is a big voice in the team as well. I think we saw the clash. We went for the split, you know, to open a wall, push the pressure, boom, explode everywhere, with some info inside as well. So it was like an easy kill inside, and boom.
Nice. Freck, I owe you a little bit of an apology, actually, because we did an interview before the stage started, and it never got released because I moved out to Denmark and I left the footage on my PC at home. When we spoke about that
exclusive stuff,
rookie mistake.
It was a really exclusive stuff. We were going to leak the Nath move and everything. Anyway, in that interview, you spoke about your carpal tunnel injury. Do you want to just tell us and maybe the viewers a little bit more about that and your recovery from that?
Yeah, so it's like a nerve that gets like tightened up in the hand, and it brings like pain to your whole hand. It's like it's in the wrist nerve, and it brings like numbness and everything to your hand. And you know, when you're playing and it's your mouse hand, it's not very fun to have, you know, because you have to play with it every day, and the pain gets worse and worse. So I was like, fuck it, I've had the pain for like a year. I went for the surgery, boom. Took some recovery. Apparently the pain can last 6 to 12 months, but the pain's a lot less. The numbness is gone, and trust the process on the recovery. So.
And it's clearly worked, because you played pretty well today alongside. It was what, you, Robbie, everyone was playing really well today actually.
It's going to be the new standard.
Nice.
We love to see that. All right, Frank, before we let you go, your game next week is against G2. You have any words for them?
No, I hope bench is not on Rooney every round to make it a little more interesting. But yeah, nothing less.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for your time, Frank, and good luck with the preparations for next week.
Thank you, guys. Have a good week. Bye-bye.
Wise and mature words, I feel like, as well about the IGL change and the reason why they picked up Nath and why it's already been helping for them with Nath on the roster.
I appreciate first and foremost the words he had for before.
Yeah.
The respect for former teammate and what he brought to the table.
Are you going to repeat them?
The fact that he's a genius.
Yeah.
I was not part of his team. Like I don't know how he was.
Missed that one key word that he said in that sentence. Don't worry about it. He said he was a genius.
Oh yeah. Obviously, I'm not gonna say the exact sentence. I'm not allowed the same leniency as for the pro players anymore. I do respect, the fact that he gave props to P4 for what he's built with his team. It was a big challenge for him to actually come to IGL from French to English. I do believe though that Nath, it's his mother language. It's a player that has a lot of experience, that has led many rosters. I think that it might be a good match. Is it enough for this team to become consistent and manage to beat some big teams? I think yesterday we saw the limitation of that team not being able to actually bring the win over against Twisted Minds. However, when they're playing against a weaker opponent like Secret today, that's enough.
Yeah.
I think it's a middle of the table team that's looking towards taking the top 4, and we're still waiting to see that warm-up happen.
I think as they develop, I think we could end up seeing that. I think you put them probably in your power ranking. Don't want to agree with you too much. In that they are contenders. I think they would have to cause a couple of upsets for the big boys. They looked like they could be capable yesterday when they nearly got Twisted Minds to overtime, so nearly beat them, and then they did enough to beat Secret, who are still new, who are still developing.
That scoreboard is just. It hurts, right? It hurts because we've just seen an incredible content piece. An interview with Noah where he reminisces the incredible 7 years he was able to build between EWC 25, between SI in Paris in 2026, and then he's there, and he's just and he's just delivering, and he's just a little bit alone.
I'm not going to say it's easy to put numbers for anybody in this league, right? It's really not. But if you're on a G2 or you're on a Falcons, you can put up numbers because you've got some talented players alongside you that are going to make things happen. When you're bringing essentially 3 rookies, I know Oscar's not a rookie, but he's relatively inexperienced compared to everyone else, into the team, it takes a real lot of time to stand up and just drop double digits and really try and drag your team through the mud. And it's worth saying that for Noah. Had a really, really strong performance today. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough. Team Secret don't quite seem at it yet.
No. And for this final round, we discussed that it was all about decision-making in that final round from Shifters that helped them win that game and the round eventually there. Now, we have a good thing for everybody watching at home as well, because you can train your decision-making with our collaboration that we did with MOBA Trainer. You can have our tactical quizzes, play them, and find out if your decision-making is good enough, like as good as our pro players as well. And the most positive thing about it, too, is you can have a chance of winning one of the Salt Lake City Major Athenee bundles. A very, very cool skin. So go to r6.mobatrainer.com to find out more about this, test your decision-making skills, and find out if you're up to par with our pro players here, because we have finished our second day here at the EML. We'll have to look at the results, because this day went a lot faster than yesterday. I mean, I don't see any overtime, much more decisive games.
And things back in order in a certain type of way. I think despite the first result, which was a comeback from Fnatic against Geeky, come back in good form. What I mean, they lost 1-7 yesterday and beat them 7-2. Except for this, I think Virtus.pro was the favorite in Rebels game, Falcons was the favorite in Twisted Minds game, G2 Heretics, G2 was the favorite, and Shifters against the new Secret was always going to favor the Shifters. However, some glimpses of hope here and there. The Falcons Twisted Minds game was super close. I don't know about you, Jack. I would have wanted to see that in the BO3.
Yeah, I agree. And then also the games 2 and 4, Rebels and Heretics, our new teams into the league. I thought both actually put up very not strong performances, but strong intentions in their performance with the map choice, with how they started the game, and then they just tailed off when it got to their attacks. A couple of things to tweak there, and they're getting a lot closer with both of those teams. And obviously it shakes the standings up because pretty much everybody has got on the board here. It's all very close, it's very compact. Of course, our top 3 is going to be VP, G2, Falcons. Twisted Minds obviously losing today, find themselves in the middle of the pack, but we'd expect them to be up there in the top 4 as well. But all very, very close. I think there's some positive signs coming out of EML, even though we came into this before anything had been played yesterday saying, well, actually, there's a lot of our teams are still developing. We're expecting improvement across the stage. I think we've already seen some improvement from the teams already.
Ooh, these are some good games that we have next. It's a shame we have to wait all the way until Monday before we get to dive into these games. I'm looking at a G2 Shifters, Falcon Secrets. That might be a stump if we've ever seen one, given the way that both these teams have been playing so far. But even for the teams further in that middle pack, right, where it is so close to play against each other right now and get these really, well, important points to set yourself apart from that middle of the pack.
Yeah, VP are in a situation where they really can create a big gap playing against DK. They can win again, get 3 points, be 9 points after 3 play days. That would be actually insane. Looking at Falcons again, yeah, like you said, probably heavily the favorite in that matchup. The G2 Shifters games will be interesting. If Shifters can once again try to make this close, last time they played each other, I felt like strategically Shifters had the right game plan, but just could not fight against the sheer firepower of G2's side. I'd like to see a rematch of that and see if Shifters can actually manage to bring that firepower compared to the last time.
And they've won today, so the apologist in me for Fnatic. I know we call me a bit of an apologist. Game against Heretics, good chance to get another 3 points on the board. Fnatic climbing up the table, climbing up the ranks.
Oh my god, we're back there again.
You mentioned Shifters, I've got to mention Fnatic, come on.
All right, that's only fair.
Come on.
That makes sense. I mean, do you
Shifter
know what I like
apologist
about...
over here.
Do you know what I like about being, like, having EML on Monday and Tuesday? It's that we've done our part and we've watched our own region, and now we get to sit on the sideline and watch Siege for every single day of the rest of the week, because it is NAL Super Week, meaning they actually have a show and their first play day of their stage tomorrow and Thursday and Friday, and then all of our other regions, of course, playing as well. We'll have action over in the weekend, so there's a lot to look forward to.
I've got an opinion on NAL as well, especially if you're here right now and you're an EML super fan and you love it and you're at home. You've got a reason to actually watch NAL, because you wouldn't have had one before. You've got one now. Starts with Savage going to M80.
True.
It carries on with Spoit playing for Shopify Rebellion. And even then, we've got Adrian, we've got Baby Shark, we've got Europeans over in NAL. So you might as well go
and
support
you've got
them.
the grand finalists of the last major.
I thought you were going to mention that. It's like, oh, it's a major winner or whatever.
It's not about the North Americans, it's about the EML people over in North America. Fabian's coaching. Come on.
Whatever gives you a reason to watch
That's
NAL.
a reason to watch it.
I trust it, yeah.
And also they are currently the major champions.
Yeah, where are you doing the promotion of NAL?
And are playing the highest level of Siege right now.
Yeah. That's very important, of course. So there's still so much more Siege action for the remainder of this week. As we said, NAL tomorrow. And mind you, it starts at 8 p.m. CEST, so especially for us Europeans, it's a great time to be watching some NAL tomorrow at night. Thank you so much for watching. That is it for us here at the first week of EML. We thank you for watching and have a great rest of your night.
We'll be right back.